Tiffany. Okay, perfect.
Good morning, Chatty House. Kyle, do we need to put out a tweet?
I typed a tweet somewhere, and I don't think I sent it.
Join us.
Hey, you. Are you doing it?
No, I just retweeted
Okay.
the stream.
Me and James
Hello, friends.
are on at ESPN 1320 now.
We've got Miles in here.
49ers, Browns looking
We've
ahead.
got Accurately in here. We've got Miss Mac in here. Hello, David. Hello, Steven Castaneda. Kyron was first. He's got the belt. Let's go.
Gold medal. Gold medal for Kyron. Well done. I think it's his first one.
Delivery Joe is staging a unified departure. I don't even know what that means.
I'm proud of him for that.
A unified departure from where?
Don't know, but I wish him all the best in his endeavors.
Johnny G, happy Aloha Friday, Chatty House. Wheezy is in the house. And you guys have to excuse, I don't know everybody's handles. So, hello, Tyler. Hello, Dan. Hello, Zabo. Hello, Rob W. Black and Purple Podcast. There's a Black and Purple Podcast. Maybe I should look this up. Maybe I already knew that, and I have just forgotten because it's early.
All right, there's that. Radio, 13:20 a.m. Phone. That's onaclean.com/station.
Wait, it is not. It's Friday the 13th, Kyle.
It sure is.
In October. What? What is happening? Hello, EB. Hello, Jared Brown. Impact. Thanks for the...
10 seconds illegal. Here we go.
Ooh.
Board's hot. Hey, good morning, everybody. I have to start today's show with an apology.
I want to hear
I have to start a Friday the 13th with an apology.
I want to hear it, Kyle.
I don't feel like that's a great omen. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Kyle is going to be accountable.
Yeah, I got to hold myself accountable here. I didn't cut the sound of me having a bad take, but I'm holding myself accountable, and I will tell you what my bad take was. James, you and I were going through the now infamous Steven Ruiz quarterback rankings.
Infamous.
From The Ringer.
Infamous.
Steven Ruiz from The Ringer's quarterback rankings. And we took Brock Purdy, who's at 22, I think. And we started saying, okay, which of the quarterbacks ahead of him would you take him over? And we just started working through that. And we got to Russell Wilson at number 17. And I accidentally, I hemmed and hawed on this. You went Purdy over Wilson. It's not close.
I was stunned when you went the other way.
Yeah.
Kyle,
it wasn't. I hesitated, and I think I eventually landed on Purdy because Russell Wilson is a butthead and not a guy that I would want in my locker room.
Okay,
but ultimately, the fact that I even thought about it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Brock Purdy. I'm sorry to you as a co-host on this show. And me as a co-host on this show failed.
You failed us all, Kyle.
I did.
You failed us all.
Having this horrible take. Russell Wilson last night against the Kansas City Chiefs goes 13 of 22 for 95 yards. 13 to 22, 95 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. The Broncos are terrible. Russell Wilson is washed. And I shouldn't have come out here and tried to tell you, James, and you, the listener, you in the chatty house, that Russell Wilson was anything less than boo-boo at this point.
Okay, so we need to play the game then. Like, who would you rather have Russell Wilson over?
Start naming people.
Would you rather have Daniel Jones?
No, let's relax.
No. Would you rather have Zach Wilson?
No. But I'm like trying to cycle through names real quick in my head, and you just hit the two that first came up of like definite no.
It's funny because if you're the Jets, like someone better not bring up that they could go get Russell Wilson to be like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Yeah. we're gonna roll with the other Wilson.
Not totally sure that would even make them better at quarterback.
Yeah,
if they did that. No, so I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry to you and to Brock Purdy and to the listener and to the chatty house for that take. That was bad.
Sam Howell,
I messed up.
Would you take him over Sam Howell?
No, no, I don't think. Sam Howell's fascinating. I don't want to dive in it. Nobody cares. Okay. Washington Commanders talk on ESPN 1320.
It's a good way to start a good Friday. It's a donut Friday here at ESPN 1320.
Donut Friday. We brought in donuts for the whole staff. Shout out to everybody here that not only works for 1320, but works in sales and for all the other stations. We appreciate the heck out of it. So before we dive into week 6 of the NFL season, which we're going to do, it's a football Friday at 10:30. It'll be a fantasy Friday with our guy Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy joining the show. If you have questions, if you have fantasy football questions, start sit questions. What should you do with this guy? What kind of waiver ads might you make at the last second? Who are you watching for this weekend? Send them in on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Also on Twitch. If you send your questions, we will try and get to as many of them as we possibly can. That's coming up at 10:30. But before we get to all of that, James, you have some Sacramento Kings notes because the Kings made a couple cuts last night.
They did make a couple of cuts. It was funny. I was still here in the station. I was able to, break a little news. Kings have waived Deontay Burton and Chance Comanche. Their roster now stands at 18 players. They don't have to make another cut, Kyle, because that's 15 standard rostered players and then 3 two-ways. So they don't have to make another cut, but both Chance and Deontay are expected to go straight to Stockton. They're on Exhibit 10 contracts, which I believe
what is that?
Paid them $75,000 to show up to camp. And if they stick in the G League for, I think it's 60 days, they get that bonus money. Sweet. So yeah, so not only would they get their, again, G League salary, I have to look at like $70,000 to $90,000, but they get this kick on top of it, which is a big deal. It's doubling up their salary.
I would take that.
Yeah. It's a
if somebody wants to double my salary, I'll take it. FYI.
Yeah,
I'm ready to say that on the air.
I also need an Exhibit 10 right now. I would take an additional Exhibit 10 contract. So the roster's down to 15. It leaves. There's one more question mark. It's whether Jalen Noel is going to make the roster or not. He is.
Why would he not? If they're at 15 players, why would you not just keep him around if you think there's any chance he could be a valuable 3-and-D player?
Well, I think number one, you got to see how a guy fits in the locker room. Like if he's quiet, if he's just getting along with everybody, that's one thing. And I'm not saying that hasn't been an issue. I mean, it very well could be he's like everyone's favorite person.
Sure.
But you want to make sure he does fit. The other thing is, like, there is a tremendous amount of value walking into a season with an open roster spot in the NBA. Like we're going to see OKC is in the coming days. They're going to have to make 3 cuts and 3 cuts on players that, like, I believe most of which were first round picks or early second round picks over the last couple of years because they have too many players. This has always been the problem with their amassing this war chest. Well, eventually, like, you run out of roster spots,
right?
Which is where they're at. So maybe there's a player that gets waived here in the couple of days that you'd like to take. Maybe there's a player that they don't want to waive. They don't want to pay the salary on because they owe him like another year. And you could say, hey, we'll take him, but we'll also take a second round pick.
Sure.
And so there's a way for you to amass value here. And we saw it last year. The Kings were able to get Kessler Edwards at the trade deadline and either 1 or 2 second round picks from Brooklyn so Brooklyn could get underneath the luxury tax. So, like, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Jalen Noel. We still have like 2 weeks before they actually decide, or a week and a half before the decision has to be made.
Right.
So
but he's the only question mark to you. Like, that's the last. Their roster is set. Rotation's not set, but what their roster is going to look like with or without Jalen Noel is how it's going to look.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So there could be someone that comes available, or they could just want the open roster spot. But once we get into the regular season, because Jalen Noel is an Exhibit 10, he's a non-guaranteed contract that lasts until like January something. So you keep paying him like throughout the season, and league minimum salary, but league minimum for 5 years of service, probably like, I don't know, close to $2 million, maybe a little over $2 million.
Yeah.
So by January, you'd have given him $1 million. So you have to make a decision on whether you want to commit to that on a player that may or may not play for you here in the coming weeks.
Kings' third preseason game coming up on Sunday against the Golden State Warriors. We will get to that. Like I said, we'll get you ready for week 6 of the NFL season coming up here as well. One more NBA note, and then I want to get to some baseball stuff because the championship series have been set. Dylan Brooks.
Yep.
Got ejected 4.5 minutes into his debut with the Houston Rockets. He was fined $25,000 for hitting Daniel Tice of the Pacers below the belt. And he has been fined $25,000 to go along with his ejection. James, what did we learn?
What did we learn, Kyle? Do we have a button?
Yeah.
I don't hear
nobody heard it except me and people on the radio.
Oh, we don't touch other people's privates.
That's
what we learned.
Yep.
Dylan Brooks. Very simple. Dylan Brooks. So we knew he was kicked out of the game. The $25,000 suspension is something new.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Stop touching people.
So let's hit baseball real quick before we dive into week 6 of the NFL. American League Championship Series has been set. It's Astros and Rangers, all Texas. And then the NLCS was set last night when the Phillies knocked off the Braves in Philadelphia. They win that series 3-1. They will face the Arizona Diamondbacks in the National League Championship Series. I'm here there's been a lot of consternation about how many 100-loss teams who got first-round byes are out of the playoffs now, and how unfair it is that they're not playing for those 4 or 5 days while the other teams are getting to play.
Oh.
And there's now an issue with the format because a 104-win Braves team and a 101 win Dodgers team, however many the Dodgers won, are also out in the first round. And this isn't viewed as baseball. It's viewed as a problem with the structure of the playoffs.
Yeah, it sounds like spilt milk. Like, come on now.
I get it. I think I get it a little bit because rest in baseball doesn't quite have the same impact as rest in other sports. But at the same time, the Phillies were really good for most of the year. They got off to a slow start, which is why they didn't win 100+ games. It's not like there's a bunch of bad baseball teams. And the Diamondbacks were fun all year. Did we think they'd get to the NLCS? No, probably not. Were they better than the Dodgers top to bottom? No. But dude, they went into a series and they swept the Dodgers. Like this is
very like, this is the Dodgers in a nutshell. Like, this is who they are. They lose
right. This
in
is
the playoffs.
Right. This isn't new.
Yeah, that in baseball is about momentum, right?
1,000%.
It is so about momentum. And the Diamondbacks, like, they kind of stormed there at the end of the season. They started to peak. They started to play their best baseball late in the year. So I'm not saying that they should have won. It's still startling. But I don't want to hear that you took 3 or 4 days off. Your body's healed up and you are worse.
Yeah. Your timing is not going to be thrown by, like, there's an all-star break too.
Yeah, I mean, did those guys just not play? Did they not go to batting practice every day? Because I guarantee they did. I mean, they were. Yeah, and they didn't break routine. The only thing that was different is they didn't have to play a game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing baseball does something about it because they want their best teams and their stars to be advancing in the playoffs or to have the best chance to advance in the playoffs. And if they think that it's the few days off during the wild card series that are hurting these teams, then they'll do something about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind every wild card game becoming one game.
Oh, I hate the one game thing.
I'm so in. I think it's so much fun.
Even as an A's fan, you you enjoy watching them get
Yeah, because
bounced after?
I saw him get bounced a bunch of times in 5-game series and 7-game series. So
No, that's true. That's true.
but dude, I'm in on the 1-game playoff. I love the intensity of that.
Oh no,
I think it's great.
I mean, in the NBA for the play-in, I like it,
Sure.
but not for baseball.
Last note here: the Braves Phillies thing, where a reporter for Fox Sports reported something Orlando Arcia said about Bryce Harper. Said attaboy Bryce after Bryce Harper made a base running mistake, said it in an open locker room in front of cameras, in front of microphones. A reporter wrote it deep in a 24 paragraph story. It was like the 4th sentence in the 21st paragraph. He put this quote. So there's been an uproar about reporters in locker rooms. Alana Rizzo from MLB Network spoke out harshly on their high heat program, calling Jake Mintz, the reporter, a vulgar name, disparaging him as a blogger and a podcaster, and talking about the sanctity of the locker room. And it affects people who are there every day when these expletives go into the locker rooms and mess it up for everybody. This is not a black and white issue, guys. There is a right and wrong here. The reporter who reported the quote is right. Alana Rizzo, who should know that, who has been around locker rooms for 2 decades, should know this. And the fact that she's the one, of all people, Alana Rizzo, speaking out against that was brutal.
Yeah,
she's a journalist, and she's bashing another journalist for doing their job.
And she's on the High Heat podcast. That's not high heat. That's putting one in someone's ear hole. You just knock somebody down. You just bean somebody in the head.
So trash for nothing.
For nothing. Yeah,
for stepping into the batter's box.
Yeah,
didn't really, really bad. But the Baseball Writers Association of America has come out and released a statement supporting Jake, who does a ton of great work for Fox Sports and the Baseball Barbecue podcast. He and Jordan Schusterman do a great job. So that's the last thing I'm going to say on that.
That's all you got to say.
Makes me really upset, though.
That's all I got to say about that.
All right, week 6 of the NFL season coming up. Are the Niners? I don't want to say they're in trouble, but are the Browns scary? We're going to talk about that on the other side. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Excellent. Wheezy, I'm fine, man. I had, I don't know, maybe a margarita and a half. I don't know. No, man, I'm seasoned here. I did stick around, Kyle, and hung out, and then the wife showed up. And she came in and said hi to Damon and Kenny while they're on there. We did not respect the sanctity of their show. Just barged in, said hello.
What up?
Oh, I was just telling you, the wife came by for
Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, Hispanic.
How'd that go?
Heritage. It went well. Yeah, we barged in on Kenny and Damien in the middle of their show to say hi.
Nice, dude.
So,
did you go to the concert last night?
No, just the wife.
Okay. Did she have a good time?
She did. I haven't ever watched like a Pink concert, but she showed me video. It was wild.
Oh yeah.
She does like crazy acrobatic stuff. Like they put her on a swing and she's flying over the whole lower bowl, not just like the middle or something. Yeah, it was like she was like on, at the fair, when you go to the fair and you sit on the swing ride. She was just like flying out all around the entire lower bowl, Golden One.
That's really cool. Pink is one of those artists that when I was younger and immature, I was like, oh no, I don't listen to that crap. I listen to real music. I had that kind of take.
Oh.
And now that I've gotten older, Pink makes nothing but bangers, dude. If you just go to your favorite music app, or if you go to the Odyssey app and just go to like the Pink music station, it is just going to be hit after hit after hit after hit. And I am so bummed that I missed kind of the peak of that. Yeah. That was strong Pink takes, dude.
Yeah, I could have gone to the concert last night. I just not with the show this as early as we have. Not going to happen. What are our breaks today? Did you mess with the break schedule?
No.
Oh, okay. We were just late going to that one.
Yeah, a little bit. Instead of ranting about Alana Rizzo.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I thought I had something intelligent to say. I don't. Saving it for the air.
Uh-oh. Saving it for the air.
Oh, board's hot. Here we go. Week 6 of the NFL season kicked off last night. The Broncos with the backdoor cover by the Broncos. That was tough. That was tough for your boy because I think on this radio station I said that the Broncos were going to cover.
You may have said that. I will tell you, I have just not been impressed at all with the Chiefs. Like week in and week out, it's not like the Eagles where they're skating by, but they're actually doing really well. They're just having to fight.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like they're skating. Like it just feels like they're just in neutral and they just don't know how to get out of it. And it's, again, coming into this game, Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes had almost identical stats. Like that's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like fantasy wise, Patrick Mahomes, like the 8th best quarterback right now.
Mm-hmm.
He just hasn't been very good.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about the Chiefs because part of me agrees with you. But then there's part of me that's like, maybe the Chiefs are scarier than they've ever been because at some point you figure Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid are going to figure it out. This is a large portion of the group that won the Super Bowl last year. So at some point, I think they're going to figure it out on that side of the ball. Meanwhile, their defense is awesome.
Oh yeah,
their defense has been one of the like 5 or 6 best defenses in the league this year. So if the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have a top 7 defense, they're going to be really, really hard to beat in January. I'm terrified of what the Chiefs could potentially look like down the stretch because I think their offense is going to figure it out and their defense is really good.
Well, I mean, I think that's what it's going to come down to. And you never want to bet against Mahomes, but right now, like I've seen him coast before.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like he's coasting. And I know people always get angry when I say that, like that Mahomes coasts.
Yeah.
I watch every game. There's no question he coasts.
Like, yeah, I think so. I think he's trying to win every game, but I think there's the intensity level is a little different.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, when you look at, because everything's for me is through the lens of, hey, could the 49ers beat that team? Yeah. And if the Chiefs are playing really well on offense, and if their defense is going to be as good as it is, that's really tough. Like Philly's already there for me. Philly's elite. Philly's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And are they as dominant this year as they were last year? No, but they're still excellent. That roster's really good. 2 new coordinators. You see them figuring it out.
This is like the second game this season that I felt like I wanted to knock, maybe third game this season, where I wanted to knock the Chiefs down another rung on the power rankings after they won a game.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum for this year, I can see that for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that they're a top 5 team right now.
Nothing that I feel about the Chiefs and them being dangerous outside of what they're doing defensively, nothing about their offense this year has made me think that, oh man, that's a team that could win the Super Bowl. But we have a 5-year sample size of Patrick Mahomes being awesome. And I don't think he's just going to be pedestrian, Patrick Mahomes for the rest of the year. So that's where I land on the Chiefs.
I need like 10 great games from here on out from him. 10 straight. I need 11 straight games.
Why is that, James?
Because I haven't fantasy football. Like I'm done. But either way, like
Faraz Siddiqi coming up at 10:30, by the way. Fantasy
that's right.
Friday.
Faraz.
James will ask all the questions about his fantasy team.
That's right. which includes
And
how
we'll
do I
answer some of your
replace
questions too.
how do I replace Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. No, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. I think the 49ers might be in a little bit of trouble this weekend. Now, I've thought that basically all year. Like I told you before the season, I think the Browns defense is going to be really good, and it has been. I need to know though, real quick, from people in the chatty house, or hit me up on Twitter at Kyle A. Madson. Is the Browns defense good? Because I need to know. Going into week 5, it was, well, the 49ers offense is cooking, but wait till they play the Cowboys. Wait till they play Dallas. That's a real defense. They've only given up 41 points all year, and look at how good this freaking Cowboys defense is. And the Niners go hang 42 on them. And the same people who are talking about, the Niners offense isn't good, wait until they play the Cowboys, are going, well, the Cowboys are frauds. They stink. So I need to know now, if the 49ers go out and hang 30 plus on the Browns, is it impressive? Yes or no?
I would say yes.
It is. It would be wildly impressive. And honestly, I don't think they're going to. I said on my podcast, Candlestick Chronicles, I think the Niners are, if they can get to 24, it'd be like, wow, what a performance.
I'm going to guess, Kyle, they're going to go for 30 again.
It's a safe bet. They've done it 8 games in a row.
I'm just going to say, I believe, like, I just believe in what they're doing right now. Like, there is a possibility for a setback, right? For a game where you're like, oh, come on now.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is it. I don't think they're there yet, because I don't think that they've even come close to being like their top performance. Like, we still haven't seen their defensive line just have a game. And we, their linebackers and stuff have been great, but we also, there's going to be a game where Brock Purdy throws for 400 yards. There's going to be a game where, McCaffrey goes back up to 180 yards in a game, or you have a Debo game where he goes for 200 all-purpose yards.
Yeah,
like those things can happen still. And we talked a little bit about like how the Kings were having this like present and accounted for moment for them. Well, we've kind of had that with the Niners, but it's one game at a time. Where Ayuk, yep, I'm here. Debo, okay, we had a Debo game.
Yeah.
Hey, Kittle game. Hey, we got the Kittle game. We got the McCaffrey game. We've had all of them. What if 3 of those guys have a game?
That'd be nuts. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that could come at some point, and that wouldn't shock me at all if there was a game here where, maybe it's the Cardinals or maybe it's the Commanders late in the year and they're just kind of out of it, or whatever. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be this week.
Okay.
The Browns defense is so good up front. And I know the Cowboys are good up front, but Myles Garrett's a little different.
Oh, he's awesome.
He is like Micah Parsons is an undersized edge rusher when they have him playing on the edge, because he's a linebacker. He played linebacker in college, but he's an awesome edge rusher, so they put him there.
Yep.
Myles Garrett was built in a lab to rush the passer. Yeah. His production, I'm not going to go through all the numbers because numbers are boring, but basically his statistical production is near the top of the league. And the number of times he rushes the passer, is actually on the field and rushes the passer, gets after the quarterback, is like middle of the road. His production in his number of snaps is crazy. And then you add Zadarius Smith on the other side. He's a very good player. Maurice Hurst, Raiders legend, Niners legend, having a really good year for them on the interior. And then Jim Schwartz, the Browns defensive coordinator, is 7-1 against Kyle Shanahan.
Oh,
the 2016 year, where the Falcons scored 1 million points and Matt Ryan was the MVP. Falcons, against a Jim Schwartz defense, scored 15 points. They had 11 first downs. They went 2 for 11 on third down. It was the only time, I think it's the only time they scored fewer than 24 all season.
Every time I hear Jim Schwartz's name, I think of Spaceballs. Spaceballs, the movie.
I thought you were going to say the handshake with Jim Harbaugh in 2011 in Detroit, but no.
May the Schwartz be with you.
We're going Spaceballs.
We are going Spaceballs. Sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, first of all, don't ever feel like you can't do numbers here. You can say numbers here. I like when you dig into the numbers a little bit, especially like 7-1 against Kyle Shanahan. That's impressive.
Yeah. So, that wasn't for like you. It's if I start going, well, he has 23 pressures, which is tied for 8th in the league, but here are the 4 players he's tied with, and here's how many pass rushes they have, and here's where Aiden Hutchinson is, here's how many pass rushes he has. That's just like a lot of numbers.
You're going to go Faraz Siddiqui on us.
I go
That's what you're
full
saying.
Faraz coming up at 10:30.
Nobody goes full Faraz.
No, you never want to do that. The Browns defense is really good. Grant Delpit, who's another player, is a safety for them. Very good in coverage, both deep and down near the line of scrimmage. This just feels like a game where the Browns are going to be able to get some pressure with 4, and Brock Purdy's going to make a couple mistakes that he's been able to avoid this year.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a game where Brock Purdy's going to have to show up. This is a game where he's going to have to not make mistakes, where he's going to be under pressure, and you know that it's coming. And how does he deal with it? How does he deal with Myles Garrett? How do the 49ers offensive line deal with it?
Yep.
Can they game plan around this? Can they be chippy? Can they figure out a way to be impactful?
Yep. Yeah. It's all their defense, though. The Browns offense, I don't think, is going to be an issue. We'll talk about that coming up in a bit. But on the other side of the break, Damian Barling, on the other side of the break that we have coming up, Faraz Siddiqi, Fantasy Friday. Send us your questions now at YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you have a starter sit, if you want to know who to pick up on waivers, ask us now in the YouTube chat. We'll get to all the questions, all of your questions that we possibly can with Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy. That's coming up next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
There's Faraz. What's up, Faraz?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Yeah. Good. I just made a Spaceballs reference and totally threw Kyle off. Just completely threw him off.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I never watched it.
You've never seen Spaceballs?
Nope.
Oh, man. Come on.
Come on. Kyle, has Kyle never seen it either? Or did
Kyle,
you
have you seen it?
not get the reference?
No, well, he started talking about Jim Schwartz, and every time I think of Jim Schwartz, I think, "May the Schwartz be with you." Like it's a Spaceballs reference.
Is that a reference? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I have not seen Spaceballs. I love Mel Brooks, but I've never sat down and watched Spaceballs start to finish.
Spaceballs is incredible.
You don't get to make that face. I have told you I haven't seen movies.
This is horrible.
I've told you.
I haven't seen it either. So
are you a movie guy though for us?
Yeah, good ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a good one. I mean, if you want a good laugh. Yeah. Mel Brooks, classic old, and Mel Brooks is still alive. He's like 98.
He is a marvel of a person.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
I'll get dialed into Spaceballs at some point here.
Yeah.
It still holds up? It still holds up?
Spaceballs?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It does?
Yeah,
Okay,
see, I think for you two, this is probably the answer right here. That's right. Can you see that?
Spaceballs this weekend? Yeah, I can see that. Maybe a little 20 mg and some Spaceballs. I can see that. I see that happening.
20? Oh my God.
That's I mean, that's a lot. Is that too little? Or is that too much?
10, dog.
You maxed out at 10.
Oh, okay. I got you. No, that makes sense. I was trying to get a little crazy, you know.
But I'm with
you.
I did 20 on accident once and watched. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Encanto, a Disney movie.
Oh yeah,
dude, I watched it a bajillion times. I have 2 girls, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. So Encanto, I'm a big Disney dork, so love Encanto. And my wife and I are sitting there watching it, and at the end, spoiler alert, everybody. At the end when the townspeople come to help rebuild.
Yeah.
My brain for the first time connected the symmetry between that and then when Abuela first got the miracle first came.
Yep.
And all the townspeople came to help her.
Yep.
That connection happened in my mind, dude. I sobbed. Like not a little tear. I could not explain to my wife why I was crying because I was crying so hard.
Later we can explain.
Dude, I am just like
it was the 20.
Dude, these Disney movies, like, sometimes they get you in your feelings, man. Like, and it is what it is, dude. Yeah, it is what it is. You know when I started getting emotional, we're on an Elemental kick right now, so we've been watching Elemental like nonstop. No spoilers. Okay, gotcha. But like, there's a really good song in that movie. And then like whenever the song comes on, and like, I'm watching it with my daughters. So it's just like, I can't watch this movie, guys. I can't. Like, I gotta get out of the room. Otherwise I'm gonna start bawling.
That's awesome.
Oh man. Yeah, maybe I'll try it again because I don't think Spaceballs will make me cry.
No, it won't
I
make
also
it.
just got,
go ahead.
I just got the thumbs up from my wife who listens. Shout out to my wife Heather.
There you go. There you go. Nice.
Said
Did you guys watch? You guys need to watch Elemental. It's good.
She said she will do some edibles and watch Spaceballs with me.
Yes.
Come on. It's on the list, baby.
I'm a mom.
Hang on. Dude, we have a radio show to do. Be professional. Okay, here we go. We're live. It's a Friday. That means it's a Fantasy Friday. Our guy Faraz Siddiqi from Upper Hand Fantasy in the building on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Faraz, what's going on, my man?
What's up? Going into week 6. I'm excited. A lot of injuries this week, man. A lot of guys going on IR and all that. But you know what? That's early in the week. Hopefully we'll get some good football. But it is kind of sad. It's a little sad week in fantasy football, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. I want to get to the injuries and possible replacements. Of course, we'll have our listener questions for you. But the first thing for me, are you worried about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense at this point?
Why are you stealing my question, Kyle?
Oh, my bad. Hey, James, you ask. My bad. Faraz, ignore that. James, you ask the first question.
Faraz, my fantasy team is a wreck because Patrick Mahomes is out there playing like Russell Wilson. What do I do, Faraz?
Hey, man, nobody told you to pick your quarterback earlier, right? That was your decision and your decision only. Okay.
That led me to 3 rings in 5 years. But go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said. That was uncalled for. I'm sorry, Mr. Champion. I would, it's funny. I was just talking about this on our show earlier today. I was just like, it's funny how like Isaiah Pacheco is like the cog in this offense at this point, right? Like they have to depend on the run game to get anything going. And, they have Kelsey. What are they going to do when Kelsey retires? Are they just going to continue to not have weapons for Patrick Mahomes? Like none of these guys are on the field enough. He's not targeting them. He's not using them. And it's going to catch up. It's almost like what are they trying to prove? That Patrick Mahomes is like the best, he could get it done no matter what. Like, it's not worth it, man. So it is concerning a little bit. Now, this is a division matchup on a short week, so, you would have I expected them to drop 40 points in the Broncos, right? The Jets beat them last week, for God's sake. So, yeah, I'm not overly worried though. He'll be fine. But yeah, no, I'm with you, man. Like there are going to be other quarterbacks who are going to finish above Patrick Mahomes this year, most likely.
Devon A-Chain, one of the breakout stars of the year, as we talk with Faraz Siddiqi. Upper Hand Fantasy. It's an Odyssey podcast. Check that out wherever you get your pods, and on the free Odyssey app, of course, is where you can find it. Faraz, Devon A-Chain, one of the stories of the year. He's now out with a knee injury. You figure Raheem Mostert is going to get a lion's share of the carries. I think he's still tied for the league lead in total touchdowns with 8. Mostert is. Is there anybody else in the Dolphins backfield that you're maybe either stashing or starting this week?
Yeah, they activated Jeff Wilson, off, into his 21-day practice window, and that's good news, right? And I know a lot of 49ers fans, listening to this, and it sounds like I'm talking about the 49ers a couple years ago, right? With Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert, but yeah, no, I think we don't know what his status is going to be. He got in a few limited practices in this week. His running back coach said that he looks like he's good to go. However, the first week back, I'm a little bit of a risky start. If you need a desperate play and Jeff Wilson's active, I think it's okay to do that. He is a decent flex play, but I don't have huge expectations there, and I want to temper my expectations too. But it's more of a stash, right? I think next week, week 7, could be a week where I'm assuming they're not on bye. I haven't checked the schedule, but the following week, I would say that Jeff Wilson can come back, become the 1B in this backfield. Listen, last year when they traded for Jeff Wilson, he became the 1A in this backfield relatively quickly over Raheem Mostert. I'm not saying it's going to happen this year because Mostert has looked really good, but I think this is going to continue to be a 1A 1B situation once Wilson gets right.
So Wilson, like all he does is score touchdowns. Like it's crazy because we watched him with the 49ers. Absolutely spectacular. I want to shift gears a little bit though. The other big injury this week is of course Jefferson for the Vikings. How do they make up for this? And when you're looking at the season that Kirk Cousins has had, because he's been really good fantasy wise, they just haven't strung together wins. What are they 1-4 on the season?
Yeah, 1-4.
But like, how do they make up for this? And does this open the door for young receiver like Addison to step in and like be a star, or are we still kind of like trying to figure out what's going to happen here?
Yeah, this does open the door for the Jets to trade for Kirk Cousins. It does. You're absolutely right about that. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what you asked, but that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that the Vikings lose this week so the Jets can swoop in and save their season. Aaron Rodgers already apparently healed from his Achilles injury, already walking around and all that. Like he's I don't know what's going on there. But anyway,
Jumping jacks and everything. Yeah, good for him.
Quite the. I digress a little bit. I don't think this Vikings offense is going to be the pass-heavy offense that we've seen, right, over the first, 5 weeks of the season, right? The reason why they're so pass-heavy is because they have Justin Jefferson, okay? They're not going to go as pass-heavy. I think they become a lot more balanced. I think they run the ball more. This particular week is a good matchup for these running backs, so I do think that's what they end up doing. They brought in Cam Akers. He could get some work. Alexander Madison leading the way. So I think he gets a little bit of an upgrade here, actually, because I think there's more of a guarantee that these running backs do get work. Now, I don't think, I can't tell you right now that Jordan Addison is just going to step right in, and be the alpha on this offense, right? Because he has not necessarily, commanded a level of target share and the type of production that you would expect as the number 2 next to Justin Jefferson on a pass first offense, actually the pass heavy offense, right? So I still have him ranked as a high end wide receiver 3 this week. He did get a little bit of an upgrade, but I want to see that he's going to command that 25% plus target share that we haven't seen yet, right? Will he do that? I don't think he just it's automatically assumed that he's going to have. Now, I love him as a talent, and he has broken a bunch of big plays this year. He's already been fantasy relevant without running too many routes, also without having a huge target share. But that target share is going to be really the thing that determines whether we can, rank him as a solid wide receiver 2 week in and week out without Justin Jefferson.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey podcast. Check it out wherever you get your pods. Hey, Faraz, another big injury this week is Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson. He has been ruled out for Sunday's game against the 49ers. I don't necessarily want to ask about starting or sitting Watson. Are you fading Cleveland's position guys with PJ Walker starting?
Yeah, I am. I mean, Amari Cooper, I would love to play him as a wide receiver 2 against the 49ers because that back end has been giving up fantasy points to wide receivers. But with PJ Walker, as a quarterback, I don't want to, the way that the 49ers made Dallas look last week would worry me about how they would make PJ Walker look this week. And that's my concern. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and say just bench Amari Cooper straight out. I think he still ranks as a top 36 wide receiver and just at a top 24 where he would normally be. So he does get a downgrade. But yes, I am fading. Obviously, Elijah Moore, not playing him at all. Don't trust that situation. So yeah, I'm definitely fading those guys. Even guys like Jerome Ford, guys in that backfield. I just kind of want to fade that entire. I'm looking. I saw the over under on this game. I think it's sitting at 36.
Oh my god!
As a total.
Oh,
okay. Yeah,
weather could be a factor, I guess.
Whoa!
Yes, but dude, that's crazy. That's a crazy line right there.
We're here with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. Let's go to the chat question. Soren Smith needs to start 2 between Waddle, DJ Moore, Mike Evans. Already have Keenan Allen starting. It's pretty solid wide receiving core, but where are you at with this?
After the last couple of weeks, there's no way you could bench DJ Moore, right? And on top of that, he's going up against the Vikings, one of the best fantasy, the best defenses that you want to face if you're a wide receiver, right? So DJ Moore is in, right? There's no way you could bench him. Mike Evans, according to Todd Bowles, they're his head coach, he's a full go for this weekend. Those are his words. So if he's not a full go and he doesn't run and he's, limited in the game and he doesn't actually run, he's a part-time player, that means Todd Bowles was lying Okay, so I'm going to assume that he's not lying here. And I'm going to take the Mike Evans that we saw in the first few weeks of the season being Baker Mayfield's favorite target. And I'm going to go with Mike Evans. Now, Jalen Waddle, at some point, he's going to pop off, but A, he's not getting the target share, and B, he's not being as efficient as he was on his catches like he was last year. Will this be the game? Who knows? Cleveland has been pretty stingy against receivers for fantasy. So I'm thinking I'm going to go Evans and DJ Moore here.
All right, very good. Starter sit question for you. Are you starting or sitting Jonathan Taylor?
Man, this is like, this is going to be one of the most confusing things going into this week, right? Like last week, I thought it was relatively straightforward, right? With JT coming back, you want to limit it a little bit, but who knew that Zach Moss was going to see 80% of snaps, wow. 20 plus touches, right? We did not expect that. Now, this week, I think Jonathan Taylor said it himself that this week is his real full week of practice, he called it his real week of practice here. So I do think that I don't think Zach Moss is just going to completely take a seat, right? I think it's going to be potentially a 50-50 split while Jonathan Taylor continues to ramp up. And hopefully by next week, he could take it all. But Zach Moss has been playing well, right? So I think JT is probably going to be an RB2 start for me. Low-end RB2 with some upside, but obviously very risky. He's somewhere in between. I can't say he's a start or he's a sit, but, he's like a low-end RB2 for me this week.
Faraz, when you're sitting down and you're mapping out your Sunday to watch what games you're going to watch, I know you watch the Jets. We get that, but outside of that,
I don't.
You don't watch. Well, I don't blame you for not watching the Jets. Yeah. I don't we're blessed here. We get to watch the team that we get to watch the Niners. Like it's on TV all the time, but it's also the team that you want to watch.
I just really love watching CJ Uzomah work, man.
Yeah, but. I was gonna one of the games of the week for me, especially fantasy wise, is this Seattle and Bengals game. It's packed with fantasy players, and is that one of those games where you're like, man, I really want to see how this thing plays out fantasy wise? Like you want it, whether it's a great game or not. Like we have no idea, but it should be fun to watch.
100%. I think, Vegas thinks this is going to be a close game, just a 3-point spread. And yeah, the Seahawks are giving up the most fantasy points to wide receivers. So with T. Higgins coming back, right? Jamar Chase, obviously being Jamar Chase, finally was able to rank him as a top 5 fantasy wide receiver this week. I liked what I saw out of Joe Burrow. Let's hope I'm still, not buying in 100%. I'm maybe 75% of the way there now. But I'm hoping that he can put 2 weeks in a row, string those together, have 2 good weeks, because we want to see it, man. We want to see Jamar Chase doing his thing. We want to see T. Higgins doing his thing. He should be coming back this week off of that rib injury. So we could see a big week here. And also, on the other side of the ball, the Bengals have been really vulnerable to running backs this year. They're like top 6 or top 7 in the most rushing yards given up to running backs this year. So I think Kenneth Walker can have a huge day. So, like you said, man, there's a lot of fantasy implications in this game for sure.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy is where you can find his work. I'm going to rapid fire a couple here with you because it's just pick one of these two, and I'm going to give you 3 in a row here. Jalen Waddle or AJ Brown?
AJ Brown.
Okay. Lamar Jackson or Justin Fields? Fields playing well lately.
Tough. I lean Lamar just by a hair.
Okay. And what about CJ Stroud or Matt Stafford?
I lean Matt Stafford by a hair.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to rip through because we tell people that we can take their questions, and I feel like I never get to them. So I'm doing
listen, man, I'm down to go through a bunch of more. It's up to you. It's up to you guys, man. You know what I'm saying? However you want to do it.
Yeah, we've got. How about Gibbs or Breece Hall this week?
I don't even know if Gibbs is going to play this week, but I'm going to go Breece regardless.
Yeah, he's coming along, isn't he?
Oh yeah, unleashed.
Yeah, he's starting to look really good.
You got to pick 3 of Travis Etienne, Raheem Mostert, Kenneth Walker III, or Jonathan Taylor.
Well, you got 3 guys who are pretty sure things. I'm going to bench Taylor here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the move. Kyle Pitts or Hunter Henry, and then once you answer that, what do you do with Kyle Pitts long term?
Well, okay. So in Dynasty, you're hoping that eventually Arthur Smith gets fired. Kyle, but for this question, this question here, I'm going Kyle Pitts. He showed some life last week, right? And Desmond Ridder definitely plays much better at home. They're playing at home against this week. And it's funny, man. Jonnu Smith has been out producing all of these receivers on this team, including Drake London, which is absolutely insane to believe. But Kyle Pitts, I would go Kyle Pitts this week. The Patriots offense, man, like I don't know what's going on there, but they need to get it together.
Okay, let's keep going with this. We've got Montgomery or Alexander Madison.
The Lions have shown that they have zero issues with giving Montgomery giant workloads, right? And Jahmyr Gibbs being banged up, I think this is Montgomery all the way.
Yeah, I would agree. How about Garrett Wilson or Chris Olave?
I think let's go Olave here. He's coming off the toe injury, but he practiced in full. Derek Carr finally practiced in full, so I think we're going to see this connection back pretty strong. I'm going Olave.
Olave's kind of been all over the board this season. He's tough. He's tough to start.
What about, I think Logan Thomas is a fascinating story just because he's a quarterback at Virginia Tech and then he bounces around as a tight end in the NFL. And now he just kind of is a pretty consistently productive tight end for the Commanders. I think isn't he a top 10 tight end this year?
I know he was a top 10 tight end last week, but he's been out, with the concussion. Yeah, last week he definitely was. Yeah. He had a good week last week. And of course, the Commanders, they have to make sure that Logan Thomas is staying involved, right? When they have Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson there as well, right? Like you just got to get Logan Thomas's targets. Everyone who has Terry McLaurin, everyone who has Jahan Dotson is trying to figure out what are they doing over there. Eric Bieniemy coming over. It's like, we thought that he would do the right thing here, and he's just not getting the right playmakers involved. But anyway, I digress. There's another question here. Yeah, go ahead.
As long term, if you're in a keeper league or maybe a dynasty league, are you hanging on to Logan Thomas over a guy like Darren Waller?
Oh yeah, I think so. Logan Thomas is also an older tight end as well, right? Like, and he has a lot of injury concerns. Like he also has a tight end behind him in Cole Turner, who is a pretty up and coming young tight end who will probably dethrone him next year. So yeah, I think I'm still sticking with Darren Waller this week. Though I am going Darren Waller over Logan Thomas. He seemed like he got a limited practice in finally, so that's good. And Darren Waller, I know that Daniel Jones isn't playing this week, but once Daniel Jones left the game last week and Tyrod Taylor came in, he still targeted Darren Waller at a 30% target share. So at least we know that his backup will target Darren Waller if needed.
Here's a good question with Connor going on the IR. Like, what do you see is their backup going to be able to step up and be an RB1?
I don't think so. But he has some juice for sure. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about everyone picking up, Demercado, and Keontae Ingram is still listed as the RB1 on the depth chart. I personally think that Ingram isn't like this talented guy. Demercado at least has shown some juice. Like Demercado has shown more juice in like 5 plays last week than Ingram has in his short career. So I think there is a good chance that even though Ingram might start this game, I think Demercado is going to be the guy that you want. It's kind of like a similar situation in Denver with Jaleel McLaughlin. Like you saw, he has the juice. And last night, Samaje Perine didn't get 1 carry. Okay, so this is just what happens, right? Like these guys who Samaje Perine started out the season as the RB2, but the more talented guys, the guys with the juice, they're gonna be the ones on the field. And he looked good last week, so I think he's gonna end up being the guy here in the Cardinals' backfield.
It's Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqi here from Upper Hand Fantasy. Puka Nacua or DK Metcalf is a question that came up in the YouTube chat, and I'm interested in your choice there. And then B, are you maybe looking to trade Puka Nacua at this point in a redraft league, or are you keeping him and not maybe trying to sell high?
I think the moment to sell high kind of passed us a little bit. At this point, I think his production is going to be relatively stable. To be honest with you, I think that there's plenty of room for 2 wide receivers to thrive in this. I have him ranked as my wide receiver 10 for the week. DK is like 16 or 17. So I'm going Puka here. I think that at this point, like you could definitely trade him for sure, but there's nothing about his production and his usage, even with Kupp back last week. Kupp didn't play a part-time role, guys. He played a full-time role. He played his role, was on the field. Puka ran 1 more route than Kupp did last week. And, they're going to be just fine coexisting with each other. And yeah, man, like this week, especially like the Cardinals Like, the Cardinals have given up the second most fantasy points to perimeter wide receivers over the last 4 weeks of the season.
Jeez.
So Puka is just going to potentially go off this week as well.
I love it.
Not trading him just yet.
I'm not trading him just yet either. I'm going to ask this question because it's more because I want to pull Brian up, and then we need to get Brian to a gambling 1-800 number just to make sure he's okay. Baker or Gardner Minshew and DFS. Brian, if you are making this decision, we need to talk. We need to have some heart-to-hearts here about your decisions in life. But go ahead.
Oh man, that's funny. I'm going with Gardner here. I think it's a good matchup against Jacksonville. He has better weapons. They played the Colts earlier this year. They played relatively well against them, and so did their number one receiver. Calvin really had a really good day. So if you're going for the stack, I would probably not choose Christian Kirk with this stack because, first of all, Kirk didn't play super well against the Colts. Number two, this is a zone heavy defense, so that leans more in the favor of Calvin Ridley than Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk is more that man guy those are the type of defense that they played over the last few games. So I'll go with Ridley. I mean, the sneaky stack is Gardner Minshew and Evan Ingram, right? That would be the sneaky stack that I kind of like as well. So but yeah, between these two guys, I'm going with Minshew mania.
Jimmy Garoppolo, a popular name out in these parts. Struggling a little bit this year, but Jacoby Myers having a big season for the Raiders. Are you starting him this week over DeAndre Hopkins?
Hell yeah. I had Myers last week going into I had him go as my wide receiver like 14 last week. He was like a high, almost borderline wide receiver 1 for me. That worked out, and I have him somewhere similar this week. I think and also it's the revenge game. They replaced Juju. They replaced Jacoby with Juju for the same amount of money. Come on. When they asked Jacoby what happened, he's like, I wanted to stay. I don't know why they didn't want to keep me. So come on. You don't think he's going to want to like have a big game here? Yeah, he's going to get fed. Jimmy G's going to give it to him. And also, he like if you look at the course of the season, in the starts that in Jimmy G's starts this year, Jacoby Myers is wide receiver 7 on the year in fantasy points per game in PPR. Okay, so he's been a wide receiver 1. So yeah, he's someone that I want in my lineup every single week until further notice.
Okay. We can't keep you all day. We would like to because this is always fun. I love doing this. But what are your Jets going to do with this quarterback situation? You mentioned the Kirk Cousins thing. Like I think the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo. He just makes sense because of Robert Saleh being there and like fitting right in. Yeah, I think you take anybody at this point. Take Gardner Minshew. At this point. Yeah. There's all kinds of. You would take either one of those. Baker, you take Baker too. Yeah, I mean, how many quarterbacks would you take? We can play that game. But what's going to happen there? Like, we're still waiting for the other shoe to drop because it feels like the Jets aren't out of it, and their season is going to sink if they don't make a move quickly.
Yeah, they have to. I thought that Zach showed, it looked pretty good against the Chiefs, a couple of weeks ago in prime time. And, I thought that could carry over a little bit. And, he didn't play terribly against the Broncos. I thought he could play a little bit better. It was all Breece Hall, right, last week against Denver. And he's going to have to continue to carry this team. But 100%, like, we need to make a move for somebody. Okay, give us we'll take Jacoby Brissett. We will take Kirk Cousins obviously would be the main target. I want the Vikings to lose this week because if you're sitting at 1-5, Justin Jefferson's not even there. You're not doing nothing. He's in his last, he's on his last year of his deal. You're not extending him. He's not the quarterback of your future. Just tank the season and give us Kirk Cousins, please.
10 seconds here for Faraz. Last question. I'm not sure if this person is in on the bit or if they don't know. Who do you like, Dallas or Detroit's defense this week?
I'm going Dallas.
You just answered. I thought you were going to rant about defenses again. No, that's great. Faraz hates defense. He didn't know. He plays no defense fantasy. Faraz, you've been terrific as always. Upper Hand Fantasy. That's an Odyssey podcast. You can get it on the free Odyssey app as well as wherever you get your pods. Faraz, awesome stuff as always. Can't wait to talk to you next week.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Faraz Siddiqi. That wraps up our Fantasy Friday segment. We have more Week 6 NFL action to get to. I talked a lot about reasons the 49ers 49ers might be in trouble this week, but I still think they're going to win. We'll talk about why on the other side. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Sweet. We're clear, right? Thanks, man.
Thanks, dude.
Always great having you, dude. We have a good time here.
Yeah, hell yeah, awesome. I do as well. I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend, all right?
Yeah, you too. Watch Baseballs. Yeah. Watch with the kids.
I will. I promise. Right. See you guys. Bye.
Yeah. I'm going to grill him on Spaceballs trivia next week.
I mean, it's one of the classics. Like when he who is he calling a liar there? I almost pulled out a Princess Bride reference. Liar! I'm not a wench. I'm your wife. See? Michigan Wolverines, you missed the segment?
You son of a...
This is a segment where Brian asked the really, really close to Gamblers Anonymous question about DFS with quarterbacks.
Nothing wrong with DFS.
Oh, there's nothing wrong, but if you're choosing between Baker and Gardner.
Oh, I see.
You got a Baker, you got a Gardner. Something's wrong there.
Unless you're trying to go cheap at quarterback.
I guess. Frank Anwar, I totally agree. Faraz Siddiqi is a cool dude. He's someone that you'd want to sit at a bar and share, have a cocktail with and talk fantasy football.
Smoke a joint with him.
There it is. Kyle. Kyle. You should not say such things.
That's illegal. Come on.
There's a stream going, Kyle. The children, Kyle. The children.
If you can talk about drinking a beer with him.
I guess. No, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking more like a whiskey, like an old fashioned.
I do love an old fashioned.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, what I'm going to not do today as we begin the second hour is hit a rejoiner over the second hour legal.
That's awesome.
I'm so good at my job. I'm sorry, Dave. I promise I will watch it. But also, Spaceballs isn't even a top 10 egregious movie that I haven't seen. So,
this is a really good question. I wish we would have had Faraz answer this. I don't love Lamar Jackson, but it depends on your scoring. So if you give...
Oh, hang on. 10 seconds.
All right.
You can answer it coming out.
All right.
I'll set you up. Here we go. Hour number 2. I'm Kyle. That's James. Week 6 of the NFL coming up. We had some Kings talk coming up as well with the Kings' third preseason game against the Golden State Warriors. That's happening on Sunday. The 49ers face the Browns on Sunday. Before we get into 49ers Browns, though, Fantasy Friday is going to continue with James Ham filling in for Faraz Siddiqi. James.
Yeah. Okay. So Michigan Wolverine asked, I'm in a tough... We should do the caller, where you do the radio shows where they send in the, hey, should I call my boyfriend or not? I'm in a tough situation, Kyle. Do I start Lamar over in London versus Tennessee or Goff at Tampa?
Just like a misconnection.
Yeah, I am definitely for me. I was never a Goff guy coming into this season. He was fun last year. I would take him in Tampa right now over Lamar because number one, the time situation is ridiculous, and we've seen the Ravens have problems with the time before. Harbaugh even talked about that, and I think they're going over earlier. But it's really difficult that they're playing a full 8 hours ahead or at least 5 hours ahead of what they would normally play.
Mm-hmm.
Goff has been a better passer this year, and that's where I would go. That's just my own personal, but if I'm wrong, don't blame me.
I'm going to answer, but if I'm wrong, it's not my fault.
That's right.
I agree with you, though. I think Tennessee's going to have a little something for Lamar. And after watching Lamar's receivers drop, 8 passes last week, including a couple of touchdowns, I'm fading that. And I'm going to ride the Lions train with Jared Goff.
Yeah, for right now. Yeah, you got a lot of
it's
talent.
Just for this week. I'm not saying I'd take Jared Goff for the next 10 years.
Yeah, but they have their young wide receiver that might end up finding his way back into the mix after his suspension and stuff. Just gives him another element.
Sure.
So I like their offense.
Yeah. The 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned earlier that the Browns pose all sorts of problems with their defense and with their defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz. They have, I believe to this point, they've been the best defense in the league. But they've allowed 60 points, but 14 of those came via fumble and interception returns for touchdowns.
Oh.
So their offense has allowed 14 of the 60 points that the Browns have given up this year. Pretty nuts.
So 46 points.
Yeah. Which is good.
Solid.
Not bad.
Solid for 4 games.
So the issue for Cleveland this year, though, and the reason I think the 49ers are still going to win is the Browns are a plus 16 this season, and they've only given up 60. And they're only a plus 16. That means they've scored 76. That's not great.
That's not
great.
And
that was with Deshaun Watson, their starting quarterback. Not that Deshaun Watson has been playing well. He hasn't. But now they're turning the ball over to PJ Walker, who is a veteran, a little bit of a journeyman. I think he's 4-3 in 7 starts with a 55% completion percentage. And he has 5 touchdowns with 11 interceptions. And he's a fun quarterback to put in. If you're a fan, you probably want to watch him instead of Dorian Thompson-Robinson at this point. But it's also a guy with 7 career starts, and he's only won 4 of them, and he's completing just about half of his passes with twice as many interceptions as touchdowns, facing what is also a very good 49ers defense. The Browns are also not going to have Joe Bitonio, their offensive guard, who's one of the best offensive linemen in the league. He's also out dealing with a leg injury.
Well, that and I mean, they lost their star running back in week 1 as well.
Yeah,
right?
Nick Chubb's out.
Yeah, so I mean, you have to keep adding that to it. I guess week 2 he blew his knee out, right? Yeah, so that's it. That's a big deal. Like they are missing their 2 best offensive players, pretty much, and they weren't good offensively. I don't think before that. So really, this is going to be sort of who enforces their will. Like if the Browns defense is all over Purdy, maybe they have some problems, but I don't see it. The quarterback, their young quarterback is going to make a mistake or 2.
Yeah.
He is. And so I don't think that the game will turn on that, and that will be the reason they lost, but it's going to be really difficult because it's not like the Niners don't have a great defense as well.
Right. They do.
They have a great defense who, when they're looking over there and it's not Deshaun Watson, they're going to be like, okay, game on. Like, let's send Greenlaw, although Greenlaw might be questionable, right?
Yeah, he missed practice yesterday with a hamstring injury. He rested Wednesday. He sat out practice. He was resting.
Okay.
And then Thursday was out with a hamstring injury.
Maybe he was resting a hamstring and they didn't want to say.
Well, they would have had. You have to, but I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe they went, his hamstring's a little tweaked. We'll call it a rest day and then see how it feels tomorrow.
Yeah, it's possible it was just sore one day, and then once the soreness, like you could reassess. Yeah. You're like, oh, this might be an issue.
I think even if it's just sore, you still have to designate it by rule.
Hamstring soreness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, but anyways, it's fine. The 49ers, depending on the book you were looking at, were favored by 5 or 5.5.
Yep.
That line jumped up to 9.5 or 10, again, depending on the book you're looking at. So Vegas thinks the 49ers are going to win by a lot. You mentioned earlier the Niners looking across and seeing PJ Walker and their defense kind of using that to lock in and say, hey, let's try and go pitch a shutout. And I think that's going to be an important part of Sunday. Because if they go in with the mindset of, we watched this 2 years ago, we watched the 49ers beat the Bears in Chicago and played pretty well. And then they went in the next week, and Kyler Murray's hurt. So they're going to see Colt McCoy at Levi Stadium. Colt McCoy and the Cardinals go hang a 31 spot on a very good 49ers defense. 31 points. They beat them 31-17, I think was the final. The Niners turned it over a couple times. They looked disjointed on offense. Their defense never looked dialed in. And there's a chance on Sunday that becomes a problem, where offensively they're a little bit disjointed because of what Cleveland's doing to them defensively. And then on the defensive side, Niners defense goes, okay, throw your helmet on the field and try and go, win. And all of a sudden you wind up, there's 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter and it's 10-6. The Browns are ahead with the ball and 10 minutes left.
Okay. I mean, all things are possible. And, but I'm starting to look at this season through that weird lens that Mike Florio threw out for us early in the season. Are the San Francisco 49ers a team of destiny?
Oh,
and the reason why I say this, Kyle, is because you start getting into the meat of your schedule. You start getting, game 6, game 7, game 8, like sort of the point in the schedule where you need to pull away, you need to get some separation. And all of a sudden we're starting to see the injury bug hit the opposing team. And so now we're looking at Watson out. We're looking at Chubb out. So they're 2 best players. And of course, Chubb's been out. But this is one of those moments where, like, how can the Browns muster enough points to beat a 49ers offense that's scored 30 every week for the last 9 weeks?
So that's just it. Is even if the Niners don't score 30, which again, I don't think they're going to, but even if they score 20, are the Browns putting up 21?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
But, to further the point, we're already looking at like the week 7 opponent, right? For the Niners is Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they're already down Justin Jefferson and could be ready to blow it up because the trade deadline right, is coming up.
This goes back to week 2 was the Rams, no Cooper Kupp. Week 3, you get the Giants, no Saquon Barkley. Week 4, it's the Cardinals with no Kyler Murray.
So you're saying they've played no one. That's what
they
you're saying.
They haven't played anybody. Week 5 was Dallas. What was Dallas's big injury?
Well, their big problem is they did have all their players.
Dallas's big issue is that Mike McCarthy's their head coach still.
Yep.
So they were dealing with that. And now no Deshaun Watson. And again, not that he's great, but he's certainly better than PJ Walker. And he certainly poses a bigger threat.
Yeah.
And their offense does. And then, like you said, looking ahead to next week, they're not going to see Justin Jefferson. They've gotten the Niners are very good, but they have also gotten very lucky. I think they still win all those games if all those players have played.
Yeah.
But your schedule looks a lot easier and you start to look a lot more dominant when teams are missing their first and or second best players.
Well, yeah. And this is why I asked the team of destiny thing, because in order to be a team of destiny, this is how things start to lay out. All of a sudden you start playing a bunch of teams without star players.
Yeah.
And like, what do you look like against that team without star players?
And on that same token, knock on wood, the 49ers have been exceedingly healthy.
Yes.
They've not had, if Dre Greenlaw misses this game, Brandon Ayuk missed a game with the shoulder injury on Thursday night. But if Dre Greenlaw misses this game, it'll be the first, major kind of defensive absence that they've had. So it could, that's the kind of thing that you can't predict necessarily, but they have been very fortunate from an injury standpoint on both sides.
Yeah, I agree. You're starting to look at them a little bit like the Kings of last season, where they didn't have injuries, and you're like, okay,
yeah, or at least guys just with the Kings last season, and then with the 49ers and every NFL team, guys dealing with injuries that are keeping them out.
Yeah,
everybody's banged up and a little bit bruised. Hey, coming up this weekend, right here on ESPN 1320, we have a ton of play-by-play for you coming up. So Sacramento State is at Northern Colorado, not Northern California. They're at Northern Colorado.
Good work.
I mistyped that. That's at 11:30 a.m. right here as Sac State looks to stay in the win column. They face the Northern Colorado Bears, who I don't believe have a win. I think they're 0-5. So Sac State should be able to go get a W in that one. And then Sunday, we have a ton of NFL football for you. We have that Ravens and Titans game that we talked about at the top of this segment. That's at 6 a.m. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. That game's live in London. And then at 12:30, we'll have Patriots at Raiders for you right here on ESPN 1320. And then at 4:30 p.m., it is the Giants at the Bills on Sunday Night Football.
We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff to watch.
I'm fired up, man. At least that's when coverage starts for all those games. Really, really can't wait for week 6 of this NFL season. We got to hit a break. On the other side, the NFL not the only thing going on this weekend. The Kings have their 3rd preseason game. What are we looking for? We'll talk about that on the other side. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Damien loves it. Take me to the other side.
Oh, did I say on the other side?
Twice.
Oh, boy.
Twice. I mean,
it's just the other side of the break.
3 times today, but twice in that moment. Hello, friends. How are we doing? I fully love the Faraz Siddiqi segment because it totally lets us engage with all of you. It's cool. Leezy, we know AJ Brown is your other receiver. We know because you traded Christian McCaffrey for him. Never gonna forget. Never gonna forget, Leezy. Oh yeah, Brian Kivett. Good point. Diggs for Dallas was out against the 49ers.
Trevon Diggs, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah. Easy and Pittman. Yeah, it's funny you brought up. Somebody brought up the Kyle Pitts thing. You know, it's been really good there. It's not Drake London because I have him.
Mm-hmm.
It's although he has come around. It's Jonnu Smith, which has been surprisingly good as a fantasy football tight end.
Big Jonnu Smith guy.
Well, I know this because my tight end situation has not improved throughout the season, and it's god awful. And so every week I have to look at who I should pick up. This week I picked up Dalton Schultz. I don't know. He's coming off back-to-back good weeks. I'm kicking myself that I didn't listen to the great Faraz Siddiqi and draft Sam Laporta, who in my fantasy league is number 2 amongst all tight ends. 289 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I went to Florida Atlantic, I believe. Big Delaney Walker vibes with Jonnu Smith.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Florida International, Florida FIU, not FAU. I'm going to quit.
Okay, so Jonnu has 21 catches for 246 yards on the season.
Does Kyle Pitts have 21 for 246 in his career?
I don't know.
I'm joking. He had 1,000 yards his rookie year.
Yeah. It got so bad we had to pick up. Oh, there's Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts has 18 for 208.
Yeah, Arthur Smith is the new Kyle Shanahan. Oh, here we go. Hey, 10 seconds. Board's hot. Put that on a shirt. Almost at the post that time. I didn't. That's fine. I'm Kyle. He's James. We got NFL Week 6 coming up. It's been a football Friday, a fantasy Friday for Faraz Siddiqi back at 10:30. But we need to shift gears and talk a little bit of Kings because the Kings play the Warriors this weekend in their 3rd preseason game. The NBA regular season, just 10 days away now?
Something like
10 days from the opening tip. But anyways, I have to complain real quick. And I'm not going to name, I'm not even going to look up the person who did this because I don't want to say their name. They are a random person on Twitter with like 15,000 followers. Okay. They blog or podcast or something. I genuinely don't know. But I saw this come across my timeline and I'm always interested in people's predictions. Just always interested in just kind of what people think and what they see. And so this person has his NBA Western Conference standings prediction. Okay. I'm going to go find it. I'm going to find the prediction, but I'm not going to say the person's name. Here we go. This person has, number one, the Phoenix Suns. Okay. Phoenix Suns winning the Western Conference.
Okay.
I don't hate that.
In a world where the Denver Nuggets exist, I disagree, but go ahead.
The Denver Nuggets, number 2. Okay.
Okay.
The Los Angeles Lakers, number 3. I actually, again, don't even hate that. If the Lakers are pretty deep, pretty talented. Number 4, the Golden State Warriors. Okay. If the Warriors figure things out, you could see them being a top 4 seed. Dallas, number 5. Okay. You'll notice a glaring absence. Number 6, the Memphis Grizzlies. Number 7, the Los Angeles Clippers. You'll notice a glaring absence. Number 8, well, surely number 8, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
They're not number 8, and don't call me Shirley.
Number 9, well, he's got like 9, right? The Oklahoma City Thunder. Number 10, your Houston Rockets. Not only do the Kings and this person, and again, I'm not going to name them, not only do the Sacramento Kings not make the playoffs, not only do they not make the play-in, they're not even a top 10 team in the West. And then there's a note. So I always open the tweet and then I read to see if people have the same question I have, or to see if maybe they followed up with like, haha, just kidding. And so I go down and I look and I see notes and additional predictions. The very last note here, the Kings are the victim of the Houston, OKC, and Dallas leaps. Houston, OKC, and Dallas are going to take such massive leaps, and the Kings are going to fall off so aggressively that they are going to fall all the way down from number 3, a firm number 3 in the Western Conference, to number 11 or 12.
Okay. Like,
theoretically, I guess.
Like, you can have your predictions, but like, I think my frustration is always like something has to be based on some sort of logic.
That's it.
Like, again, if you're going to put Memphis in there at number 7, like, it's possible Memphis is number 7, right?
I guess 6.
They're number 6. Okay. So, but number 6 for a team that their superstar guard is out the first 25 games of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 2 players. They gained 1 in Marcus Smart, but they did lose Dylan Brooks and they did lose, what was it? Trey Jones, backup point guard, who is excellent. And then they also have the situation with Tyus Jones. My bad. Tyus Jones. They also have the situation with Steven Adams, which he isn't even sure when he's going to be able to play major minutes.
Is Brandon Clark going to play?
Brandon Clark popped his Achilles, probably out the first half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to have to shoulder a huge amount of the load here. And the same you could say about Desmond Bane. They've got talent. I'm not saying they don't have talent, but they have a lot of question marks. And I'm not convinced that they're there. Dallas, like, their major upgrade this season was that they got what is this? Maxence Prosper.
Sure.
Well, the pick that the Kings traded to them, their 2 additions are really the 24th pick in the draft and Rashawn Holmes.
And so Dallas is the first one, and I'm with you. Phoenix, in the top 2 or 3, fine. Denver, I think, is by far and away the favorite in the West. And if you even wanted to make the argument to me that this offseason, Kyrie and Luka figured some stuff out and they're better this year than they were at the end of last year, okay, that's fine. But in that instance, when you look at the rest of their roster and you look at the style that they're going to need to play, I don't see them being a top 5 seed.
No.
If they were in the play-in, okay, like, yeah, I'll buy that. I buy that they improved enough over the offseason with those 2 guys playing together to be in the play-in and maybe push for like a 6 seed if there's injuries or somebody else struggles or something like that. But to me, the Sacramento Kings last year did enough, and they won. And here's the other thing. They won 48. Okay. In 21-22, that would have tied you for the 6th seed.
Okay.
So that's fine. So if you even wanted to say, hey, you know what? The Suns are going to be a little better. I think, if your opinion is that the Warriors are going to figure it out or whatever, like, okay, fine. If you want to put the Kings in that 5-6 range, I will hear your argument. out of the top 10, like that's why I didn't want to name the person, because it's not like a notable. It's not a John Hollinger. It's not a Brian Windhorst. It's not somebody like notable. It's just a person. It's like if I put out my NBA top 10 in the Western Conference rankings, it's just a random. But it's just annoying.
No, I get you. It is. And the one other upgrade, Grant Williams did go to the Dallas Mavericks, but like, look,
sure,
when you're bringing in, like, again, Seth Curry's a solid player, but that's not a game changer. And you're bringing in Markieff Morris or Derek Jones. Like, those are moves that don't really impact winning at all. They're moves to fill out a roster. Mm-hmm. It's just tough. It's tough to see how that team is going to have like maybe they make a big jump back up. Maybe they figure things out. I know, again, Luka looked phenomenal in European play. He's lost a bunch of weight. Maybe he's ready to be an adult in the room and take that team to the next level.
Sure.
But they didn't show us anything that they could figure out how to piece together Kyrie and Luka at all.
Yeah.
Like, they have two really, really high-end talents.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have two really, really high-end teammates.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
I don't buy that Houston's going to make this huge jump with
Nope.
Fred VanVleet and Dillon Brooks.
No.
Like, fine additions, but I'm not buying into Houston as all of a sudden this super tough out. Oklahoma City is the one that if you were to tell me that Dallas jumped from what they finished last year, 10, 9?
No, they were out. No, 11.
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah.
They didn't even make the play-in. Oh my God.
No, where was Minnesota on that list? Where were the Pelicans on that list?
Minnesota is 8. New Orleans not in the top 10.
Okay. Wow.
So
this is not a consensus board that he's working with here.
No, this is just wild. If you wanted to tell me, that, hey, Oklahoma City made this huge leap. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, MVP conversation. Josh Giddey, all-star. If you wanted to start telling me, and then they have two guys with the same name.
I love Chet Holmgren.
Chet Holmgren, he's
we'll
back.
see how he's going to look. I mean, he's never played an NBA game, but we'll see.
They have two guys with the same name, and I can't think of them. One's from Arkansas.
Jalen Williams and Jalen Williams.
Yes, one's from Arkansas, one from Santa Clara.
The one Jalen Williams is really good.
Yeah, I forget which one it is, but he's a very good player.
Yes.
Whether it's the Santa Clara or the Arkansas one,
Santa Clara.
I can't remember, but
yeah.
So you see the youth there and the depth, and you're going, okay. And if Chet Holmgren comes out as a Rookie of the Year candidate and shit, okay. And if you wanted to tell me that Oklahoma City made this huge run and finished in the top 6, okay, I'll buy it. I'm there with you. But I'm just like, Houston, Minnesota, we're all of a sudden deciding that Minnesota has figured something out. And I know, okay, they gave Denver their toughest playoff series or whatever, but I'm out on Minnesota until I see it. Although I do love Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
But I'm just out on Karl Anthony Towns. I'm out on Rudy Gobert. I don't know, man. That just reeked of a list that somebody threw together and then looked at it and went, oh shoot, I forgot about Sacramento.
Yep.
Nah, well, they were victims of this. No, man. If Sacramento's outside of the top 10, it means Domantas Sabonis took a sabbatical and decided to not play. And De'Aaron Fox spent the whole season trying to not play with his left hand.
Yeah, like he was
tied it behind his back.
Yeah, he just decided to play one-handed all season.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to add something. So, we talked a little bit about this yesterday with Michael Scotto. Harry Giles got to start yesterday for the Brooklyn Nets in their preseason game against, I think it's Maccabi Ra'anana. And Harry Giles, 16 points, 10 rebounds, and a steal. He had 4 personal fouls, but only 1 turnover. 8 of 10 from the field. So good.
Let's go, Harry.
He started alongside Mikal Bridges, Spencer Dinwiddie, Ben Simmons, and Cam Thomas.
Hey, Kings have an open roster spot.
Yeah, they might. Well, I mean, we got to see what happens here, but let's go, Harry Giles, man.
Big Harry Giles.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, this is a big Harry Giles house.
Yeah, he's a great kid. Absolutely a great kid. So I wish nothing but the best. I'm hoping that that this works out for him, that he lands there, and if nothing else, that he's made a huge impression on someone else who may say, yeah, okay, we're game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, I think for him is a 2-way. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, definitely hoping that for him. Would love to see him get his career back on track. He's still really young. 25. Yeah, I would love to see him. I and you and I'm guessing everybody here listening and watching on YouTube and Twitch are fired up about a potential Harry Giles comeback in the NBA. All right, that segment did exactly what I didn't want it to do. I didn't want that rando's list to
eat the whole segment,
but he got us.
These things happen.
We got got. I got got.
You got roped in, Kyle.
I'm sorry, everybody. It's my second apology of the day. It's classic Friday the 13th behavior. No, we will actually dive into a Kings Warriors preview next after the break. I'm not going to say on the other side. I'm not going to say it. We're going to dive into a Kings Warriors preview because there's still plenty to look. It's still preseason, but there's still plenty to learn. And James, you have some stuff that you're watching for. I want to dive into that with you. And then of course, talked all about Niners Browns, but I think we have a couple loser leaves town matches in the NFL this week. I think we have a couple of game of the week potential, a couple of game of the week candidates. And one of our games of the week is not the 49ers and Browns, but it could be a huge game for the 49ers. We'll tell you what that is coming up in a couple of minutes. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. I hate that I did that. I'm sorry, everybody.
Don't hate yourself, Kyle. It's okay.
Too late.
Don't hate yourself, Kyle. And now we hear Kyle singing.
That's fine. You're welcome.
Awesome. I'm okay with it, Kyle. You do what you do. You do you, Kyle. What's going on, friend?
That's a good idea. Just print it out. I'm gonna keep tracking. I will, if you know what, here, I'll make this this proclamation. If that guy is even close to right, I will get him on the show and apologize to him for being a jerk. I'll do it. No, I will.
I need to see who it is because I don't think I know who wrote this list.
You definitely don't. His bio starts with bad sports takes.
Oh. Well, I can't just look up bad sports takes.
And you know what? If that's what he's doing, if he's leaning into a bit, or if he's genuinely just trying to irk people, and he's trying to get dummies like me to talk about him on the radio, he got me.
Yeah. Oh, let me see. Kyle sent it to me.
Lazy dropping bars. I love KD, but I agree with Lazy. I think the Suns are going to beat a lot of teams this year and win a lot of games, and then I think they're going to flame out in the postseason. Unless Book just goes crazy. All right, here you go. 10 seconds. Board's hot. Oh, yeah. This week's shows have flown by.
It's been so fast. Every day it feels like we're here for like 30 minutes.
And basketball season hasn't even started yet.
Oh, it's wild. It's wild, Kyle.
It's gonna be really tough once the season starts and we have basketball and we got football going on. It's gonna be so much fun. But I'm having a great time. James, I hope you're having a great time.
I am, Kyle.
Listener, I hope you're having a good time. Chatty House, people watching on YouTube and Twitch. If you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, go ahead and hit that like button, hit that little thumbs up, hit the little notification bell. That way, when ESPN 1320 TV goes live, you'll get a little notification so you can click and make sure you don't miss anything. And if you're not watching there, maybe you're in your car and you're going, you know what? I have to turn the show off when I get to work. No worries. Pull us up on your computer, pull us up on your phone. Just go to YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Subscribe, hit the little like button, and that really helps us out. Or if you can't watch or you can't get to YouTube, download the free Odyssey app. You can listen to ESPN 1320. You can listen to all your favorite music, your favorite podcasts, all there on the free Odyssey app. So many ways to listen to us, man. There's no excuse to not listen.
There is no excuse, Kyle.
When people are like, I listen until X time, but then I have to go to work. I'm like, no,
that's not okay. That's not acceptable. You're supposed to walk around your job with us and your ear.
Take a long bathroom break.
Yeah, just drop an earbud in.
Mm-hmm. You can respond to us every once in a while to make it look like you're on a phone call.
Yeah.
When I'm like, and the Houston Rockets round out the top 10, the Sacramento Kings now in the top 10, and you're like, what? I'm going to need to hear those numbers again. Spreadsheets. Symmetry.
I love it, Kyle.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. All right, Kings Warriors, 6:30 p.m. That game's going to be on ESPN. So everybody should be able to watch it. I don't believe it's going to be blacked out.
Well, Kyle, it doesn't seem like it is at your house.
No, I'm where I live, I'm good. I'm outside the market. But if it is for some reason blacked out on ESPN, I need to be in the room with Damian Barling when he finds out.
Yeah.
He was really upset at NBA TV the other day.
He might lose his mind.
I know.
He might lose his mind.
Fingers crossed. All right.
We got a lot to there's a lot to this game this weekend. There is a lot to this game.
All right. Well, third game of the preseason. What are you looking for as we kind of run down here? I want to start here. You mentioned after the second game that De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, you said, what did you call it? Your check-in?
Yeah, like they're present and accounted for.
Okay, so they had their present and accounted for games, but Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk still struggling a little bit through the first two preseason games. Again, not saying that's going to be a huge issue going forward, but are those the two guys that you're hoping to get your present and accounted for games from? Yes,
that is, in this game, that's what you want. And it's difficult because these guys don't usually have great games on the same night because they kind of take turns. One guy will be like Kevin Huerter won't miss a 3-point shot and they can't take him out.
Mm-hmm.
And Malik Monk will have to come in and be more of a distributor and more of an attacker of the basket. And then there's other games where Malik Monk is just so good that Kevin Huerter kind of has to take a back seat because they do play the same position. There's only 48 minutes at that position,
mm-hmm.
and you got to steal minutes from somewhere else. But you also have other players that are stealing minutes. So I want to see both of those guys hit their open shots, look like themselves. And I'm not saying they don't have to score a bunch of points. They don't have
right.
They just have to look like themselves. And that's all that I look for in preseason when it comes to like your starters and your major rotational players. You need everyone to check in and say, okay, I'm ready for game one of the regular season.
Yeah.
And once you get that from each of them, you're like, okay, let's move forward.
If you don't get that from them in the preseason, what do they have? 5 games?
Yeah.
5 preseason games. If you don't get that present and accounted for game from those guys, is that where you start to feel a little worry about them in the 23-24 season?
No, I mean, I think every player deserves at least like 10 games into the regular season to find their rhythm and everything else. But what you're hoping for is that you don't have this lag. Again, just bringing up last season, the Kings had a lag from a certain amount of players going into the season. Like Harrison Barnes didn't get off to a good start at all. Rashawn Holmes didn't get off to a good start and was out of the rotation. Like they had players that came in and didn't make the impact that you kind of hoped that they would. And then eventually they found themselves, and that's okay. Even, Malik Monk has said early in the season last year that Mike Brown didn't trust him. And so he was playing 11 or 12 minutes in a game, and he had to earn that trust. Those are things like, I don't think there is a player on this team going into this season outside of maybe Sasha Vezenkov and maybe Chris Duarte that has to earn trust, that are going to be in the rotation. So Sasha and Chris Duarte, I don't think both of those guys are going to play in the same game a whole bunch just because of the minutes and the crunch. So like there shouldn't be a lot of those players.
Is there any chance you bring up Sasha Vezenkov and that hits something that I want to talk about? Is there any chance that with Keegan Murray, it's a thumb, right?
Yeah. Keegan has a sore right thumb.
So is there any chance that part of what factors into their decision on whether he'll play or not, it's obviously they're not going to push a a player to play through injury in the preseason. That's just not, nobody's going to do that in any sport.
No.
But is there a chance that any part of their reasoning on him playing has to do with Sasha getting a chance to start and getting more minutes for him and getting a chance to evaluate him for a longer stretch?
Well, okay, so if it were Harrison Barnes that was missing time, I would say yes, right? So Harrison Barnes, played 89 games last year for the Sacramento Kings, started 89 games.
Crazy.
Right? He is a 31-year-old veteran. You know exactly who and what he is. If he doesn't play in a game so you can get Sasha Vezenkov minutes, to me, that's okay. But when you're trying to build up a young player and you're trying to have him do some specific things, like taking a leap forward in his production, I kind of want to see him play. And I want to see him in situations where he's actually doing what you're going to ask him to do during the regular season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it were Barnes and this was the same situation, it was like a sore right thumb for Harrison Barnes to be like, okay, that's no big deal. When it's Keegan, you'd prefer to see him out there.
Yeah, I think excuse me. I don't want to say concerned about Sasha, because concerned, he's 2 games into his NBA career. He's fine. But I understood more what Mike Brown was talking about when you guys talked to him in practice the other day, where he's like, yeah, he's going to have to earn his spot in the rotation. Like, he's not there yet. He's got a lot to figure out defensively. Like, you could really see it in that second game. And my question, I guess, going into tonight is, is there any improvement? And if there's not, is that any kind of a big deal? Because you're not going to make these you're not going to make these leaps and bounds, especially defensively, where the hope is to get him to a league average defender. That's not going to happen over the course of what's it been 2 days since their last game. That's not going to happen in that stretch of time.
Yeah.
So the thing for me with Sasha is I'm not really sure what I'm like. I want to see him. I want to see him play, but I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I don't know, because he's not going to suddenly be laterally super quick and staying in front of guys. I think he's still going to miss some assignments and do things like Mike Brown talked about there, a no middle defense, where he does let guys leak out into the middle and you see a little defensive breakdown. I think those things are just going to continue to happen. You know what you're going to get offensively from him. So at this point, I'm stuck in the middle because I want to see him play, but also I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, because I think I know what I'm going to get.
Okay, I think to answer your question is, it's what you look for with any rookie, any young player, is you're waiting for the moment where you see the game slow down. And right now, I think he's a bit amped up. Like, he wants to make a good first impression. Like, you've been playing in the second best league in the world for, the last 15 years, give or take. Right? You've been playing in a really good league, but it's not the NBA. And you know that. So to take this leap to go to the next thing, it's just like anyone else. The fact that he's 28 and he's won league MVPs in Europe, that doesn't matter. When he walks onto an NBA floor, he's a 28-year-old rookie that has to earn his stripes,
right,
and has to adjust to the speed of the game, the speed, the quickness, the length. This is not something he's ever seen before. And we've seen it. Like, there's been 3 or 4 times where he's beating everybody down the floor and he keeps putting his hand up, and sometimes they're trying to throw it to him. He doesn't understand that he can't put his hand up when he's running down the court unless he has a clear lane, because these players that are 5 yards behind him, they can leap up and grab almost any pass.
Right.
And he has to adjust. He's got to learn. And not only that, but he's got to learn that he runs all the way down the court. He goes straight underneath the basket. If they're not passing it to him, he needs to fly out to the outside and get ready for the 3-point shot. These are the things that, like, he's going to learn, and it's just going to take time. And you're waiting for the comfort moment. And it could happen in game 1 of the NBA season. It could also take a month, or it could never happen. Like, we don't know. Every player is different, but what you're hoping is that we start to see improvement. I like the fact that he shot 11 shots in this last game.
Yeah.
Like, shoot away. Let's get you in rhythm. Let's find, if he can settle in on the offensive end and start getting comfortable there, he will be better everywhere else, because that's what that's where he's made his name. If he can feel comfortable and feel like himself, he's going to start showing improvement in other aspects.
it feels like he's going to be in the league a long time, if for no other reason than my man can shoot it.
Oh yeah, flat out.
Maybe he's never a great, maybe he just never figures that out defensively and he's just a liability on that side. He is always going to find a roster spot in the modern NBA. His shot is just so pure. It is so nice.
Well, Kyle, that's why I've always compared him to like Davis Bertans. Like, look, if Davis Bertans can stick in the league and play defense,
that's a great point.
Then Sasha Vezenkov can. And the fact that you're paying him $6 million right now, while Davis is over there making like I think he got
paid
$18 million. Like,
is that it? Oh my
yeah,
God.
he got shipped somewhere else, and like he's almost been bought out. But yeah, like that's what you're looking at, that type of player. And like, I think he can be that guy. I think he can be that guy. Again, Bertans checks in at 6'10", 225. And we're talking about an elite 3-point shooter, a guy who, for his career is a 39.8% 3-point shooter. Sasha can find his way in the league. Now, whether he's the 2019-20 Bertans who averaged 15.4 or the 2021 Bertans that averaged 11.5, or he's the guy who's averaged 5.6 points per game over the last 3 years, we're going to figure out who he is.
Yeah.
But like, that's kind of the player, like when you signed him, you hope that the minimum was that he was going to be that player. And now, he's making 17 million this year, 16 million in 24-25. And he's hiding on that Oklahoma City bench.
Hiding.
Well,
not a good place to be.
I don't know if he's going to play. I mean, look at that team. Look at the talent, and the depth on that team. The fact that he can shoot might help him, but
that's why he's on a bench, and not out of the league.
Well, and that's why he got paid all that money.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Last thing, how much do you think the starters are going to play?
I went back and looked, like for last season, game 3. Keep in mind there was only 4 games. Mike Brown kept the starters around 20 to 25 minutes. I mean, 22 to 25 minutes. I expect the same thing. You want them to start playing a little bit into the third quarter, but not much more. I want to see more Colby Jones because I think
Me too, dude.
He's caught my eye. Right?
He is the antithesis of and follow me here. This is about Colby Jones. When James Wiseman first stepped on a floor for the Warriors, you watched him play basketball and went, "Oh, that guy has no idea."
Yes.
He doesn't know where to be defensively. He gets the ball offensively and has no idea what to do with it. Yikes. Super talented, but man, he has no... Colby Jones is obviously talented, but when he played the other night, I think he had 3 points and like a steal. His box score, you would not have been impressed by it. But when you watched him play, it's like, wow, that guy has just a really good idea of where he needs to be on the court defensively, what his job is offensively. If nothing else, he knows what he's doing. And maybe he's an NBA caliber talent. Maybe he's not, but I don't know. But he at the very least has a clue, and that gets you a long ways in the NBA.
Yeah, so Colby Jones had 3 points. He had 3 rebounds and an assist and a steal. What I like from Colby is that he has that it factor that you saw, and I'm not comparing him to Tyrese Halliburton, but in the way that you instantly saw that when Ty stepped on the court, you're like, oh, he knows how to play the game.
Yeah.
Like he just has a feel.
Yeah.
You can see the feel that he has. You're like, oh no, he knows where to go. He knows where to play. He can play the 1, 2, 3. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter. He feels confident pulling up for the 3-point shot. He can get out on the break. He tries to catch a body. Like all of these things. He can defend. He's physical. He's got good size for the position. You're like, oh, okay. Like, and it's just like you watch a player move around the court and you're like, oh, you can see that he's comfortable and he knows who he is on the court, which is, I think, what we're like the early concern is with Sasha. You're waiting to see him feel comfortable and look like an NBA player on the court, like look like himself, look like the player that he's been in the past. We're like, okay, he's settling in. Colby Jones walks out there and like, I got this. Let's go.
And if you can find, like I said, not putting this pressure on Colby Jones that he has to be a starter next year or something crazy like that, but dude, if the Kings find a second round pick who can step in and be a productive player at some point this year, next year, in the next 2 years, and you're finding a productive, even if he's a bench guy in the second round, that's good team building.
It is, and that's why I love what they've done with bringing in Scalabiciere, bringing in Chance Comanche, bringing in Deontay Burton, bringing in Jordan Ford, bringing in these players that know how to play at the G League level, so you can develop a player like Colby Jones, whether it's with the big team or whether it's down in Stockton. Big
Colby Jones house. This I'm going to be watching him close tonight. All right, let's shift gears real quick. We're the insiders. Sunday. Thank you.
Sorry.
Let's switch gears real quick. We're the insiders. You're James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. NFL Week 6. I got a couple of game of the week options for you, James. The Seahawks against the Bengals. The Bengals have struggled out of the gate, but they looked really good against the Cardinals last week. Joe Burrow looked like Joe Burrow again. It turns out throwing to Jamar Chase is a good offensive strategy. He had 3 touchdown catches. Is Seahawks Bengals your game of the week? Or I'm looking at Bucks Lions. A couple of 1-loss teams going at it.
I think it's Seahawks Bengals. I haven't been convinced with Joe Burrow. It's been a rough go.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about whether it's the Achilles issue, the calf issue, whatever you want to call it. But for me, I think he snapped out of it this last week, and you keep waiting for that moment where he looks like himself.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. And again, the Seahawks didn't look great in week 1, and Kenneth Walker's been really good.
Yep,
really good. DK Metcalf has been solid.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're starting to put it together, and they're starting to look like a team. Not that will compete with the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC West, but a team that is a playoff team that is going to be slated somewhere on the board, and maybe a team that you don't want to play.
Yeah, this is an interesting game for the 49ers, because if the Seahawks lose and the 49ers win, the Niners are now 2 games clear of Seattle.
Division's over.
Yeah,
week 6.
Theoretically, yeah. Like that would effectively not end it, but it would put the 49ers firmly in the driver's seat. On the flip side, if Seattle wins that one and the 49ers, let's just say, win, Seattle's still just a game back. They're hanging right there. They look like a team that is not going to go away. Conversely, the 49ers have the Bengals in 2 weeks. They have the Vikings next week, and then the Bengals the week after that. If the Bengals go in and throttle the Seahawks and just look really good, all of a sudden that week 8 game is when you start to circle again. Because I had erased the circle through the first few weeks. It's like, man, the Bengals are just not it this year. Joe Burrow can't get healthy.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't going to go well. Joe Burrow looks like he's getting healthy. So if the Bengals go win that game, I'm putting the circle back around that week 8 showdown with the Bengals.
Okay. And then the Niners have Seattle. Is it week 9 and week 11?
No, weeks 12 and 14, because week 13 is the Eagles.
That's the big game.
Yeah.
So I think that's the other predictor too. You want to see like where are they at? Like how much are those games going to mean at that point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. Especially with one on a Thursday night on Thanksgiving. Yeah, any clearance you can get from Seattle and just widen your margin of error just a little bit, I think will help down the stretch. With Bucks Lions, I'm not making. The reason I chose Seahawks Bengals over this is I'm not buying the Buccaneers yet. I get that they're 3-1, and I get that they have a nice win or a couple nice wins on their schedule, and they're better than people thought they'd be. I think the Lions are one of the best 3 teams in the NFC by like a lot, and I think they're just going to kind of go in and beat down the Bucks.
Okay, no, I like that game too, though, because the Bucks have played better than expected.
Yeah,
and if Mike Evans is a difference maker. I mean, he has been for the last decade. He's an incredible wide receiver, but I like what they're doing there, and I think there's potential for them to have an upset there. I wish that Eagles versus Jets was a better game this week.
Me too.
Yeah, and even like Ravens Titans, that could be like a slugfest, but I don't want to watch it. I mean, first of all, it's way too early, but I just like it's dirty football. You're just like, oh, it doesn't look pretty at all.
Yeah, and Ravens Titans, by the way, sneaky rivalry, like old rivalry from when they were in the same division.
Yeah,
it was at the AFC Central, I think it was called, but that's the type of game that, okay, you're going to wake up at 6 and you're going to make a Bloody Mary and you're going to hang out and it's like, yeah, football at 6 a.m. And then you're halfway through the second quarter, like, ugh.
I'm snoring.
Why am I watching
That's what I'm
this?
doing. I like go back to bed like midway through the second quarter. You're like, okay, this is not the type of football I like to watch. Then I think we have this Raiders Pats game. Man, is this like the burn it down game? Like,
yeah,
how meaningful is this game?
Our guy Jesse, producer for D'Lo and KC, in whenever I think it was week 2 that you were out. Is it week 2? Week 3 maybe?
Week 3.
Week 3 you were out. Jesse and I were talking about loser leaves town matches. This to me is a loser leaves town match with the Raiders and Patriots. Okay. Because losing to either one means your season's done. And if you're winning, it's like, okay, hey, hanging around, still there. Loser leaves town match for me. Yeah, and I think you could see some significant changes from the loser.
This is a game where you look at the Raiders and this might decide the fate of their franchise for the next 2 or 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they lose this game, man, I'm trading Jimmy Garoppolo. If you can get
if you can.
But you can though. I think you can because his pay scale is very tradable for this season and for next.
I just don't know if a team's going to want to give up an asset to get Jimmy Garoppolo.
The 6th round pick. Okay. I mean, most teams would do that. But it's also where you're like, what are we going to do with Devontae Adams? What are we going to do with Josh Jacobs? Like it's a decider. It's where you're like, okay, are we going to break this thing up?
Is Cardinals Rams a loser leaves town match for you?
No.
It's not for me because the Cardinals already left. The Cardinals are gone.
Yeah, I think so too, but I like that they fight and I like that they're spunky.
Yeah.
You know, that's fine. Like if you're going to be bad, be spunky. Like be a fighter team. That's okay with me.
Yeah, they're definitely fun, but I don't view that as the type of game where in fact Patriots might already be out of town too, but I'm not going to write off Bill Belichick just yet. I'm really interested to see that Jets-Eagles game if the Jets defense can give the Eagles any problems. Or if the Eagles just kind of steamroll them and they win 31-3 and
but that's because I don't think the Eagles have been.
But I think if they do that, I think it's like, okay, there's the Eagles.
Yeah.
Now that's the team that is better than the 49ers. Like that's the version of the Eagles that's better than San Francisco.
Yeah, there's so many outs there though, because you're looking, what if Zach Wilson just is the reason you lost the game again? And you're just looking at like, okay, how do we get a true judge on that Jets team? It's really tough. It is.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football, we'll talk about that on Monday. 49ers Browns. It's Chargers Cowboys. That's going to be a really fun matchup on Monday Night Football. But Niners Browns, who are you taking this weekend?
Niners 31-13.
Do you think they get to 31 again or
31-13?
Oof. I'm going to go 49ers 20. I think they get to 20. Browns 3. 6. 3. Browns 3.
6. 3. 3. 6.
No, Browns. I think the Browns. I think Cleveland gets a field goal on the board. I just don't. I think their defense is going to give the 49ers some problems, and I think the Browns defense is legit. And if Deshaun Watson was playing, I think I would feel a lot more concerned for the 49ers, but I don't see PJ Walker going in and beating San Francisco. So 20-3 is my final there. And that's going to wrap us for the week.
That's it.
I had a lot of fun this week, man. I'm so excited for this time of year.
It's good to be back.
Yeah. All right. D'Lo and KC are next. Again, want to remind you, we have Sacramento State football at 11:30 on Saturday, and then Ravens Titans at 6 a.m., Patriots Raiders 12:30, and Giants Bills at 4:30. That's your play-by-play this weekend right here on ESPN 1320. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. See you.
And we're clear.
Clear. Yep.
Thanks for sticking with us, friends. Been a fun week.
I agree with Ramsey. I think that no matter what happens in that Niners-Browns game, I'm taking the under. You have the over.
I do. I just have a lot of faith in what they're doing. Plus, I think that they're going to get 1 or 2 opportunities for either defensive score or a really short field because of the quarterback play from the Browns. And the fact that they don't have Nick Chubb to just rely on and hand the ball. I mean, they got some dudes that can run the ball, but not like this.
Saints Texans going to be fun. I agree with Ramsey as well. I agree with Ramsey a lot.
You never want to agree too much with Ramsey. I'm just
all right, guys.
with you right
I'm going to get out of here. Going to hand it off to Jesse. See you. Have a great weekend, everybody.
See you guys. D-Lo and KC. Are we going D-Lo and KC on the board, or are we doing KSFM?
I think we're doing KSFM. Like, people know that's where we at as well.
Oh, son of a.
How you doing?
Good, dude. Oh, no. I almost ended the live stream. That was close.
Uh-oh.
I almost ended the live stream on accident. Finger slipped.
I do not believe Sac State is playing Northern California. I think they're playing Northern Colorado.
Yeah. I think,
Oh, Charlie.
was that Charlie or was that Kyle?
I
Kyle took the blame for it, but I think you're right.
It happens to the best of
It
us.
does happen to the best of us. Everyone good?
Far, far worse.
Hey, I've got lunch with.
Careful, are those on?
What's that?
Are those on?
Mike's.
I want you to say something you don't want.
Oh no. Yeah, they might be on.
What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, they love it. My man.
My man. See you Sunday.
Oh yeah, see you Sunday.
My guy.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I won't be there, but
You're not gonna be there Sunday.
I got to save my days.
All right. I'm ready.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Ain't this what they've been waiting for?
Come on, man.
You ready?
Turn up a little bit. Where y'all at? Come on, man. It's Friday.
I used to pray for times like
You know what
this,
it is.
to rhyme like
Come
this,
on,
so
man.
I had to
Hang on. There's only so much. Hey, we ain't losing the revenue for the whole 6 hours because we wanted to play 20 seconds of dreams and nightmares. What's good, baby? What up, though? What it do? We in here. Welcome into the Friday the 13th edition of D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, man.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Man, today's going to be a fun one. E Winfield is going to join us here in studio for the very first time on this show.
Let's go.
Mike is that dude, man. Mike has been busting his ass in the comedy world for 20 plus years. Was on America's Got Talent. Now Mike is everywhere, man. I cannot wait to talk to him. He hit me up. He's doing his first show in Sacramento in December. In like 2 years, the show is already nearly sold out. And we get to talk today. We got time today. That's coming up at 1:15.
That's what's up.
Kyle Madson's going to jump back in the studio here with us coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And the rest of the show is to be determined. James might be here at 3:00. He might not be here at 3:00. Who knows? But we're going to have some fun for sure. Let's bitch ass Sean Payton. Come on, man. One more time.
How embarrassing. How pathetic.
Nathaniel Hackett was 2-4 last year through 6 weeks. This was 1-5.
Bro,
Come on, man.
Bro, that was nasty. That was nasty last night.
If he had just kept his mouth shut.
Wouldn't even be paying no attention to him.
Nope. Be like, man, it's a shame what happened to the Broncos. And I told y'all, Jesse, how long ago did I tell y'all that Russell Wilson was washed?
Yo, you hear
How
this dude?
long ago did I come on this show and say, yo, Russ ain't got it no more?
Yo, you hear
I've
this?
been telling y'all that for years. If y'all need to learn to listen to me. I know sports. I watch football. How long have I been telling y'all that Russell Wilson just ain't got it no more? I told y'all he just ain't got it no more.
He's saying it with conviction, so I feel like I have to believe him.
I told y'all. I said Russ just ain't that dude no more. He don't have the same. He don't have the same look. He looks scared out there. He's making goofy plays like he. Russ looked like a scrub last night, dude. Like Russ looked like Zach Wilson. With all due respect to Zach, but like he looked rough last night. I've been telling y'all this for years.
Just like Drake.
If y'all don't learn to listen, I fire these takes off for a reason. I told y'all Russ just wasn't that dude no more, but y'all don't listen.
Just like Drake stole Kiss Me Through the Phone from Soulja Boy. Be your own people right here. Be your own people.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Word for word, bar for
Bar
bar.
for bar.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I told y'all that man didn't have it no more.
D-Lo.
Oh, Russ,
Hey, man.
I hate it.
It's all coming, man. It's all coming.
Man. We were the interception we watched together last night that he just threw over the middle of the field. Like, Russ, what are you doing?
Oof.
I've never seen anything like this.
I mean,
Like-
I ain't never seen nobody on his caliber throw for under 100 yards.
Russ was elite.
Yes.
Russ was elite.
Or Hall of Famer, borderline Hall of Famer in some people's eyes. I think
absolutely.
he's a Hall of Famer.
Russ dragged some of those teams post Super Bowl era to playoff appearances. Like through it with legs, arm, everything. And now it's like it's like an entirely different person.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like
His coach sucks, but still, like the mistakes that he makes out there, that is just one of the things that Russ was like. You were safe, in that regard. You are not safe anymore.
When was Jesse may know, they may have said this, Kyle may know. When was the last time, and this is hard to determine, I guess, but a player of his caliber threw for under 100 yards?
I don't know, bro. Like in a game that wasn't a monsoon or a snowstorm.
It was a regular game in October.
I don't know why he looked like that last night. It
awful.
feels like it's. I don't remember what game it was. The one that he tied. They missed the 2-point conversion. They
Washington
tied.
Game.
That was a 60-yard pass at the end of that game. That put him to like 206. That's probably and I could pull up the stats. That's probably the best looking game he had all year. But that 60-yard pass is what put him above like 200 yards.
So this is, I hate to go here because this is exactly what Sean Payton wants. I mean, how much longer are you staying with Russell Wilson?
I ain't going to nobody else.
I
mean, who's there? Drew?
Anybody?
No.
Come on, man. Anybody?
No, you're
the
not.
guy's throwing for 95 yards in a game.
You failed. That's what it is. You're the Denver Broncos. You failed. No. What do you got?
You're not cutting him anytime soon. You cut him next year. That's $50 million dead cap right there. Still got a few years where you got to pay him.
Yo, you look. It just boils down to this. You blew it. You were wrong. You were wrong about Sean Payton. You were wrong about Russell Westbrook. Russell Wilson. You blew it.
Russell Westbrook could have thrown for 100 yards.
Russell Westbrook would have, or he would have. Russell Westbrook wouldn't have looked like that. No. Hell, Russell Simmons might not have looked like that.
Nipsey Russell.
The Tin Man would have. Yeah, man. Yeah,
my Uncle Russell,
no
R.I.P. wouldn't.
Russell in the chat wouldn't have done that.
So the thing that really needs to be happening, Jacob, he gets mad because we talk about the Broncos, all this other stuff. The move right now is to punt on the season, and whoever gives you the best opportunity to do that, unfortunately, it might be Russell Wilson. That's who needs to be started.
Might be.
You need to have the worst record you possibly can have.
Yeah,
and look,
hey.
I'm trying to make a move. Yes, ship off Patrick Surtain the second. Ship him off.
Where should he go?
He needs to go to the Niners.
Okay.
You didn't already done business with him. Go right back. Do it again.
Okay.
But you guys need to be awful.
Well, they are.
So you can get as high a pick as possible.
Bro, they don't need to make any changes to be awful. They don't need to make any changes.
Defense might be a little too good.
You talk about punting on the see. That's the wild part. Their defense is good. Yeah. So I was trying to make heads. I was trying to figure out what I was seeing with a 5-1 Kansas City team. Like that was another Kansas City Chiefs win, but another game where you're like,
little Eagles vibe.
Yeah, but like, well, so that's what I couldn't figure out. Like, are they coasting? Are they not as good as they were last year? Both could be true. Or is there something you might have to worry about later on in the season? And this is all I could come up with. And I apologize because it's not the hottest of hot. You got Patrick Mahomes. You got Andy Reid. They're still there. I'm just chilling until I see something to truly. Kelsey. I mean, yeah. What a game he had last night. By the way, the NFL. Never mind. I ain't gonna do it. I will get.
We ain't got no contract with nobody. You can say what you need to say.
They stop it. They've been humbled. The NFL has been humbled. They found someone bigger than them, and they are giving her the world. They're giving this girl free ads. They're giving commercials. They got
to be paying her, bro. They got to be, and she don't need the money. They got to be paying.
I get the tour is over. She's just following Travis Kelce around.
No, not for free.
It's promo for the movie.
For whatever.
Well, that's what they're running ads for. Is for that movie. They found someone bigger than them, and they have just sold themselves out for it.
They sold out, as Lex Luger once said to Tatanka.
Wow.
I mean,
I wasn't prepared.
That's what happened.
I wasn't prepared for a Tatanka reference at 12:10.
I don't like it.
I got a wrestling analogy for later. I got a good one.
Terrible story.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
I had no idea when I was, 11. But now as a grown up.
Yeah, let's be clear as to what happened. The guy who had a black man servant also bought a Native American. What?
And the All-American wrestler was telling him how he sold out. That's just I'm just saying what happened.
No, I'm
just reporting the facts. The All-American wrestler.
That's facts. Good God. Yeah, I didn't mean to go. Hey, big ups to Taylor Swift. Yo, you've got the NFL at your beck and call. Good for you. The Chiefs are 3-0 when Taylor Swift is
You
in the
better stay
building.
away from Usher's halftime show.
Bro.
I know that much.
Okay.
I know that. I know she.
I told you what was going to happen.
I know she better stay away from it.
Here comes Taylor Swift for her rendition of My Boo.
Oh man.
My boo.
The most unseasoned version of My Boo ever.
Just bland.
Taylor's gonna come in like Brock Lesnar did at Money in the Bank, just last minute come in. I win, it's over.
She's gonna come in like Jeff Jarrett in '98 and hit Usher over the head with a guitar, then start playing it.
I'd be disgusted. I
said
and it's nothing about Taylor.
She won't
she don't need to be on there.
She won't do it. Like, she's not going to take this moment from him. It'd be a bad look for her, and Usher wouldn't go along with it if they added Taylor Swift to it. So none of this is happening. But if Kansas City is in the Super Bowl, there's going to be a strong take. They are going to pretend like Usher isn't even there.
It's in Vegas too. Yeah,
they're gonna pretend like
she's gonna be sitting next to Mark
She's
Davis.
gonna announce a residency of like 4 days where the ticket costs like $500,000 to get in.
She'll be sitting next to Mark Davis. I'm telling you.
I think she'll pass. I think she'll be like, "Nah, I'm good, bro."
Real quick to answer your
Stay
Chiefs
up here next to
question, I
Brittany.
think they.
Did I ask a Chiefs question?
Well, you said like, what are we watching?
Oh yeah.
Number one, it's Thursday night. You know how I feel about Thursday night. Just get through that. So I'm not going to make any sweeping proclamations off of that particular game, but I don't think they're the best team in the conference. So the whole
we'll talk
Patrick
about it.
Mahomes situation, that's fine unless he matches up with the best team.
We'll talk about it. I just want to say, I can't. Aldrin J, I expect better from you. Aldrin J says Taylor Swift's too big for the Super Bowl. Sir, Prince did the Super Bowl. Sir, Michael Joseph Jackson did the Super Bowl.
Beyonce, who outgained her financially this past summer when they went head to head, did the Super Bowl twice.
Who Taylor post about today?
B.
Okay. Sit down, Aldrin J, with that she's too big for the Super Bowl. You're better than that. You're acting like Jacob. Knock it off.
Oh, Jacob catching strays.
God,
what did Jacob do?
Jacob's having. I know Jacob's down. I'm sorry, Jacob. I apologize. He's down. His Broncos are a disaster. Jacob, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. We'll come back. Kyle Madson's going to come in here and join us. He's got puns. He's got takes. We'll talk with him about 49ers football. We'll talk with him about what we saw last night at Stilo and KC. Just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
They're going to bump Usher to that pregame music show that they do.
Sorry, Jacob. That's my bad.
So I'm gonna use this moment right now to just talk real quick. Talk to my partner a little bit. I heard a really, really good conversation podcast. My people, Andreas Hale, Kel Dansby, The Corner. They got The Corner podcast. They usually talk MMA, wrestling, boxing, combat sports.
Mm-hmm.
They also big into hip hop. They had a whole podcast about Drake. And it was one of the better conversations I've heard about this album, where he's at as an artist, who he is throughout this whole week, right? And they talked about basically, I'll send it to you. I think you enjoy to listen.
Okay.
But they basically talked about how Drake, there's a couple reasons why Drake keeps making the music that he makes. One of them is
it makes money.
That's the biggest thing.
I know what it is.
That's the biggest situation.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about how when he came up, he looked up to guys they talked about that show that he was at, Joe Budden show that they bring there back.
Yeah.
And the guy Andreas, who worked at BET and did some other stuff, he was like, I was at that show. And he was like, he said he tweeted out at the time, he's like, there's a bunch of dudes at this place, at this concert. And he's like,
427 dudes in dusty and niche jeans.
He said that in real time. And his hypothesis is that Drake saw that at the time too and was like, I mean, this is my ceiling if I go this route.
Mm-hmm.
So he went another route.
Mm-hmm.
I also talked about how on Nothing Was the Same, and I went back and I was listening to that on the way in. Damn, that album's pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
That album's pretty dope. But he comes in with Tuscan Leather and gives all
fire.
the bars anybody ever wanted.
Yeah.
And not that nobody cared, but started from the bottom. The language, worst. Those were the hits. That's what everybody goes back and plays. And the one with Janae Aiko.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with started from the bottom. Like,
no, but they played the one with Janae Aiko. The Hold On, We're Going Home. Like, that's what we played. And he talked about also how he talked about like the albums, right? And like why we want to make an album. He's like, Drake understands, for better or for worse, like us hip hop people, we want him to make a hip hop album. He was like, man, there's too much music out. So we don't sit with albums no more. And they brought up Kendrick Lamar. When did Mr. Morales come out?
I can look. It was
just off the top of your head.
Year ago, last year?
You're close, right? But it feels like 3 years ago. It was only a year ago.
Yeah.
When we were listening to music, we would listen to albums for a year.
Yeah.
And Drake is like, it don't matter if I make this thing anyway. They're not going to listen to it. They're not going to listen to it for a year.
Yeah.
He made a lot of good points. It wasn't stalling him out. It was just a nuanced conversation.
It's fair. I listened to Offset today. Admittedly, I wasn't in the. It's just one of those days where things are kind of off. Like everybody knows those feelings, right? I knew our day was going to be totally different because of a couple of different things, but it needs another run. But as I was driving in, I needed to listen to it, right? So I have to catch up on the insiders later, and I was like, I've got to listen to this because I have to hear it in the car.
Right.
I just don't think music that I want is coming. Like Jealousy so far. And again, admittedly, this is a quick reaction. It needs another run. Jealousy is the dopest track on there. And a lot of it is that it's the like hip hop is slow. There aren't like Meltdown is. I've told you this before. I think Meltdown is my favorite record right now. Just for the people watching, we're gonna continue that conversation
on the
we were having.
Next break.
We might have a free 3 o'clock hour. We'll continue the conversation then.
No, you guys just keep going. That's fine. I was having a great time. What's up?
We welcome in Kyle Madson here to the show. I'm sure Kyle got Drake takes, and I shout out Joe Budden, smart businessman. He got my $8. I kept waiting. I kept waiting for the damn.
Paying for Twitter.
I kept waiting for the damn thing to post. I was like, he's not posting it.
Yeah,
like,
I was trying last night too.
He's not posting it. So, all right, I got it. I'll watch. Like, you got me. So I listened to it. It's a good podcast. Yeah. There's a lot. Like I've seen clips come out of it. Like there's a lot in there. There's a lot. But the thing I love the most is, don't come at me when I have something to say about you, and you didn't say a single word when I hyped this album for months.
Yeah.
And you didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
But because I didn't like the album, you had something to say.
Yeah.
You're talking about you upset that I said you effing 25-year-olds. Bro, that's a line in your record. I stole that straight from your. It's a great pod. Yeah. He got my $8. Good for Joe Budden. That's a smart businessman right there. D'Lo and KC Patreon Joe, coming soon, because we're gonna find a way to make more money out of this. Kyle Madson talking hip hop. What's up, Kyle?
You guys hear Stray Kids on the Lil Durk All My Life remix? My guys, Stray Kids, no?
I heard the remix came out today. I didn't hear the remix though.
Yeah, there's one with Gunna and then Stray Kids. Yeah, it's my favorite K-pop group.
Stray Kids. Never heard of them.
See, KC doesn't know the value of silence. I just would have stared at Kyle until the point like this whole thing got uncomfortable.
No, it's fine. You guys, everybody hates what they don't know. It's okay.
I saw you post about it. It was on your story.
Yeah, I'm proud of the homies, man.
I was like, yeah, it threw me off. I was like, wait, Kyle's homies making music with Dirk? That's kind of fire. Like, I was going to follow up on it, but I guess I don't really have to now.
No, it's just a K-pop group.
That's good. That's good. We welcome in Kyle Madson to the Insiders right now. What's your takeaway? Let's start with the two teams.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, because I got turned up, man. You know what I'm saying? For this, I wasn't really tripping off this Browns 49ers game, but I got turned up.
Oh.
So we can start with the Broncos and Chiefs, though. We'll get to the Niners. Okay. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. I didn't know we was gonna go back in the Broncos.
Well, no, I was just gonna ask him his opinion on the two teams we saw last night.
I want to hear it.
The Broncos stink, and I think the Chiefs are as scary as they've ever been.
What?
Interesting. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I think their offense is going to figure it out. We have a big enough sample size of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce figuring things out that their offense is going to figure it out, and their defense has been one of the 5 best in the league.
Defense is playing really well.
If you get Patrick Mahomes with a top 5 defense, that's potentially very scary.
So let me ask you this though: why can't they separate anymore, or so far this year?
Because it's week 6, and it was a Thursday night.
Well, they didn't separate.
Well, that
against
happened
the
with
Jets.
Minnesota too.
They didn't separate against Minnesota. They lost to the
Yeah.
Lions.
Yeah, no,
Like,
they did.
The only team they've really separated from, off the top of my head, maybe there's the one other game, is the Bears.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not something that like I've seen, but just looking at history and looking at the Chiefs just kind of as a whole over the last 5 years, you're going, okay, I'm going to bet that they'll figure it out offensively. Because right now, you're right. They're not very good. Kadarius Toney has not been the player they were hoping he would be. Justin Ross has offered nothing for them. Rashee Rice has not been super involved. Sky Moore, not the player that they thought he was going to be when they drafted him last year. Their receiving core is not good. But I'm going to bet on Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes figuring out how to be productive by week 17 or 18. Like it doesn't matter how good you are in October. They're still 5-1 and they're not even playing well. 5-1? 5-1.
No, that's right.
And they're not even playing well.
Yeah.
If they're playing their best football going into November and December, like that's what matters to me. And I'm going to bet on them figuring it out.
Here's my thing about that. And you're not wrong. Nothing you said is wrong. I understand that. I think if they got to match up with Miami, I don't know if they can keep up.
Yeah, maybe that could definitely be a problem.
Incarnation
for sure.
of the Chiefs.
That could definitely be a problem. Yeah, and if they don't figure it out, you would easily see why. Like it turns out Juju Smith-Schuster was the key to the engine.
Where's he at again?
New England.
They need to trade.
They
need to trade back for him,
man.
man. They need to get him back. And then your thoughts on the Broncos? Well, you said
they stink.
I was looking this up with Jesse. So I just did it since 1970 because there was too many. 346 quarterbacks have had 22 pass attempts or more and 95 yards or fewer. That happens all the time, it turns out. Joe Burrow did it this year.
Damn. Joe Burrow.
You know who's done it twice recently?
With two calves or one?
Just one. I think it was
just one. Yeah.
And it was also
I think
bad
it was
weather.
Darius Garland.
It was bad weather. This was just a beautiful day in Kansas City,
and
this guy couldn't throw.
Yeah, Russell wasn't. I had to apologize to Brock Purdy today. Because we were running through the Stephen Ruiz quarterback rankings, and so I said, okay, Brock Purdy's 22. How far are we getting him up? How many quarterbacks are above him are you taking? And so we just started rolling through that, and we got to Russell Wilson, and James is like, Russell Wilson stinks. Get him out of here. I'm taking Brock, and I was like, and I hemmed and hawed. I was wrong. I messed up. That's a poor take by me. I did a bad job. Russell Wilson stinks.
Not good. I've been telling y'all for years, but y'all don't. I swear to God,
here he goes again.
Start listening to me.
Kyle don't know the whole story. So he really believes you.
Everybody listening to this show knows. Jesse knows. I said this years ago.
You know
if
what?
I recall correctly, Jesse and I both said it. I ain't gonna say that.
That sounds right.
I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say.
Hey, you know what? I remember that. I agreed with you guys.
See,
that's just crazy.
Now that I remember, now that you mentioned it, Casey was like, "No, I'm not giving up on him yet. He still got it. He's not bad. He still got it. He still got it." We said, "No, he's done."
Thank you.
They always remember when I picked the Rams to beat the Eagles, but they remember that, but they forget the other times.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I just know that I've been trying to tell y'all, man. It's a damn shame.
That's crazy.
Turn up. Go ahead.
Tua Tagovailoa has done it twice, by the way.
Is that a shot?
This year?
No, in 20.
Oh, I was like, what?
That feels like a shot. Show some respect to the 2024 MVP.
Dude, bunch of Hall of Fame quarterbacks have done it.
That's crazy.
Tua's on his way. Line up the gold jacket.
Russell Wilson, a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right. I
thought
so too.
I thought it was a slam dunk. Our guys, Monte and Butch, say it's borderline closer to no.
If he continues this trajectory downward that he started whenever Damian said he did, if he continues that,
the hell?
whenever Damian and Jesse said he did, if he continues that and plays for like 5 or 6 more years where he's just bad, then probably not.
Wow.
Because you're going to have a sample size of him being really bad for a long time through like his mid 30s and into his late 30s. So that's
How
where
old
it
is he
gets
right
borderline.
now? Like 33? 34.
Yeah. But if he had played last year and then retired, he's probably going to the Hall of Fame. So I don't know. I think it's borderline, but I think he's closer than
I
that.
think he is. I think he is.
I think he probably is. But you put everybody in the Hall of Fame, so
not Aeneas Williams.
Wow, that man has not bothered anybody.
Aeneas Williams, the only thumbs down for today's show.
Wow. Well,
very,
Jacob might have given us a thumbs
get,
down
hey,
too.
Jesse,
so sorry about that.
Hey, Jesse, make it so Casey can't hear this. I'm gonna try and get Aeneas Williams' number and get him on your show.
He can come. I talked to Aeneas Williams. He is a Hall of Famer. He's a hell of a cornerback. I just thought that's the bar.
At the rate KC's going, we're going to book Aeneas Williams and 21 Savage here for one show and see how he.
Now 21 is my boy. Now he's my boy.
Anybody listening to
there's just
KSFM yesterday
levels
knows that's
to changing a track.
Hey, shout out Sandra if you're listening, and her husband. Shout out to the homegirl Sandra and her.
Every time Casey says someone is his boy, it's a lie. He said
it
about Puka
last
week.
I don't know if I said Puka's my boy. I said he's nice.
No, he says that after he murders him.
Yeah,
so
it's like with all due respect.
Nice.
Yeah,
like with all due respect.
It's like if KC ever says, "Yo, D-Lo's my boy," it's like, "Yo, what the hell happened to this?"
What did he say?
What did he say to Jasmine this week?
Puka's nice, man. It's just, nobody was guarding him. He ran into clear space and got it. Like, I just think I can do that. After the catch, I can't do that right now. But nobody was guarding him. Y'all saw the play.
Casey putting up 8 catches, 100 yards on the Rams every week.
Charvarius Ward is playing 15 yards off of him, and Matt Stafford's like, "Hey, run 8 yards. I'll give you the ball." Okay.
I don't know.
That's all you have to do.
Did he do anything different?
That's it.
Just guard him.
Did he do anything different?
Nope. He just ran 8 yards, turned around, caught the ball. No one was running.
Kyle, you watched all 22. Then in that game in the first half, they were 10 yards off of him.
It was soft coverage, but he's been super productive like every week.
He's nice.
Okay.
I just think I could do that.
Okay.
Easy work.
Oh, this is it.
Real
I picked
quick.
this up like I was going to start reading it. It's the play-by-play from last week. I'm like,
real quick before we go to the Niners. You guys got any thought? I mean, and now this is becoming a epidemic, I guess. A former football player analyst against current player. Like, any thoughts on Steve Smith? Did you guys see that?
What's Steve Smith do?
Oh, you didn't see Steve Smith?
oh my God.
Go ahead, find the clip, send it to him. We're gonna have to play.
I'll tag you on Twitter. You can
we
look
need
up
to
Steve.
play the
Yeah, we need to play it.
Look up
yeah.
Steve Smith on Twitter.
You will never hear me say a bad word about Steve Smith.
Man, that was crazy.
I have a double standard here because I thought what Dante Whitner did was whack. I thought what Rodney Harrison did was whack. I loved what Steve Smith did.
But Steve Smith, I mean, I don't blame it when he tells the whole story about what happened.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with what Steve Smith did after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like he tried. I'm not gonna waste. I don't want to spoil for Damien when he finds it. We'll put it up there and we'll play it. And there's some also little side stuff that's hilarious. Like the guy who's with him. And Steve Smith is editing
Mike Garafolo.
Steve Smith is editing the conversation.
He said, and I'm gonna say ninja, and Mike Garafolo goes.
Mike Garafolo was standing like DJ Academics when Joe Budden and Migos got into it.
That was funny. Man. That Joe Budden walk-off was all time.
This was hilarious.
Was this on the pregame show?
Yeah, it was on the pregame show.
Do you know the whole backstory?
I don't know what the story is.
Okay,
I don't know what's happening here.
So Steve Smith has been very critical of Jerry Jeudy. And then
They called him a jag.
Called him a jag, just a guy. And then, which he has been. And then Jerry Jeudy before the game is like walking by the NFL Network set and like dancing around and like yelling at the set and like, you're going to feel me and this and that and da-da-da-da. And then here's this.
Yeah, Steve Smith breaks it all down. This is great.
Oh, let's say hello to Steve. He spends time with them before the games, telling them what he likes about their game, giving them little pointers, how they could be better. And these guys grew up watching him, so they soak it up. However, a short while ago, Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy was walking by, and Steve called out to him. And he got a different reaction.
I called out to him because
A little long, but it's
on
good.
my podcast, Cut to It, I just talked about guys that maybe have not showed up in the way or in the manner. And so the word that I've used to describe him in the past was a jag, just a guy. And so when I saw him, he's playing well. I wanted to say to him face to face, like, hey, I know I said some things in the past I probably shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to say to him. His response, Mike Robb and Bucky, was ninja. Ninja? Yes, I'm using the word ninja. I'm just using the word ninja. I don't mess with you. And it was a curse word. And so I was like, all right. And then he repeated it. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I said you were a jag, just a guy who's an average wide receiver they use a first-round pick on that isn't doing anything. I hope today that you actually show up in a way that you haven't showed up in the last couple of years since they drafted you. So if you ever got a problem with Agent 89, I'm sorry for saying that you're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on. And when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you, I will say no. Don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He can be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Damn. All right, then. Hey, I ain't got no beef with Steve Smith.
Hey, but my whole point with that too is Steve tried to say, hey, man, maybe I was out of pocket. Exactly. I apologize. And Jerry wasn't having it. So he's like, all right, well, it's whatever.
That's why this is different to me than what Dante Whitner did and what Rodney Harrison did.
I agree.
They just took shots at guys on their TV shows.
Yeah.
Steve Smith said, hey, I've said this guy's just a guy. I wanted to go apologize to him. He tried to apologize. Jerry Jeudy escalated the beef. And when you do that with Steve Smith, that's what's going to happen.
Here's the...
And I rock with it. I think it's great.
Here's the low-key part. Like Dante Whitner, suck-ass Rodney Harrison. They called players like trash.
Right.
Like
exactly.
And what Rodney did was to an opposing player after the game.
Yes.
He said that to Chris. He was trying to bait was Chris Jones into saying something crazy about him. Chris Jones, all pro, he's not having it.
Right.
Steve Smith sounds like he was just analyzing him.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe a little harshly, but that's part of the appeal of Steve Smith. He's like, he didn't say he's trash.
Right.
He didn't say he's garbage. He said he's an average wide receiver. Like, you used a first-round pick on a wide receiver you expected to put up huge numbers, and he didn't. To me, it's not the same.
Not even.
I don't think.
It's strong. It's strong,
right.
But it's not calling a player trash, or it's certainly not what Dante Whitner did.
Right. It was really detailed what Steve Smith said. He detailed his career.
It's very in depth.
Yeah.
It was a deep dive.
I didn't think it was as bad as those other two. And also, like I said, when you talk about Steve not in front of cameras, coming and saying, hey, man, I just want to talk to you. And Jerry having that energy. The part of me also understands Jerry having that energy. Because it may be a situation where I'm not even going to hear what you got. I heard what you've been saying. So even if you want to apologize, I'm not like, my mind isn't when I see you, you're going to apologize. My mind is stay away from me, dog. I don't fool with you.
Yeah.
So I even understand that too. It just so happens that Steve was about to apologize and he never got an opportunity.
It's also, you could have talked to him on the wrong day.
True.
Like, I assume it was a game day. I assume it was there.
It was like a 30 minutes before.
Right. So it was there. So he was probably already turned, knowing Steve Smith was going to be there, and he was already in a state of mind.
Right.
Rather, if they bumped into each other at Whole Foods on a Wednesday, maybe the conversation would have been different.
Yeah.
But everybody in a completely different state of mind on a game day. I don't fault either one of them for it.
You know what I respect? You know what I respect with Jerry Jeudy is that he had that energy for Steve Smith. Like, of all people.
Yeah.
Like, there's for me personally,
he didn't hit you with the Tyler Hansborough, oh sorry Ron energy.
Exactly.
My bad, Ron.
I respect that, because Steve Smith is known as a trash talker, is known as that a tough kind of guy.
Yeah.
And Jerry Jeudy didn't cower to him. And
Right.
I like I said, I respect that. But I love what Steve Smith did too. That was super entertaining.
That was great. And my boy, what's my boy's name? The other guy,
Mike Garafolo. Hey, low key funniest part of it is Steve Smith starts to call him Mike Garofalo, which is the wrong pronunciation. So he just stops it. He says Mike Garoff, and then just keeps saying what he's saying, and they both like look at each other, and Garofalo like nods, like, "Yeah, go ahead, it's okay."
Ninja.
I wish my man hadn't looked. Yeah, I wish my man hadn't looked at the camera. Just pretend like you don't know what he's talking about, sir. And
like, oh, he's into martial arts.
Keep it moving.
Oh man,
Just keep it moving. Hey, so 49ers and Browns this weekend.
Nah.
No, ain't no now. Ain't no now. I'm gonna tell you why.
You know now.
I'm gonna tell you why, because
you give Kenny the controls at that Solomon vinyl, and he
up,
drops a
baby.
Trina record.
It turned up, baby. I knew I was outside with that joint, man.
We went from Anita Baker to Trick Daddy.
Yeah, that was Trick Daddy featuring Trina. That was the intro to Trina. That was when we first saw Trina. Although there's a song, a video I saw way back when with Trina and Rick Ross. No beard Rick Ross. It was before he was Rick, like how we know him.
Yeah.
Crazy. It was crazy to see. He's like flowing and stuff like that. It's crazy to see. But so I wasn't tripping, man. It was, it's Thursday. Man, gotta go get this game. You want to win. Possible trap game where you come off the high emotions of Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys, and now you got to travel. Now you got to play a team with a good defense, all this other stuff. I was just, real humble about it. And then I heard Mike Lombardi talking about how Kyle Shanahan has struggled traditionally against Jim Schwartz.
Mm-hmm.
And then putting some tea leaves together and things of nature like that. And maybe I'm assuming, but I don't care. Maybe this is Michael Jordan talking about the guy who said something to him who really didn't. He just made it up. Maybe it's that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a hunch that Jim Schwartz told Mike Lombardi this and said, Kyle, people going crazy over Kyle. He's 1-8 against me. He 1-8. Does that seem like something Jim Schwartz would do? You familiar with Jim Schwartz?
No, I think it's just kind of a known thing.
Who's looking at that?
People who are looking at the Browns defense this year and going, "Oh, who's their defensive coordinator?"
Man, Jim Schwartz told
Jim
him
Schwartz.
That, man.
And people then go, "Oh, Jim Schwartz, he's been around a long time. I wonder if he's ever faced Kyle Shanahan before." And then you look and he's 7-1, and he held the 2016 Falcons to 15 points and 2 of 11 on third down, and he's held them to under 24 points, I think, and every time they met. Like, that means something.
I'm not saying it doesn't. You think they're saying that about Vance Joseph?
I don't know. Does Vance Joseph dominate against Kyle Shanahan?
Nobody thinking about that.
Well, they might, and then they look it up and he doesn't, so it doesn't
Nobody
matter.
thinking about that. Jim Schwartz talked to Mike Lombardi.
Also, Vance Joseph had never had a defense as good as the Browns.
No. Jim Schwartz talking to Mike Lombardi.
Okay.
Jim Schwartz is that guy. He that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him in 2011 before the handshake talking crazy to Harbaugh across
wild.
the sidelines.
That was wild.
He's that type of guy. Absolutely. If it was a random, I wouldn't even think twice.
You think he's calling Michael Lombardi with that info?
I think he's talked to him. I'm not saying he called hey, okay, Mike, guess what? But I think they talked.
I think
he's trying and Lombardi trying to get some insight on the game. Maybe talk to Schwartz, and they having a conversation. And Schwartz is like, "Yeah, he 1-8 against me."
Somebody at NBC Sports Bay Area wrote about Jim Schwartz dominance over Kyle Shanahan. Is Jim Schwartz also talking to Tom Dierberger?
Maybe.
Okay.
No. The whole thing, I don't know if Schwartz said it or not, but the whole thing about it, I just never really been a Schwartz guy.
Me neither.
So when I heard that, and that became like a talking point, I was like, yeah, I need Kyle to go to work on this dude. I need Kyle to go to work on this dude, man. My boy, young Shanny, he need to go to work on this dude. I ain't been feeling Schwartz. I wasn't feeling Schwartz. See, like you remember it, but people don't remember before the handshake. Schwartz was talking crazy to Harbaugh across the sidelines.
Yeah.
He was talking crazy across the sidelines. I was like, okay, I see you, Schwartz. And then he got the handshake. He didn't like that. And as Jim Harbaugh said, I shook his hand a little too hard. That's my mistake, And then, it came back the next year. Home opener at Candlestick. Smack them boys up again. Yeah, Schwartz, I got you. I'm turned up. Kyle, I need work, Kyle. I need work, young Shanny. Let's go.
Okay.
I need work, baby.
This game is not about Jim Schwartz. No. This game's about Myles Garrett versus Trent Williams. That's what this game's about. This game is about Myles Garrett, period. Because it ain't about Deshaun Watson.
Nope.
And it ain't about that Cleveland Browns offense.
Nope.
It's about that Cleveland Browns defense.
Yep.
Anchored by, for my money, the most underrated defensive player in the game.
Or
underappreciated defensive player in the game.
And you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Never am.
And that's
I wasn't wrong about Russell Wilson.
This guy, man. Pull up the tape, man.
Oh, we were right.
Pull up the tape.
It got left at Madison. It got left at the Madison
with
Avenue.
Will Kane.
Will Kane with the framed picture of Will Kane and Mike Golick.
I can cut that tape to where me and Dealer are signing Russell Wilson things. Don't worry.
So here's what I say about that. You're not wrong at all. But they got PJ. I always want to say PJ Tucker. PJ Walker.
That's him.
Is playing against the 49ers.
Yeah.
And there's supposed to be elements. There's supposed to be wind, possibly some rain and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He got to go up against them boys.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying right now, I know the Browns defense is legit. They're top, one of the top defenses in the game. But I'll take Shanahan, Purdy, McCaffrey, and all these guys, even against that defense, as opposed to PJ with no Chubb and maybe no. Come on, man.
I didn't say anything.
You didn't have to say it. We all thought it.
Come on, man. Come on.
Pause.
Come on. DJ with no Nick Chubb.
Okay.
No, okay.
And the tight end might not even play.
David Njoku. Did you see that picture of his face?
I heard about it. I haven't seen it.
Crazy, dude. He looks like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's tough.
It's nasty.
That's tough.
He played with it.
Man. So he's gonna have to go against a top flight defense, and the same elements that they talking about might be an issue for Brock Purdy and them.
That's why I don't think the 49ers are gonna lose. Like I do think the chances that they score 30 again
that's tough.
Are way lower than the chances the Browns get shut out. If the Niners go, you remember the rain game in Washington a couple years back, and they won 9-0. The Niners did. It wouldn't shock me if this looks like that. Obviously not as rainy. The elements won't be as much of an impact, but the Browns defense is that good.
Yeah.
Where you might see Brock Purdy throw a couple of interceptions and you might see the Niners struggle to run the ball a little bit, and they off the strength of a turnover, maybe deep in Browns territory. And then, maybe Deebo Samuel breaks one, cause they're not a great tackling team. They give up a lot of yards after the catch, but maybe you start to see, those things manifest and you see the Niners go win it 9 or 10-0. That wouldn't surprise me. In
situations like that, let's factor in the elements and let's go, rain as are you even though you're probably living on the ground a lot, are you cautious with Christian McCaffrey in situations like that?
To be honest with you.
Hey, Elijah, it's your game, buddy.
Well, definitely not his game. He ain't
Jordan.
Elijah didn't play one time, and unfortunately, he ain't never seen him again.
Well, I think he practiced this week, right?
Yeah, he practiced yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
He
didn't practice on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So yeah,
he's a veteran. Load
Ty Davis Price sitting there with his hand raised, and they're like, "All right, Jordan. All right, who else we got?
Juice. Elijah, you sure you can't go?
Debo, you can run today." Ty Davis Price like, "Hey,
third round pick right here.
It's me. I'm here.
3.
No, you got okay. Let me know if you need anything. I'll be over here."
So to answer your question, and Kyle, let me know what you think.
Okay.
I know you know this, Damien. You're just asking a question. These guys in the NFL don't think that way. If McCaffrey can play, they could be playing in the storm that Noah's Ark was in. They're gonna run Christian McCaffrey 25 times.
That'd be a television event right there.
They're gonna run him 25 times.
Okay.
20. Like, am I right? Like,
they're not, I think you're right.
I would think like
now
I would think like, maybe
I
have him run 17 times instead of 25. But
I will say though, if the rain is so bad that they have to pack in their passing game, I will say that you'll probably see more Jordan Mason, and you might see 25 carries for Christian McCaffrey. But if they run it 45 times, he's not carrying it 35.
True.
You're just going to see more Jordan Mason by way of an increase in volume.
You're right.
So we might see a lot of George Kittle catches too. Those 5 yards. Yeah.
I think
because no one can get separation if they can't get their footing.
I think the wind is more of a factor than the rain.
Oh, that would affect
like the downfield passing,
things
of that nature. I think if it was just rain and it was like relatively still, I think you see close to a normal game. But the wind, I heard it's like candlestick like.
Yeah, 18-mile-an-hour winds.
So I think that might play a factor into the passing game and how they run that offense as well.
Yeah. I just don't think I thought that this was a game the Niners could lose. Coming off a emotional game against the Cowboys on Sunday night, you got to go 10 a.m. kick. Cleveland's got a really good defense. Deshaun Watson, good enough that he can make a couple of plays with his legs, maybe makes a good throw downfield, and all of a sudden you find yourself down, 20-16 with 2 minutes to go and they have the ball. But with no Deshaun Watson, I just don't see it. Yeah. And I tried really hard to like, okay, hey, here's the path. But outside of not Nick Mullins, but Brock Purdy just totally melting down.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I don't
see it.
Aside from Brock, like if they have 3 fumbles, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna take losing a turnover battle in my opinion, for the Browns to win this game.
I agree.
I'm going to ask you something KC asked me a couple days ago.
Damon, Casey.
Thank you.
Haven't heard from him since Wednesday.
I do a dynamite Mitch in New Jersey impression.
What's the 49ers' weakness?
Oh, that's tough.
So, okay, that's what I thought. So I kind of cheated the question, right? Like KC had an answer and I because we thought, okay, well, maybe the weakness going into the season could be the offensive line. And maybe you could argue the offensive line isn't as good as other position groups. But to characterize it as a weakness, it's tough.
I think very specifically the right side of their offensive line is a weakness.
They have too specific.
They have too many plays in a game where guys get through that side unblocked. And whether it's a matter of skill or a matter of miscommunication or a matter of scheme, I don't know. But I know when there's problems on the line, it's always from that right side. Aaron Banks, stud. Trent Williams, stud. But look at the sack last week against the Cowboys. Free blitzer from that side. Yeah, maybe it's scheme, maybe it's not, but it just feels like there's a breakdown on that side a couple times a game and they did a really nice job against Micah Parsons. I will say that. They threw the kitchen sink at him, and Colton McKivitz, when he was matched up on him, did well. But dude, it's Myles Garrett. Don't sleep on Zadarius Smith, their other defensive end. He is dynamite, really good player. Maurice Hurst on the inside, 49ers legend, Raiders legend, having a really, really nice year. So the Browns across the front are really good. So even if it's not Myles Garrett, they have other guys who can really cause problems on the
And their secondary is really good too. You know what I mean? Those guys are big and physical and fast as well. That's one of we talked about it a couple weeks ago, looking forward to this 2-week stretch. It's like, man, you got Dallas's defense and then you got Cleveland's defense. That's tough sledding right there.
I asked the Chatty House during the Insiders 10 to noon on ESPN 1320.
Check it out.
Because it felt like before the Cowboys game, people who were trying to discredit the 49ers or critique the 49ers, and this is valid, said they haven't faced a real defense yet. They have not faced a good defense through 4 weeks. And that's fine. I would have accepted and been like, you know what, you're right. But Dallas, man, Dallas is good defense. That's a good group. And so they go hang 42 on Dallas, and you go, wow, that was impressive. But the same people trying to critique the 49ers go, well, Dallas is frauds. Dallas isn't good. So I was asking, okay, I need to know right now, are the Cleveland Browns good on defense? And if the 49ers hang up 30 points on them, are we ready to say that the 49ers offense is legit?
Yeah.
Is this a real test or not? I'm trying to figure. I think it is.
Absolutely.
I think the Cowboys were. I think this is.
Yeah.
I think that I genuinely think the Niners will score like 21 or 20 or 21 points.
Look, to be honest with you, people don't want to talk about it because they're 2-2 or whatever the case may be. Pittsburgh defense is not a slouch.
Yeah, right.
Pittsburgh defense is good.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, really good. Pittsburgh's won those 2 games that you referenced because of what they've done on the defensive end.
Absolutely.
And crunch time Kenny Pickett.
Wow.
Oh, well, that's
I can't believe that happened.
That was wild.
That's Monday.
I have never felt worse for a quarterback than I felt for Lamar Jackson.
What was it, 10 drops or something like that?
Yeah, some ridiculous number and at least 2 touchdowns. Wild.
But to answer your question, Kyle, yes, like they handle this. It's one of those things. I talked about it when we were looking at it at the 2 games a couple weeks ago. It's not going to do anything for me with Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's legit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's that dude. If he struggles on in this game, especially when you talk about elements and stuff, I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't know about Brock now. Like, no, he had a bad game in bad conditions against a great defense, a really good defense. So it doesn't do anything for me. But I am anxious to see. It was the combination of these games. I wanted to see how he did against both of these defenses. Destroyed Dallas, absolutely destroyed them. And now this situation is a little different. You got a defense that's just as good, maybe a little bit more physical in Cleveland on the road in some elements. I want to see how he does. It's a good little litmus test for him. Like I said, not to judge him as a quarterback because I already feel how I feel about him.
Sure.
I just want to see how he plays. I want to see how it goes for him.
First time facing Jim Schwartz, by the way.
That damn Jim Schwartz. Did he call you and tell you that?
He said, Kyle, I need you to bring this up.
You're the only 49ers reporter he, in fact, didn't call.
Yep. He's like going through. He's like, okay, let's see. Nick Wagner, check.
That
Kyle
damn
Madson,
Schwartz.
check.
That damn Schwartz.
Yeah, Nick's
Damon
article is
and
going to
Casey.
drop tomorrow. Yeah, Nick's article on Jim Schwartz will drop for ESPN tomorrow.
Damon and Casey, I'm not calling.
I need Kyle to go to work.
No, it's not Damon. It's just Kenny. Yeah, I'm not calling Kenny.
I need Young to go to work on that boy. I need Young to go to work.
Okay. All right. This was just not a storyline I was prepared for today.
Kenny's got beef with Jim Schwartz.
Amazing.
I didn't like what he's talking crazy about. I never forgot about that. When he's talking crazy.
He is crazy.
When he's talking crazy
He
to
is so
Harbaugh, I
crazy.
didn't like that dog. I didn't like that dog.
Lions coach?
Yeah.
Was that
I didn't like that dog. Jim was minding his own business. Then he shook his hand to it. Jim said, that's on me.
And it's wild because Harbaugh is such a normal guy.
Yeah, it's super normal. Yeah.
And now the total weird.
Speaking of Jim Harbaugh, I was listening to something last night. They were talking about Michigan playing Minnesota, and they beat the hell out of Minnesota. And the Minnesota coach, who's been around a lot,
PJ Fleck?
Yeah,
it's still him.
I think so. I think that's what they said. I can't remember. He said that's the best team I've ever seen.
Yeah, they're good.
He said
No,
that's
legit.
the best team I've ever coached against. So
they're good.
Humble hearts. Got a tough game
It's
against
about
Indiana.
time. It's only taken.
Well, I'm not even thinking about
long.
that. We got a tough game against Indiana. Them Hoosiers, boy. People think about them as a basketball school. That really is a football school when you think about it. They really get after it on the football field. And it's going to be tough with them coming into the big house. It's going to be tough.
Michigan by 30.
Easily.
You guys are discounting Indiana. That's a championship.
No, you're
program.
doing that stupid stuff that you do
I'm
into games.
I've looked at the game. I've looked at the game.
One
This is a heck of a team here.
Matters for both teams, and it's not being played this week.
Oh, that's easy work. That might be the easiest game on the schedule.
It might be. It might be. It might be. 2 out of the last 15 years is still domination.
Oh, what about 2 out of the last 3? What about 2 in a row?
No, that's good.
What's happening?
That's good. What about 2 out of the last 15?
Is there a Michigan-Ohio State beef happening right now?
No, there's not really. I don't give a crap about Ohio State
Especially now
anymore.
because we'd be kicking their
But
ass.
now he just
I'm gonna-
annoys me, so I have to root for Ohio State. Tough 1 week every year.
I'm actually, you know what? Now because my podcast co-host, who shall remain nameless,
Yeah, he's not
Ohio State guy. So now I'm a Michigan guy.
I never knew that. I never knew that.
No, he went, but he
Whenever
attended.
I see him in the streets, it's on.
He attended.
No, he's an
State.
Ohio State guy.
He went to Ohio State.
Okay, well, it's on.
Which
what I see.
explains
You
why
got to
he's
give
kinda
him you got to give him a little leeway. He went to school there.
I'm not. That's fine. He gonna get these jokes when we smack them boys up.
All right.
Now I know.
That's the funniest part is he never talks about it.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he is.
I don't think I knew he went to Ohio State.
Yeah. Oh,
Is he from that
Thought he was
area?
an Ohio State guy.
No.
He just went to Ohio State.
Mhm.
That's what I would do. If I could do it all over again, first I'd probably go to a black college. Man, you see some of these homecomings that are going on?
Wow.
I seen Georgia State's homecoming.
Oh Lord.
Texas Southern, Lord have
Hey.
mercy. I definitely would have gone to HBCU if I had to do it all over again. But if I didn't, I'd go to like a big football or basketball.
I'd go to wherever Dion is.
I wouldn't change
I'd be in
anything.
Colorado.
I wouldn't change anything. I would still go to Sacramento State. Stingers up, baby.
Stingers up, baby.
Let's
Well, I'm
go.
going to Sac State homecoming in 2 weeks. I know that.
Let's go.
I ain't missing that again.
It's gonna be turned up.
It's right up there. It's like Morehouse and
Apparently,
Howard
one of the parking
and
lots was
Sac State.
They was out.
Yeah,
They was out. I was
I'm
like, where
going
they
there.
at?
Yeah,
Saw it on Instagram. I said, where they at? Hey, that's Sac State.
Hey, that's the women's basketball team. I'm going over here. Homecoming in 2 weeks. We'll see y'all there. Come through. Come hang out.
Yeah,
Coach Patrick, we're coming through.
Yes, indeed.
Pulling up.
Pulling up. All right, so everyone's on the 49ers.
Yeah. I think so.
I mean, I would have been far more intrigued with this game if Deshaun Watson was playing.
too.
Obviously, he's not. I would have been more intrigued if Nick Chubb was available. Unfortunately, he's not. This is a hell of a defense, but after what they did to the Dallas Cowboys last week, I'm anxious to see. This isn't just can the 49ers survive a really, really good Cleveland Browns defense. This really, with all due respect to PJ Walker, this boils down to can the Cleveland Browns defense beat the San Francisco 49ers?
Yep.
And
I think that's right.
That's like a really, really good defense to like an elite defense. And that might be how they have to survive. Like that's the New York Jets mentality. Our defense has to win us games until Minnesota trades us Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
That's where we are.
The Niners are minus 9.5 favorite. They're covering.
I'm
can
taking
see
the
that.
Browns.
Nah, they
I'm
cover.
taking the Browns. Although
Yeah.
I do that every week. Every week I'm like, that's too many points. It's gonna be, and then they just
It was the
smoke
14.
everybody.
Was that Arizona?
Arizona
Arizona.
covered.
They winning this one by like 13 to 17 points.
Giants 10.5 covered. Now Browns up to 9.5. I'm like, oh, the Browns are gonna cover this one. Because at some point that happens in the NFL. A team has a bad week.
I wonder how much money Al Michaels wins or loses on gambling each week.
Thousands.
No one knows the stuff. Like no one throws spreads out there the way that he does
Well,
without
there's one person who did.
Oh, yeah. Well,
really rock
we ain't
him.
got to really deal with that dude no more, so that's fine.
Brent
But
Mm.
but Al, you can't win a game by 10.5 points. Okay, Al, stop it, stop it. Well, Kyle Madson, Monday through Friday, 10 to noon here on the Insiders. Of course, does great work over at NinersWire.com and hosts Candlestick Chronicles all by himself. Available wherever you get podcasts from. Check that out. We'll come back. Mikey Winfield headed into the studio in the next hour. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Host Candlestick Chronicles, sometimes with Nick Wagner.
Sometimes.
All right, I got to run.
Yep.
I have a meeting to get to.
I've heard.
Yeah.
I heard.
Big deal now.
Have fun. Got you. Yeah, you can leave that open too, because Mikey's coming in.
So who's Mikey?
Mikey Winfield. He's from here. He's a comedian. Very, very, very good comedian. But he did America's Got Talent maybe 2 years ago. Howie Mandel really liked him. Simon Cowell gave him the golden buzzer. He's done like All Stars. He hosted a residency for America's Got Talent in Vegas. Yep. Yeah, he's awesome. I did not. I you know what the crazy part is? There, like I was like, oh, that'd be so money right now, but I'd feel like shit the rest of the day if I ate one. Yeah, it would that level of sugar would crush me. If they're there at 4 though, oh yeah, I'm taking the chocolate donut for sure. Or if I guess later than 4, but yeah.
All right, I'll see you.
Yep. Yep. Got rid of it. What is the 6 work? Or is that too early or too late?
Should work. I think the thing ends at like 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to juniors. It's out here.
Great.
Yeah. It's dope.
Great. Can't wait. And we don't have to pick a place to eat, which is
Yes, I got you. I got you.
I was so happy you weren't like, where do you want to go?
No, I got you. I knew I've been wanting to try that place. So like perfect. So back to Drake.
Is Drake top 10 all time?
Yeah, probably.
Who?
Drake.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's up there.
I think so.
I mean, but like again, at some point you have to like longevity matters. Like he's got some longevity. I mean, off the top of my head, Jay, the other Jay, Cole, Kendrick, Drake, LL. I'd probably put Cube up there.
Real quick, remember somebody laughed at like they sent us a tweet the other day because somebody had mentioned like, yeah, Future's more influential than Tupac, and they were like, "You got to be kidding me! This is crazy." All this other stuff, and people do that a lot, right? Like Manny does that a lot. Like if somebody said Future's more influential than Tupac, they laugh at it. Sometimes these old heads got to like realize, like, what's the last generation you think was affected by Tupac? It's probably us. Not saying he's not great or anything else like that, but a 24-year-old, it's like, yo, Pac made me want to rap. Oh, and it's no knock on Pac. It's
know what I think? I think Pac's greatest influence for future generations will be his like his political cause, right? Like that, like his that type of conversation. I think that will be something that lasts with him longer than I get around. We really need to bring Corners of the Culture back somehow. Like not the 2-minute segment on KSFM, but but Corners of the Culture for real.
It's
I'm regretting calling that segment that.
It's like that situation is like at some point, like Michael Jordan's not going to influence people to play basketball. At some point, right? Like it might even be Reese. Like Reese going to be influenced by LeBron or Kyrie or Steph. That doesn't mean Jordan's impact isn't what it was or is, but it's also something like when people say in the sports term, yo, Kyrie's influenced more people than Michael Jordan. Like that's not the craziest thing in the world.
You know why I think that carries a lot of weight is I wonder at what point young people won't watch a standard definition video. Like because you know what I mean? Like when you see something today, with 4K and all of these different things out there, when you see something in standard definition, it's like, whoa, that's like and it's not like this for me, but at some point that stuff is going to be like when we saw black and white. What the hell is this? I'm not watching this. I wonder at what point like these kids are like, I can't make this out. What's he doing? I'm not watching this. This is like Havlicek stole the ball to them.
Right. There's a generation before us that was like, yo, I wanted to play basketball because I wanted to be like Dr. J. Dr. J had people hanging from Rucker like it, and then it evolved to Jordan, and then Jordan to Kobe, then Kobe to LeBron, and then Steph, and so on. Like Wembanyama might have it next, or Scoot, or something like that. It's no knock on these guys, but I people my age tend to dismiss the impact that younger generation's rappers have on influence or ball players have on playing basketball. And I just wish they would. You gotta understand, like,
I think
these 18-year-olds aren't digging through Tupac albums.
I think the most influential player of the next like 20 to 30 years is going to be Steph. I don't think it's going to be LeBron.
I can see that.
Because Steph is more relatable. Like LeBron is just, you can't be him. You can't be that size with that speed, with that strength. Though that's the evolution of the athlete, right? That's what you always hear, bigger, stronger, faster. Like you're seeing that in the women's game a lot. The athletes on the women's side are different. And Asia Wilson did not, like, you can draw comps. Asia, Kelsey Plum, those types of players, like Elena Deladon. There's Elena Deladons in the league now. When Elena Deladon joined the league, that wasn't even that long ago.
Right.
She was the only one
right.
of that size who could shoot like that. She was the Dirk. She was the one of one.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's Dirks and Deladons all over the place.
Right.
And that's the evolution. But for LeBron, I can't really see that sheer size, the strength, the speed, the explosiveness, all of that, and of course the longevity. Steph's the one I think they're going to look at for the next 20 years. Going, I want to do that.
TC,
I want to be that.
TC, you talking hoop, but it's fine.
We're talking about influence.
Yeah. TC said, KC, you sound ridiculous, bro. Tupac will be here for life. Your kids will talk about him when they're older. My son does not talk about Tupac.
I don't think
he's 10 years old.
Yeah.
He does not talk about Tupac. If I try to put Tupac on in the car, he'll fall asleep or say, turn this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean he's 10 though, so he's not a hip hop head, but like, no, bro. Like, no, like I love Pac. We'll always love Pac. I'm gonna teach my son when he gets older, like the importance of the things he was talking about and his music and stuff like that. That's not gonna be his GOAT. That's not gonna be somebody that influences him to do stuff. If anything, if you want to use the correlation, Nipsey will have a bigger impact on my son than Pac, and you could say Pac inspired Nip, but and you could use that chain of events, but it's not gonna be Tupac.
Well, at some point too, people are only gonna go so far back. Like they'll find whoever the next version of Nipsey Hussle is, right? And it's not just the music, but it's the the community. That's what we were talking about during the commercial break. Pac's legacy isn't going to be, I get around. I mean, if we're talking songs, his legacy is probably going to be Dear Mama. But what Pac will always be remembered for is Black Power. That's what Pac's going to be remembered for. And rappers who want to draw on that. Kendrick loves Pac. I mean, anyone who's ever listened to Kendrick Lamar knows that. He based a whole album off of that. He don't even rap about the stuff Pac does. Right? Like that, like one of the top 3 rappers today is directly influenced by Pac. And the guy Kendrick influences to rap probably is just going to stop at Kendrick. And it's going to be like a sprinkle of Tupac influence. And that's just going to happen. It's same's true for Big, like guys with, these shorter catalogs, like that's just going to be the way that it is.
Right. And on top of that, like if we're being honest, like our elders are looking at it like, what you talking about? Like James Brown was the real one, or Marvin Gaye was the real one. Like they look at us crazy for saying Pac influenced this, and like, nah, y'all need to really listen to this guy and what he was saying. You know what I mean? Like that's just the nature of the evolution of music.
James Brown performed in Boston amidst riots across the country.
Was James Brown wasn't the one they asked to settle down after Martin Luther King?
It was James Brown.
It was James Brown?
Yeah, in Boston. That absolutely was James Brown.
They asked James Brown to please perform and settle down like this riot that was about to happen.
Yeah, that was James Brown.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
like come on now. Listen to what we're talking about right now.
They were going to cancel the show. And James was like, no, that's going to make this worse. And they had, there's video of this, like people rushing, like he's doing the show, and I don't remember what record he hits, but like fans start to jump on the stage and cops come running out and they're really aggressive with him. And James is like, stop. And he gets the entire crowd that is this close to losing control. He gets the entire crowd under control. He says, hey, get your hands off him. Let him get up here and dance with me. You want to get up here and dance with me too? We're going to dance, but then you're going to get off stage and we're going to resume the show for everybody. He calms, again, this is Boston. He calms the whole thing down, sends everybody else back to their seat, and resumes the show.
Come on, man. Come on now.
Yeah, that don't get taught. Yeah. James Brown.
Was that after MLK or Malcolm X? I think it was MLK.
I feel like it was Martin Luther King. Yeah, I feel like it was Martin Luther King. I'll have to. I'll go back. It's not a hard. I feel like there's a documentary on it on the show that night. That is very, very much worth your time. 916-909-1320. We got brother E Biz on the phone. E Biz, what up, baby?
Hey, what's up with it, y'all? What's up, man? Hey, I can't talk that long because I'm a substitute teacher right now and I'm on lunch. I want to let you know I'm watching y'all on the smart TV right now, on the smart board, man.
My man.
That's what's up, E Biz. We appreciate that, dog.
Nah, facts. It's all good, But I just wanted to ask you something real quick because, hey, D, you had me weak. All right, last week when you talked about the Drake album and all that. I didn't listen to the Drake album because I have a feeling it's trash, but I had to pop on the song with Cole. And I think that was one of the best features this year. Can I get you guys' opinion on that?
Yeah. I call it the J. Cole song.
Well, look, take your pick from J. Cole this year. He's beating himself.
Well, I was sir. Damn, KC. Come on, son.
That's twice. Go take a lap.
What are you doing right now? And with all due respect, with all due respect, yeah, I love the record, the totality of the record. It's not. It wasn't even the hottest J. Cole verse that dropped that week. The Secret Recipe is one of the most phenomenal pieces of lyrical work you'll ever hear. I
can't decide.
The beat is so weird. The First Person Shooters is a better song. The Secret Recipe is a better verse. And E, if you're not back to teaching yet, the Drake's album's not trash. It's not trash. It's not what I wanted. I didn't think it was great, but it's far from trash. And so, go listen to it. You'll find records that you enjoy. The album's not trash.
The biggest thing about that, and I talked about that podcast, and I think they're right, is it's just, and I think this is where people get frustrated with it and get frustrated with a lot of Drake albums, is it's really just a collection of songs. There's no kind of right, and that's the way music is made. But that's the way,
you know what I mean? There's not a lot of records that aren't made that way
which
anymore.
Is kind of my point. That's how all these albums are. But Drake gets kind of raked through the coals, and heavy is the head that wears the crown. But
part of it is
music the way everybody making music right now.
You're right. You're right. There's a lot of reasons. One of them being he's the dude. Two of them, the postponement of the album and then the postponement of the tour. You yourself hyped it up. It wasn't just us that did it. You did it. And I bought into it. And then when I heard it, it was it's kind of a letdown.
Bunch of songs.
And I think I told you this from jump when he reacted to Joe the way that he did. I don't think Drake loves the album. And I think he's insecure about it. And I think that's why he reacted the way that he did.
Well, one of the things, and I know we got to shake it, but one of the things that the guys
you
talk
on
about
today, boy,
is Drake. They talk about essentially how hip hop has never embraced Drake, and Drake loves hip hop, and they've never embraced him.
Yeah,
and he's always been fighting for that embrace, and it probably never gonna come. To be honest with you.
We'll come back. Mikey Winfield is here. He'll join us in studio when D-Lo and KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Go grab Mike.
Oh, while I'm here, let me give you them cash caraway picks of the week. Where we at? Hold on, I got you. Y'all give me a second. Let me pull it up. All right. So, what do I have? I got quite a few games that I'm looking at this week, but the ones that you want to lock in, I'm gonna go with, and I'm going with the big boys in this game. I'm going with the big games this week. Washington at home against Oregon. 12:30 ABC. You want to check that out. Washington's a 2.5 point favorite. Give me the Huskies in that one. I'm gonna go with Washington. That's a tough game though. I really don't know what's happening there. You can check that out for sure. North Carolina, 3.5 point favorite over Miami. Give me the Tar Heels. I think they're gonna handle business. They're gonna put Miami out of their misery in that game. And then last but not least, this is another good game. John Pauls, where you at? It's UCLA at Oregon State. I struggled with this one, but at the end of the day, I'm going Oregon State -4 in this game. I'm going with Oregon State -4 in this game. Some good stuff, though. There's some really good stuff. I'll give you guys a little bonus, too. Don't put this towards my permanent record. But I got a Friday night special. Give me Fresno State -6 tonight at Utah State, and give me Stanford -12 tonight. Or excuse me, Colorado -12 against Stanford tonight. Fresno State, you got to be on the lookout for that one, though, because I don't think their quarterback is back. The quarterback got hurt last week, but the guy who subbed in, he handled business just fine. So, the 3 games: Washington -2.5 over Oregon, North Carolina -3.5 over Miami, and Oregon State -4 over UCLA.
Mikey.
Yes, sir.
And done this for a while.
Hey, I know, right? It feels like home.
Yeah, so as you see, we stream across video form. We're on commercial right now. Be back in just a minute.
Yeah, man. I'm glad I put something in my hair today, man. Got the thing rolling.
Yeah, man, we cooking on the video, man. That's why I can't come too crazy. I can't come too bummy out here. Because the people in the chat, they'll get at you too.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a chat. It's a chat.
They'll get at you, man. They be talking crazy. I'll be having to go in on these fools sometimes.
Hey,
especially
like
Uncle Looney. No, I'm messing with you.
I like it.
I'm messing with you, Uncle Loon. Did you see 95.7 got in their studios today?
Oh, did they? How'd it look?
Look cool.
Yeah.
Cool. They got a nice little view of the window of downtown San Francisco. It look pretty dope.
Don't look like an insane asylum?
No.
Oh, man. Mike, when you hit the road again?
Tuesday, back on the Air Force military tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, wow, we got like these 2-second commercials. Yeah, so we sit here, and then at 4 o'clock, we switch to studios, and we do the show on 102.
Really?
Yeah, we just press a couple of buttons, and
Yo, what we on now?
we're on ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on ESPN 1320 right now. All right, here we go. Yes, sir. We in here, man. I'm excited for this. First time in studio with D-Lo and KC. Our man Mikey Winfield.
Yeah.
In here.
In the building.
Yeah.
Let's go. What's going on, y'all? What's happening? I saw him. He just hit the turn down the volume button. What's going on?
What's up, man? So real quick, Mike. I don't know. You from Sacramento?
Nah, I mean it's
I know
like
you got roots.
I was
been here
raised
yeah.
here.
Okay.
That's what I would say because I was born in Baltimore.
Okay,
but this is where I started stand up. Yeah. This is where I met like everybody that I know.
Yeah,
and when I go on the TV spots, I got to clear that up so they know. Sacramento has really the influence on me as far as like stand up goes. Mm-hmm. So yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, we've been doing radio together for 20 years.
Man.
Yeah.
Mike been doing this a long time, man.
Man.
In the business. I know. I started I had to get my permission slip signed before I started stand up. So
well,
you can get into those places.
You miss radio?
Oh man, come on. I get it. You know, it's fun to watch too, man. Like the people who are really good at it. Like to watch the D-Los over the years, just kind of like navigate and understand it. But yeah, man, I absolutely love radio.
So punchline December 14th. Is that right? Is that the right day?
Hey man, let me tell you. You better say it. You better look. It's December 14th. It's about to be sold out, man.
Yeah.
I got my little TV appearance, and now everybody trying to see it in person.
So let's talk about it.
Yeah.
How much has your life changed since America's Got Talent?
Yo, life is crazy, but it's weird because it has changed a lot because I'm on tour and I'm like working, but my lady's still crazy. You know, she's still saying all that crazy stuff. Like, yeah, I know you out with those. Yeah. You know what she said the other day, man? This is what older women say. I know you're messing with those floozies. I had to look that up. Do you know floozy was like the technical term for whores like 50 years ago? I was like, oh. I had a feeling what it meant, but I went to the Webster and I was like, oh, wow, that was very on point, you know? And, but as far as the career, man, I haven't stopped. Like since I got on the show, I've been working like every weekend. Only reason I'm off this weekend is because I thought I was going to be doing something else that didn't happen.
Oh, man.
So I got off the whole week, which works out because I wanted to tell Sacramento about December 14th so you can hear it here first because it's about to be sold out. It's close already.
Right.
So they can't say that I didn't mention it.
See, just make sure I get in the building, man. I'm trying to check it out, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll stand up, you know, I'll buy my 2 drinks. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Just let me get up in there. That's all I'm looking for.
And I like what's happening on stage now because once you do it this much, you get locked into something that's crazy raw. Like I like to write jokes, but then you don't do that anymore. They're written in your head. I'm like Jay and Wayne. It's in the head. It's just like it's just happening in real time for the people.
So I wanted to ask you about the follow up a little bit more on America's Got Talent situation, man. Like you were already doing comedy. You were already, you know, established. You had these shows and on the radio and things of that nature. Like my thought, I could be wrong, but my thought, what America's Got Talent is usually somebody that's like looking for their big break, looking young and up and coming. Like you've been established. And what made you say, man, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go on this America's Got Talent?
Man, I needed more white fans.
Well, NBC, shout out to NBC.
So man, this is what
nothing but Caucasians.
You got to get the balance. No, this is what happens, man. Like I'm like working, and like you're saying, all that's legit, but this is another bump. And it's another group of fans, and you kind of just keep going in this business. And if you can kind of keep going, I said that a long time ago, and people are like, you just don't quit. That's how you make it. That is one of the ways. Like being talented goes a long way, but endurance and just being able to tough out this sleazy business is like a real solid way to stay steady. And so this was a great bump. Like as far as like,
I can imagine.
You know, as far as like things I've done,
right?
You know, like some stuff looks real good on the resume, like a David Letterman in The Office. Those look great. And they did okay, but this had access to a lot of people. And so now when I'm touring, man, they coming out and they're loyal and they're passionate and they're like, you should have won. I'm not watching anymore, you know, and they want me back on. And we even working on that because I'm trying to take Terry Cruz's job. He knows about this. It's not like a secret as host of the show. So that's like next in the works. So,
I mean, there's something to be said right there about like not thinking that you were too big to go on that show. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people who probably could have had the same opportunity, but like, oh man, I'm touring right now. Like, what I look like going on America? Like, nah, man, go on there. You saw the bigger picture.
Nah, man, I'm about doors opening, man. I mean, it's just like you gotta keep moving. And I'm a creative, you know, so I'll get to go in a spot and do something different. I want to feel nerves. Like that's the problem now. I don't get nervous, so I'm too comfortable. So I like to be in some place where I'm like, maybe I'll feel something different that'll give me a drive and a motivation. Because now I'm just a little too comfortable in life. And it's good to just, you know, feel something.
Well, I mean, 2 of the 3 judges like loved you. Howie Mandel said, yo, if you don't win this thing, you're going to go on the road and open for me. And then you come back and you do that amazing, you know, second performance where Simon was like, this is my guy. And I only watched America's Got Talent because you were on it. So when the golden buzzer thing happened, I had to look it up. I just saw Mike got emotional and there was this whole moment. I was like, I don't know what happened, But this was a big deal.
Something happened.
So I started looking up Golden Buzzer. I was like, yo, man, they did my man Mike right on this.
Yeah, it's a selective few. And after, let me tell you the power of Simon's hand, right? After the Golden Buzzer, the tickets started selling like crazy. That was like the moment. As soon as his hand went in the air, people started going to the comedy club websites. And I was like, oh, and I was watching it change in real time. And then Howie's so dope, man. Like I see Howie almost every week. You know, I go to his production company and his family's there, and I like sit in on some of the podcasts, and sometimes he brings me in and he's just kind of like, hey, if you want anything, let me know. So he's almost like, it's good to have someone that's just so dialed into the business that you can just reach out to with regular questions.
Yeah, man.
And he's plugging me in ways where I'm like, yo, this is really like, yo, he has access to some doors opening. So that's fun, man. And then people want to know, let's just end the rumors. Like, you know, Sophia, man, she like got the divorce. And no, me and her or Heidi, we're not dating. They're not old enough. You know, I like them real old moms.
Yeah. Mike likes the older women.
Yeah, man, I'm into those moms. I like that wear and tear. Yeah, man. I like when they wear readers. I'm like, she blonde too? Okay. You know? Yo, I was on the way here, man. I saw this older mom. She pulled up next to me. She just stopped in a pickup truck. And she was like, I like those spectacles. I don't know why that turned me on a little. I was like, okay. Then she pulled off, and I was like, man, I can't do that. I can't do that right here. I got to focus. I got an interview.
So you like them seasoned?
Yeah, man, I do. They come out to the show, too. And here's the thing about the seasoned moms. They got the most money. Yo, no disrespect to these girls in their 20s, man, but they still trying to figure it out. They still trying to get through life, understand things. They can't afford tickets. They can't buy merch. But they're cute. They're cute, but they just can't do nothing, you know? So when I hit that second stage of life, man, you know, man, I might DiCaprio it. You know, that's what I was considering. You know, I might get me a little age limit. But that's on the other side, man. I'm on the first half still.
That's what's up.
How many kids you have?
Several. So, I inherit kids, man, because, you know, the nephews and stuff, man, and the nieces, they end up coming into our place because it's a comfortable spot. You know, like I keep it live. I keep it comfortable and fun. So you just end up having just kids just around in the vicinity, you know? And it's weird, man, because I feel like a terrible parent in a way that none of my kids are trying to be stand-ups. So I'm like, damn, maybe I didn't make it look fun. You know, they like doing real stuff, like trying to be in the computers and all that. And I'm like, okay, you know, but I keep then trying to do what, like my mom was big on, like, you could do anything. So pick whatever it is you want to do, and then it'll find a way to just figure itself out. I think that's the reason I'm doing this. Because, you know, like I went to school and all that. And I got an English degree, and I was like, I teach, you know, and I did it. I did it a little bit, but it was like, what's going to feed my soul? And this feeds my soul.
Yeah, man. It's what they talk about. What's the saying? Find something you love and you never work a day in your life or something like that.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's real, man. Like this, I love doing this. I love this job. I love this arena, and I'm pretty sure you got the same feeling being on stage every night.
Man, the stage is a gift because it's therapeutic. So all the drama I've been going through my entire life, I think I could have got out of the drama. I think I chose to stay in, you know, and it's because I also have this outlet to just throw my feelings out to the world. And then there's people like, yo, man, you talking about my girl. You know, you talking about, you know, like there's people that's like, yo, you talk. No, man, I'm telling my life, and it's a common thread. And I think that's the reason, like for me, I think that's where the success comes from. It's just like people can relate. Just really just relatable content when you just talk about your problems.
How has the process of you writing changed, you know, from 20 years ago to, you know, with Willie Barcena to being in a production studio with Howie Mandel now?
Well, man, let me tell you, I was thinking this on the walk in here, man. I'll never be as funny as Willie, and I keep trying, man. That dude is the GOAT.
Willie's one of the funniest stand-ups you'll ever see.
So funny, man. And it's just another level. And that's because he's 30 years in, and he never stopped working. So I'm like, damn, man, like how do I get that funny? And there's people that look at me and they're like, yo, we think you the funniest. Right. And in my head, I am. I really am. Yeah. But it's still, I like the idea of I'm chasing. I'm just chasing like even another level of funny. But the process of writing has changed. It comes quicker now. You know, like I know how I feel, and I think that's about maturing as an adult in life. I just know how I feel about stuff. And I'm not afraid to like play with the cards face up. I'm not afraid to like show the feelings on the sleeve where before I was like, if I say this, I'm gonna look a certain way. Yeah. I just say whatever. Yeah. And you gotta say it all because that's how you find the gold. Right. Because you don't know what's funny. I don't know every time what's funny until I get the response from the audience and they're like, hey man, that was funny. I'm like, okay, I'm keeping that. You know, and now I gotta record. Like tomorrow, I need to record this so I can throw this material away and I can move on because I want to kind of document it. It's a lot. It's for legacy, and it's because, man, I think this next special, man, it's gonna be the game changer. I feel like this is gonna be the special that the world talks about for the next 5 years.
I like that.
But I got to record it, and I'm working on that now. I like that process.
What's the feeling? Like on both sides, when you talk about like you know it from the fans' reaction. So say like you got something, you're like, yo, this joke right here gonna have them going crazy. You say it, and there's like no real response. And then you'll have one where you're like, this is kind of a throwaway one. And they go crazy, like, that's the most funniest. You're like, you guys like this one? Like how is that feeling, that dynamic when those two things happen?
Oh, it's interesting. It's a lot of them I talk in the shower. I'm like, I'm a killer with this. And then when I say it, they stare and I'm like, you know what? Some of this I keep just for me. I'm like, man, this make me laugh in my heart. So even though they're not gonna laugh, I'm gonna say it. Yeah. But at least I know they're not gonna laugh the second time. Right. You know, the first time, the first time is when you get that slap in the face. Right. You thought it's gonna kill. And they're like, nah, bruh. It's not funny to us. It's not funny. And man, crowds are man, they hard. But on the second side, man, sometimes I'm just talking. You know, I'm just saying things, and then they're like, hey man, oh man. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I record everything. So everything for me is documented. Like I audio and I video record everything. Yeah. So then I go back and do the research. And then I'm like, okay, if they like this, let me find out why they like it. And if I said it, it's in me. So let's expand upon it. So I'll stretch out a lot of bits that didn't start off as like something that I necessarily was going to stretch out. But, you know, you find the things that connect. And when they connect, they're like, okay, this is for a reason. Yeah. And because I think I'm smart, right? But there's so many people that like have these different levels of intelligence, right? Yeah. And then they like point out certain things. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense for me to grow that. And I should do that. And so I learn by just like feedback and keeping smarter people around me.
You mentioned to us, you're hitting the road again on Tuesday. You've been on this Air Force base tour for a while. How's that going?
Hey, man, that's incredible. So I'm on this Air Force military tour, a lot of cities in the South. And there are a lot of them are family shows. And they're fans, man. And it's like, even though I want to cuss, you know, man, there's kids, you know, and I'm like, yo, I can keep it clean, you know, because I'm fairly that anyway. Right. I just don't like rules. You know, like, I just don't really like saying like anyone telling me this is how you got to be. I'd rather just come out and be whatever I am that night. Yeah. And it might be clean. I might be going through something. It might be filthy. But when you do these, you know, it's for a cause. So if I'm doing this for the military, man, and they're just so grateful, you should see these bases. They're just so incredibly appreciative. And it makes me feel like, you know, I'm doing this for a reason. Like, don't forget that, like, you're saving lives too, you know, with some of this. So with that, I'm really enjoying the bases, and I got so many more to go. And on top of that, They buy a lot of merch. They buying kid-size shirts.
There we
you
go.
know, man?
That's the X factor right there.
Man, I'm selling shades and glasses and stuff, and they buying glasses, and I'm like, hey, man, we're all winning.
Yeah.
We're all winning right now.
BigAssTeeth.com for those who want to grab merch.
And he's not clowning me. It's real.
Yeah. BigAssTeeth.com.
Yeah, and on BigAssTeeth.com, you can go straight. There's another link. It's like Mike'sGlasses.com. If you're just trying to pick up some snazzy retros, I got the plug.
I'm checking it out, man. I'm checking out.
Yeah. But BigAssTeeth.com, you see everything. You see dates. You see some content, and you find the social medias, and it's all good.
Yeah. Right. Now you were like we talked about before. You were already established before America's Got Talent, but like you said, that took you to another level.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anybody that you've met now that you're like, yo, he or she knows who I am? This is crazy. I looked up to them. I looked up to their work or anything like that. Like, have you had any of those moments of, yo, this dude knows who I am and he thinks I'm funny? This is crazy.
Hey, man, so this is interesting. There's many that know, but they don't acknowledge it. And then when they do, then you're like, okay. So, man, I'm in the Laugh Factory one night, just chilling in the Laugh Factory. I do that a lot. And, man, like somebody who I admire, right? So Corey Holcomb's like, hey, yo, Mike Winfield. I'm like, real? That's how I'm feeling. Like, yo, this dude to me is like found his zone in stand-up. And I feel like they know. It's a small community of stand-up. If you're like in it, they know you. And it's whether they're going to acknowledge it or not. Right. And then you got to get your own clout, and then you see the things like you're invited to the parties and stuff like that. Because a lot of times I'm at the parties, but I'm just kind of to the side. I'm chilling, and it's all good. But then, I think everybody already knows, man. Right. And that might sound a little like
it's real though.
Little. It could be on the arrogant side, but I have been doing it 20 years, and I have been on a lot of stuff. So if you're just talking about amongst the comedians, yes, there's a whole lot of fans. Is like, yo, I don't know this fool, like who's it? And that's great too. Yeah, because if you're seeing me for the first time live, your life is about to be different.
I like that.
Yeah. Like the first time, like there's people that see me a lot of times. They like, oh yeah, we know him. We know this dude. We know him. It's comfort. But to see me at 20 years for the first time, I would like to see that. I would like to see that. It's something.
Do you have the tapes and audio and all that stuff from 20 years ago?
I do.
Like when you were doing 30 minutes and 5 minutes and
even the clothes, like none of it fit. None of the clothes fit, man. It was these baggy, dumb looking pants and shirts that was hanging out to my knees, and then the neck hole was super big, man. So it was I ain't had a fro, like it was like it was the coming up fro. It was like the mid halfway fro. Like, this is funny to watch, man. I think like that's all for the doc. It's gonna be the doc is gonna come soon.
So I mean, come on, man. We kind of buried the lead, man. This was the morning show, man. This is
right.
Come on, man, Mikey Winfield. I mean, y'all back together after what you say, 20 years?
Yeah, no, it was so me and Willie did that morning show on KSFM starting in like 2004. And Willie and Mike linked up. And Mike, this is why I say about Mike, man, that was pretty early in Mike's process of being a comedian, right? And he sat down next to Willie, and he's right. Like, Willie's brilliant. The only reason, and he'll tell you this, the only reason Willie isn't a mega star is because he's a dick.
Yeah.
That's the only, like, that's it. Like, he burned so many bridges, like, along the way. He's funnier than George Lopez. He's funnier than anyone you can think of. Like, his stand-up is bordering on untouchable. There's a recent episode of the Joe Budden podcast where he's playing a clip from a comedian and he's telling this really over-the-top gay joke. And it's Willie. It's one of Willie's jokes. And I was listening to it. I was like, yo, that's Willie. Like, what is this?
Yeah, right.
But he refused to like conform who he was. And he didn't treat people the best. And he'll be the first to tell you that. This is the only reason he's not a megastar. But that same guy was like, oh, we got a young dude. I'm going to work with him and like give him tips like on how to write. Cause like dude was always writing.
Yeah.
Always, like from newspapers, from CNN, from anything he saw, anything we talked about, like he'd write about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I watched Mike. Hey, come in, on this day. And every week that day, Mike would be there at 6 a.m., next to Willie and taking notes on how to write jokes and watching Mike go from 3 minutes to 5 minutes to, 8 minutes to 10 minutes. Like all of that stuff, it doesn't seem like a lot, like 3 to 5 minutes, 5 to 8 minutes. Those are huge steps. And, watching Mike grow to that point to where, he's doing specials, multiple specials on Amazon and all of these different platforms. He talks about doing a clean show. That was one of the dopest things about seeing America's Got Talent in Vegas. I saw one of his last residency performance. It was a family show. Like it's America's Got Talent. Like it's TV. It was clean.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty. That's what I think a great comedian's jokes are funny without the cuss words. Right. I think Bring the Pain is one of the great comedy specials of all time. If you take out all of the bad words and Bring the Pain, it's still funny. Like Mike is funny without cussing.
Yeah.
And just watching Mike to get to this point, man, and being able to go to, Vegas and see him and America's Got Talent, all of that stuff is phenomenal.
Hey, man, thank you. Thank you, man. Let me tell you, it is a pleasure to come up under a guy like Willie, man. A lot of guys, they're kind of like, they're envious of that, the stand-ups, because he didn't take a lot of people under his wing. So they're just like, dang, man, like you had that opportunity. And man, we did some road trips and I saw some stuff I can never say. I can never say. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's weird too, because now that has entered my bloodline. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, yeah, man. But even though I'm like, Mecca's success is great.
Yeah.
And it looks good from the outside. But yo, just being able to do this, he's doing well. Willie's doing well. He's on the road. He's doing what he wants to do. Yeah, man, like I'm doing incredible. Things are amazing. But it's the bottom line is the fact that I get to do this. The fact that I get to not being my own home all 7 days, because I couldn't survive in my own home 7 days with my wife. So now, man, if I got 3 days away,
pandemic is crazy.
Yo, man, that's the reason we hanging on by a thread right now is because of the pandemic. And so to give us the balance we need is the blessing in this, to be able to do it.
Real quick, I was just going to ask Mike before we got out of here.
No, we ain't going nowhere.
Okay,
We're good.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
we got time.
Were you on that show at Pepper Belly's in Fairfield?
Pepper Belly.
Were you on?
Not Pepper Mill, Pepper Belly.
Pepper Belly's. When Willie drank too much in the second show, they started throwing chicken wings at him.
Oh, they was throwing chicken wing bones.
Yeah,
they was throwing lime slices.
Yeah, it was rough.
But this is
why they do that though.
This is what happened, man. We gotta tell it. Hey man, let me do my version.
Okay.
Yours is better. So man, he's killing, man, but then he's like getting faded, right?
Yeah.
And then he's talking about like the real women that he loves. Like, this is the type of woman that I love. Then he brings this woman on stage.
Oh,
and man, she's an attractive woman. But he's like, see, this is the woman I like right here, like a real woman. Like, she ain't all like beautiful or whatever, but like she does the work that she needs to do at home, like, because like everybody thinks they gotta have this attractive, like he was roasting her,
buried her.
He didn't know he was though in his heart. In his heart, it was coming from a good place. And they started pulling lime slices out the tequila. They was throwing them. D-Lo had to run on stage. He needed to be saved, and Willie didn't know that he needed to be escorted off. Yeah. So I remember Dave, man, he put his arm around Willie like, bro, it's over. He was like, it's over. And I was like, whoa, what's happening? Because you couldn't miss this. You had to see this.
Oh, man.
This was in Fairfield. This was like one of the greatest shows.
I was scared to death. I had to do 5 minutes of comedy just to try to get everybody home happy. Oh man, yeah, they were throwing chicken wings, and he was questioning like his life's decisions. And Willie, when Willie get like really, really drunk, he turns into a kid, right? So he does this thing, you put your hands in your pockets and you do the thing like this. Yeah. I had to get Willie back to the hotel because his manager had to settle up with. He had to deal with the fallout.
Yeah, like what we gonna do? Like, he's like, I sold a bunch of tequila. I should still get paid. It's like, but you bailed. Like,
hey, Willie, it's cool. Like, it's fine. Oh, bro. He gets out the car and I'm walking him to his room and he's just doing this walk like he's 10 years old. He's like, man, I ain't doing this no more. I ain't cut out for comedy. Like, I'm gonna do something else. No. And he's got his head down and he's doing the thing where he's like kicking his feet forward. I ain't doing this no more. And I go in the room and I'm just gonna sit here until he passes out.
Yeah.
And he puts on like he would watch like the most random like Western like TV show. Passed out 10 minutes later. Shows up on Monday. Hey, that was wild, huh, bro? Like, yeah, Willie, that was something, bro. That was something.
Oh, man.
I thought you opened for him that show. Yeah, that's one of my favorite. I mean, now that it's behind us, that was one of my favorite memories ever.
Yeah, in the moment, man, it was like I don't know how to feel. It was like, yo, this is really happening. Really. Yeah. I knew it was legendary at the moment, but it was still like, hey man, I don't want that to happen to me.
Yo, the running joke on this show is Kenny has never seen The Office. Kenny doesn't know Mike's on season 8 of The Office.
I didn't know that until he just said it.
Right? Yeah. Mike's on season 8 of The Office.
And I like the show. Like I'm always watching like some random basketball game instead of watching The Office. I like it. I chuckle at it. The 5 episodes I've seen, but I got to get there.
So when Kenny's 75, he'll finally get to season 8 and see that. Oh man,
I've been saying this for like 2 years now. Like, yeah, I'm gonna watch The Office. I watched the basketball episode.
Right,
and I haven't gone past it yet.
Yeah, it's like
maybe I'll watch it this week.
Like bro, just go to season 8. Just go to season 8 and watch.
No, that's what I'm saying. I watch Mikey this weekend.
Yo, man, what's amazing about The Office, like other than being on it, it's incredible. Cult followers, but yo, I'm in a small circle of comedians who have been on there, and when I talk about those few names, the names are Craig Robinson and Patrice O'Neal, who to me is like one of the GOAT comics of all time.
Yeah.
Like easily top 3.
R.I.P. Patrice. He's
R.I.P. Yeah. Patrice O'Neal. And I'm like, yo, man, I was a warehouse worker too. So that's like that's a short list of like really amazing stand-up comedy.
Yeah. Man. You know what's funny is I got my wife, not my wife, we just got married a couple weeks ago.
Congratulations, man. Hey.
Her family is from Baltimore.
And,
you know what the crazy thing is, I enjoy Baltimore when I go back. Like, it's a good time out there.
It's good to visit.
So it's good to visit. They took me somewhere in West Baltimore one time and we was driving through. I was like, this looks like the roughest place ever. My gosh. But I enjoy my time in Baltimore. But I only say that because I don't know if you still have a Baltimore accent, but I feel like I hear it when you say certain things.
Yeah, certain words. It's like it lingers. It's in there, and man, Baltimore's beautiful. Like it really is. When I go back,
enjoy my time out there.
I sell all the tickets, man. It's all love.
Yeah.
It's just, man, even the homies I talk to from school, they like, yo, it hasn't changed. And that's the scary part is that it's still the same dangerous city, man. And it's like, man, like I grew up there and I made it, and it's just a wild thing. And then it was always Baltimore was always Baltimore. It's always crazy hood, but I was used to it. It was just kind of my life. So then I would go to other hoods and other places, and then I would be like, it didn't faze me because I was like, I was from Baltimore where it felt dangerous, but that was the naive part of me, man, because there's a lot of other dangerous places. They just might not look as dangerous.
Like I said, I was going through West Baltimore. It was just concrete, brick buildings. Damn, it was cold out here. Like,
yeah,
like it's cold. But I tell people all the time, man. I've been back a handful of times since I've been with her. I enjoy myself every time. Baltimore's a cool spot. Obviously, just the regular neighborhoods that we go around to, but you go down to the harbor and all that.
Oh, absolutely.
Stuff. I have a good time every time I go to Baltimore.
And if you eat that stuff like I used to, man, it's delicious. Like if you into like crab cakes and stuff like that.
Crab heavy.
Hey,
I'll be on the crab heavy.
That's one of the things I miss, man. Like I changed all my like eating habits and stuff like that. But man, if that's crab cakes, they're golden. Oh man, delicious.
Yeah.
What's next? Like, what do you like? You going back on tour? You're going back on this the Air Force Base tour next week. But like, what you talked about the special, the doc. Like, what's
let me tell you what's next. What's next is it's the game changer, man. And man, I say these things out loud because they always manifest, right? And what's next is the writer's strike ended.
Yeah, thank God.
Now, yes, I'm back on my TV show grind.
I was just about to ask, what's the acting looking like?
And let me tell you about it, man. We got a strong team, man. Like one of my like biggest fans is Raven Simone. So I'm creating a show with her. I got like Lindsay Goffman. She made The Good Doctor. She's in that show. Then we got this another guy we're bringing in. He may or may not be a part of it, but he's a big fan. He created That 70s Show.
Oh, wow.
And I got like the strongest team walking in the door. And I've had the good ideas forever, but I've never had this strong of a team to walk in and sell the show. And that's where we are now, man. And I've been talking this same TV show stuff for probably the last 15 years, you know, but right now it feels better than ever. Yeah. And I'm gonna just, like I said, man, I'm keep shooting from three, man. I'm gonna keep taking these shots, man. It's gonna land. And this TV show, let me tell you about it. It's gonna be. Remember when Eddie was talking about the Boom Boom Room on Life?
Ray's Boom Boom Room.
Ray's Boom Boom Room. Yo, this is gonna be 7 seasons, man. It's gonna be the funniest. This is gonna be about me having a stepson that's like my same age.
Oh, wow.
I call him Stepman, right?
Stepman.
And that's what the show, man. It's gonna be a solid 7 seasons, and this is what's gonna happen. They're not even gonna cancel it. I'm gonna walk away.
I'm gonna walk away.
I'm gonna walk away.
I'm gonna end it. Yeah, I'm in. Mike, Mikey, I act, man. I don't need a lead role, but just I'll be in the background, like doing something, ordering coffee or something like that.
I got you. Yeah. Put you in the back.
He gonna Steve Carell this joint, and he just gonna like Steve Carell did on The Office. He's just gonna be out. Gonna have to find a new dad for Stepman. Yo, that's gonna be fire. I need that. I need a Stepman TV show.
The world's ready, man.
Hey, man, I need that. So what's up with your sports takes, man? You a Kings fan?
What's up, man? What's going on? I've been waiting.
You a Kings fan? I mean, did you adopt the Kings from being in Sacramento?
I'm a Kings fan, man.
Michael Hooper.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, I want to just. Yo, man, I want to show people, man. Like they don't even know, man. Like they don't know when we hoop. They don't even know if I'm left or right, man. I want to let these people know.
It's like
man.
that.
No, they don't know me on the court, man. And now I'll be playing with them because I'm a little slower now. I've aged a bit.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I'm there.
Yeah, but
I'm there.
But that's when you realize the smartness. Yeah. Like there's players with IQs, like you do things differently now. Like, I don't have to outrun you anymore.
Now I get any shot I want to, but I know how to get there. Like,
I use my team more. Right. I'm using screens and stuff, man. I'm using screens and rec ball.
Hey, come get me. Hey, I know you was super busy, but did you follow like what the Kings did last year and breaking the drought? And you like I said, you lived here, you've worked here, you know how important the Kings are to this city. Right. Like, were you able to follow how crazy it was out here?
Absolutely, man. And here's the thing. I think they're going to have another incredible season. And I still think there's always things to put us over the top. And I don't think put us over the top means acquiring necessarily the right players immediately. I think it's making this a fun place. Like letting everybody know, like, yo, come kick it in Sac, man. Like we got like a good vegan restaurant, like letting you know this. It's a cool hangout.
Straight up.
And then, or maybe sometimes it's the place you need to do if you want to have your family safe and you just want to be, and I think
that's how you acquire the players, man, other than having like the big name that just draws them in.
Right.
It's like, I think there's still a couple pieces. I think we have a good conference finals team. I think we could easily be top 4 in the
Western
Conference. But I still think there's pieces when you see what other teams are adding across the league. The league is strong, man.
A lot of talent, man.
And I love it. I love it. That's what you want to see, man. You want to see this talent. And I think the NBA is more talented than it's ever been because almost every player to start now started when they was 5, and then their parents was in the league, and they got everything. So
got trainers at 5 years old.
Yeah, they started like that. So it's bigger than just, you got to be deep. You got to have the camaraderie. You got to have those solid pieces. And we got a nice, strong core. So we're in the right direction.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
December 14th, Mikey's first show here, 2 years?
Yeah, this is the first show in Sac in like 2 years.
Man, I'm there, man.
Yeah,
I'm
we
there.
in there.
100%.
We in there. I've already gotten text. Hey, make sure we got tickets. December 14th. Punchline, Mikey Winfield. There aren't many tickets left, though. That's a shoot. That's real. There are not very many tickets left. So if you want to be a part of this, you got to go grab them now. Head over to the Punchline's website. Head over to bigassteeth.com, MikeyWinfield.com, MikeysGlasses.com. Those are all his websites.
Yes, they are.
Support our man, Mikey, man. I'm so happy we finally got to connect here in the studio on the new show, hang out and talk. And, you always got a home here.
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. I think you know it, but I do. I
Yes,
really
indeed.
appreciate it.
Yes, indeed. That's a man, Mikey Winfield. We're back with more here. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. That was some dope stuff right there, man.
Yes, sir.
That was some real dope stuff. What you got going on for the rest of the day, man? Where you at? What you doing?
Man, I'm about to get some food, man, with the lady. We about to eat. And then, what am I doing? I leave tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going to, Laugh Factory.
Okay.
I'm going to Laugh Factory. And I might go to Vegas Sunday because they don't know if the guy's going to be there. And they was like, can you do it? It's like, yeah, I'll pop in.
Was it the new new AGT
the
thing? Yeah.
So figuring it out, and then I hit the Air Force joint next week.
That's what's up, man.
So good, man.
Man, pleasure meeting you, dog.
Yeah, you too. Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah.
That was some good stuff, man. Funny dude, good vibes too, man. The vibes is immaculate. Good dude, good energy. I'm a big believer in energy, man. His energy's off the charts. Where is, I just saw Jonathan. I need a favor. Nobody here. They all just went off, did their own thing in life today. Tim Zoo does fight tomorrow. I guess if I was focused, I'd have a 13th round going on, but
it's a big day for us next week.
Tim Zoo fights and Keyshawn Davis fights, I think, too.
We need an Inoue 13th round too. I saw he signed a new fight or whatever.
Oh, gotta have that. Inoue brings him to the yard too.
13th round is popping.
Do I ever bring green juice? No, I don't drink green juice. I drink sea moss, but not green juice. Today I just got a Gatorade.
It's weird Friday vibes in here today. Not the show, but building.
There's no one here.
Yeah. Feels like we're just chilling today.
Yeah, so what are we doing? Just kicking it. Get on our level or step out. Yeah, we'll get back on track here, and then we'll just figure everything out based on whether Ham comes in or not. Glad y'all enjoyed that, man. Mikey's that dude. Mikey is that dude. Y'all go see him December 14th at the Punchline. Trying to find some stuff from practice, but it looks like the only one who has video is Deuce, but it's on his channel, and I don't want to mess with that.
What the hell is that? Real quick, I got a little bit of a confession. You know I'm beefing with Philadelphia sports right now, right? Beefing with Philadelphia sports. There was a time, though, before we had beef, I used to really like the Sixers. Big Allen Iverson fan, really liked the Sixers. So I liked the city then. There was a time when I liked the Phillies. Never liked the Eagles. But I liked the Phillies. It was cool. Okay. They got my guy right now. And it's pretty cool to see them rocking out. My guy's Bryce Harper.
Oh, okay.
That's my boy right there.
I didn't know that.
I've always liked Bryce Harper. And I'll say this.
Attaboy, Bryce.
The love affair between the Phillies and the city of Philadelphia right now is pretty cool to see. They are locked in to the Phillies. And they ended things last night, man. What a moment last night. Acuna, bases loaded in the 7th. Deep drive to center field, caught by, I think the guy's name is Zario in the outfield. Phillies win. Move on to face the Diamondbacks.
Because Bryce Harper lived up to all the hype that he had, like in high school and all that stuff. Remember, he was kind of
took a while. It took a while.
Yeah.
I think he has for how much hype it was and stuff like that. I think yes, he's one of the best in the league right now.
I'd say
he's an MVP. He's a world champion. Or no,
he didn't win. No, he wasn't. They won the year after.
He went to the World Series last year, and he had multiple moments to get him there. It wasn't yesterday, but that home run, that 3-run home run in Game 3. I mean, come on, man. They
I like players
Bryce.
like him. Yeah,
they love Bryce in Philadelphia. Yeah, they love him. So, yeah, I mean, the Eagles can still go to hell, but it's cool seeing Bryce in Philadelphia.
Well, let's stay in Philly. Well, let's go back to Philly first. Shout out to Mikey Winfield for spending nearly 45 minutes with us. Punchline Comedy Club in Sacramento, December 14th. If you want to be at that show, after 45 minutes of Mike, I'm very confident that show is going to be sold out by the end of the day.
Facts.
If it's not already. So Punchline Comedy Club in Sacramento. Go see our man Mikey Winfield, December 14th. We're all going to be there to support our man Mike, man. So come through. But let's stay in Philly. A couple of things I want to talk about regarding Philadelphia, if you don't mind. One, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start with this. Adrian Wojnarowski out here doing Daryl Morey's bidding is one of the grossest things that I've ever seen in journalism.
Behavior.
It's so at this point, Woj has been wrong about James Harden at every level of this story. And I understand what the insider game is, and I understand there's concessions you make, and I understand you rely on relationships. Like, I understand all of that. we've gotten to the point in this particular story with this particular relationship between Woj and Daryl Morey that Adrian Wojnarowski essentially works for Daryl Morey at this point. He has not reported one thing regarding James Harden that's been accurate. He was the one who twice said James Harden had the intention of showing up at training camp and causing a scene.
Yeah.
James Harden has done nothing of the sort. He didn't do anything. He hasn't even spoken until today. Today was the first time he spoke, and he said, I don't trust this front office. This relationship with the front office is beyond repair. I'm going to play basketball, but the relationship with Daryl Morey in this front office is beyond repair. Again, Daryl Morey, now Adrian Wojnarowski is out here tweeting Daryl Morey's trade demands for him. Again, he has been wrong at everything. And it appears the Clippers aren't buying this. The Clippers aren't going along with this charade from Daryl Morey at all. The Clippers aren't going along with this charade from Adrian Wojnarowski. And again, I understand it's different. I'm not a journalist. I didn't go to journalism school, but I sure as hell know what it is. And what we're witnessing from Adrian Wojnarowski is not it. Yeah. This is gross. It's like, has Woj once reached out to James Harden's side?
That's the whole thing. It's all one-sided.
Because my guess is he hasn't.
Right.
And my guess, when all of this is over, we're going to get a tweet that says, tune into the Woj pod with Daryl Morey. That's going to be the payoff to all of this. It's nasty, man. It's nasty.
It's funny because it's like the report was, like you said, coming into it, Harden's going to create a mess and all that. First day he comes, nothing happens.
Nothing.
The report after that from Woj is that, they're not expecting him to do it the first day. He's going to do it like the third or the fourth day while he's there. That's when it's going to start. He literally did that after that.
Incredible. Oh, and I'm sorry, how much I said this. I told Jesse this, and I'm going to say this, but I'm going to put it on wax. And I can't believe I'm going to say this. James Harden is the babyface in this story. Daryl Morey's the heel. Now, we could have a situation where one of the great wrestling storylines of all time is playing out in front of us. This could be a situation a la 1997 when Bret Hart was a babyface in Canada and a heel in America. I actually think Bret Hart was a babyface everywhere except in America, where he was a heel. James Harden is going to be a heel in Philadelphia. He very well might be a babyface everywhere else.
You think he's going to be a heel in Philadelphia?
I do.
They won't forgive him.
Why wouldn't he be? Forgot how they treated Ben Simmons?
Yeah, well, I don't think they like Daryl Morey.
I was not aware of that.
Anybody with two eyes can see what this is all about.
I agree.
So
yeah, I completely agree.
They're not the reason why I asked that question. They're not like, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but they're not so beholden to Daryl Morey where they won't break him through the coals too.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like,
but Daryl Morey's name isn't going to get called during pregame introductions,
right? But they look at this situation and be like, Daryl Morey's at fault. We're not going to boo James Harden.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if they did that.
I think Casey's kind of got a point because wouldn't the reason why you'd be booing James Harden, because coming into it, like you said, Woj has done a lot of talking for everyone here. Like a lot of the reason why they boo is just because everyone's expecting Harden to just sell out, fat suit, all that stuff. If he's playing and all that, and he's just with the program, he just doesn't like Daryl Morey. Why would they boo?
Because he doesn't want to be in Philadelphia.
They may empathize with that though. Not wanting to be in Philadelphia, but not wanting to be around Daryl Morey.
So,
or they could just remember what he did in game 6 and 7 and be like, you're the problem.
What I want you to say, and record this so we can clip this. I want you to say you expect Philadelphia sports fans to act rationally.
Can't say that.
Because I feel like that's what you both just described. That's a rational reaction.
You're true. You're right.
Checkmate.
You're right. I realize who I'm dealing with.
And with that said, Ben Simmons was good last night. Ben Simmons has been really, really good this postseason. Also, I certainly don't want to brush past this. Shout out Harry Giles.
Yes,
Harry Giles had some good numbers.
Yes.
I was calculated with our new basketball watching program that we have. I watched Harry Giles' offensive possessions, makes and misses. This is good. Okay, let's hit that switch over here that flips to the defensive possessions.
Well.
It wasn't that bad.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, like he was solid. I think he finished with 16 and 10.
Yeah.
I think Ben's had and I'll say this about Ben Simmons. Ben looked really, really good on both ends of the floor. All of this discussion about Ben Simmons over the last few years, and the discussion, especially about his desire to play basketball, it's all been rightful. I'm not critical of the conversation. We took part in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I think all of us may have lost in talking about, well, he can't shoot, moving forward, all of this stuff. He's a really good point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Go so far to say is Ben Simmons, with the ball in his hands, is an elite point guard. Some of the passes that he made last night, he has an ability that I think a few guys have. Lonzo Ball is a guy who's really, really good at this. He can pass a guy open. You know what I mean? Like when he goes to deliver the pass, the guy's not open, but he's going to put it in a spot that's going to make his teammate open.
Yeah,
he's really, really good at that. I thought Ben Simmons had a solid night last night. I think he's had a really solid preseason. I am excited to watch Ben Simmons this year. I'm very anxious to watch that Brooklyn Nets team.
Ben Simmons, I wish him the best for him to come back, be able to play on a consistent basis, and play the way he knows how to.
Yeah.
He is a heck of a point guard. And a lot of the times with him, some of my frustrations with him was knowing, game and the situation and what it calls for. Sometimes you got to shoot the basketball. You can't pass every single time. You gotta run the ball to open up the pass.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just pass all the time, if that's what you like to do. So I hope he's healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally, and just ready to be a productive part of that franchise in Brooklyn. That's what I'm hoping for, man. I'm rooting for him.
Do you guys think he can get back to who he used to be? And if he does that change anything for Brooklyn in the East?
So when I think about that, I think about one version of Ben Simmons. And I know there was another one that people like that actually got accolades and people really liked. But I think of Ben Simmons the year they beat the Heat in the first round and then went to the second round and played Boston and then lost. That Ben Simmons was special. I never thought he got there again. A lot of people would say he was probably like a all-star or,
he's been
first
an
team,
all-star.
something like the following year, he probably was that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he was ever as good as he was leading up to that Miami series and in that Miami series. So I don't think he can get back to that. But I still think he can be a pretty good ball player.
Can he be an all-star level player?
I don't think so.
I think he's been an all-star, 3 times?
A couple of times, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. But to answer your second question, I'm already high on Brooklyn. So my answer is yes. If Ben that's Ben, because I think they're already good. Because I think very highly of Mikal Bridges. But if Ben is close to that, yeah, I think this is a really good.
It'd be one of the great stories in the league if he could.
I hope so.
He could bounce back.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll stay in the NBA. We'll come back there. There's a lot out there. Let's talk. We hanging out today. We got some NBA stuff to talk about, though. We got to get back on track. We went a really long time with Kyle. We went a really long time with Mikey. So we've got to step out real quick.
I was just gonna say at some point I got answers. I got answers for the Sacramento Kings and anybody worried about the Sacramento Kings.
We got time. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I don't know why Drew Down is sending us pictures of wings, man, but those look fire.
Wow. Where you at, Drew Down?
Yeah, some random number too, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, James Harden is great when there's no pressure on him too. I'm not worried about what he's going to look like in the playoffs. I want to know what he's going to look like in the next 82 games. That's all I care about. I don't care what he looks like in the playoffs. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. y'all enjoy that conversation with Mike? I hope y'all did. Man. I love Mike. If you haven't seen him, you should. Brother is very, 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 very funny. Yeah, I was like, I think it's all right. Yeah, I think it's all right. I didn't even want to say dick, but that was the only way I can describe that dude. Is he was just such a dick. But legit, one of the funniest people I've ever met. Absolute funniest. Right on, Warren. Glad you like it. Scout, appreciate you. Brian, good stuff. D-Mac, that's what's up. Drew Down, right on. Drew Down, where you at, Drew Down? Did you make them wings? Those look fire, bro. Yeah, he had a very good game, Ramsey. Very, very good.
Wasn't hovering Brian, but it was definitely on the mind. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm guessing, Ramsey, knowing who you rolled with back in the day, I'm guessing you have. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna go grab my juice real quick.
Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, you know the drill. D-Lo's out. Tune in Crackers time.
Hold on. Where am I? There we go. Hold on, Jesse. What'd you say?
I said Dame's out. It's tune in Crackers time.
Oh, my man. Appreciate you. Let's see how this works. You guys don't mind me.
Steven, they pack it in like a cardboard box too. It's disgusting.
Randy Orton back for Survivor Series. How old is Randy Orton?
He's at least like 44, I'm assuming.
Gotta be. Randy Orton, good guess, 43.
Well, yeah, because he was like in his 20s, right?
Yeah.
In 2002 or whatever.
Yep.
You ever watch that wrestling show on Netflix? I think it's about OVW. Al Snow's in it.
I don't think so. Where's the swell? Right here? Yep. God damn. Apparently not. Oh. Hey. No, I got you. Come back. Let's just do it here. Hey, don't worry. We just taking care of business. Everybody, hang on. I did not expect this to be this difficult. Stand by. We in there. We in there. Oh, my God. Kenny asked me to do one thing, and I fumbled everything all over the place. Come on, man. What kind of teammate am I?
Hey, teammate of the year.
I'm Buddy Hield over here. Oh, I'm sorry. That was unnecessary.
Buddy, it's basketball season. You know, it's basketball season when we got to get our Buddy Hield shot of the day. And that's a great title for that because he's a shooter. He likes to shoot the ball. The Buddy Hield shot of the day.
Are we getting any like Buddy Hield shots of the Kings this year like we did last year? Like,
that'd be wild.
Are they going to be playing the Charlotte Hornets one day? He's like, Sacramento sucks.
That'd be crazy. That would be crazy.
Buddy Hield.
I can't be mad at him about it. Like I take shots at 11:43 4 times a day. I'm gonna be mad at Buddy Hield for.
Well, they did something crazy to you. What did the Kings do to Buddy?
I need it. There's no way we can do it. We need to play Sandra's call.
Oh man,
from 102 yesterday. Her husband hit me on IG.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they do listen to this show. But she was a little confused by what station we were on and threw that out there on 102 yesterday.
No, the edit was crazy.
The edit was funny. The edit would have been funnier if we were in a hurry. We had gotten the winner, and we don't take live phone calls over at 102.5 because things are moving so quickly. So we had a winner for the Doja Cat tickets. I'm trying to edit it real quick. I forgot you had said 11:40. It would have been way funnier if you didn't.
Kept getting bleeped out though. That would have been.
That would have been even better. I didn't have time. I knew I was running out of time because I wear, one of the main reasons I wear my Apple Watch during the show is because I can't see Complex when he's mixing. So when he texts, my watch vibrates, and I was still editing the call when he texts, and it was like, hey, we're going after this. It was like, all right, okay, we got it. You know, we're beeping things out. We got it. And I was like, oh, this is so great. And then you said 11:40. I was like, shoot. I know there's a way I can get that call. I'll try to get it on the next commercial break. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Shout out Sandra. Congratulations.
Yeah, big ups to Sandra
for winning the Doja Cat tickets. Tap in.
That's why you guys got to listen to 102.5, man. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, man. We have fun over there. We have fun everywhere. That's all we do. They just pay us to have fun. We appreciate them for it.
Good vibes.
We appreciate them for it. NBA isn't about anybody having fun right now.
Wow.
The NBA apparently has been emphasizing to teams and players that this is an 82 game schedule. And they've really, really been pushing this 82 game schedule. And they've done it publicly. They've done it privately as well. They've met with teams. They've gone over. I know a lot of people saw the league submitted, data that says, this doesn't support load management. Like, there's no correlation between load management and your health. And that was something that they it's not like it was a memo they sent out. Like, they went to teams and explained this and explained the data and why they feel the way that they do. And I don't know how to fit. It's always like I've always felt a certain way about load management, but I know anytime we talk about load management or what's called the player participation policy now, I always have to check myself because I don't pay for tickets. I go as a media member, and I think I would feel very, very different if I was a paying customer who showed up to see a group of players or a particular player who didn't play just because they weren't going to that day.
Right.
Not injury. That's a risk we all have to take as fans. Like, you can show up to a game expecting to see Nick Chubb and Deshaun Watson. Those guys get hurt. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, that's the game. Just not playing is totally different. So I try to, sympathize with both the team and the consumer in that sense. And I'm far closer to a consumer than I am anyone on the team. But don't be fooled by any of this. This isn't about you. This isn't about paying fans. This isn't about customers. The NBA is about to enter a monumental media rights negotiation. That's what this is about. It's not about anything else. It's great to frame it about the fans and the customers and saying, we did this big survey and the number one negative on the NBA was stars not playing. That's fantastic. Don't get it twisted. This is about money. It's always about money.
Yep.
And from a league perspective, the way Adam Silver's been talking the last 2 years, I get it. They clearly have an idea of something. And the way you sell it to me, start speaking their language. Stop talking about 82 games. Stop talking about player participation policy. Talk about, this season's really important to us because we're going into those negotiations next year. When if this media rights deal blows up the way we expect it to, guess what?
We're all eating.
I mean, eating, the way Adam's talking, we're all getting fat. That's what we're talking about here in this conversation. Maybe that's what they do privately. Maybe they do tell them that privately, that we are trying to get a game-changing media rights deal here. And that's you're reading this stuff about all-star games and making the all-star game more competitive and the lowest watched all-star game in the last such and such years. It's all an emphasis right now because that media rights negotiation window is about to open.
Yeah. When does it open again? I remember we looked at it. Is it next spring?
It's the end of this season.
The end of this season. That's when they can negotiate.
That's when they negotiate.
The new deal won't come in for another year or so.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these guys gotta understand. You gotta understand. Like you need to be playing so we can make sure that we have all our ducks in a row.
Yeah.
When these networks come in trying to spend their billions and billions and billions of dollars. I have no problem with what the NBA is doing. I have no problem with them trying to force these guys to play more or whatever. It's business. The NBA is a business, and they're doing what they got to do to make sure that their business is in the best place it could be so they can make more business, pretty much.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it. I also I'm same thing as you. I'm always kind of hesitant to talk about the players and what they should do or whatever the case may be, because I'm not, not in their shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not. I don't fly all over the place and play 82. But it's always like, hey, y'all could play more than what you do. Like, this isn't a big ask. It feels like unless you're hurt, you guys can play more than what you guys do.
I don't disagree with that.
Or at the same time, you shouldn't be complaining about how much you have to play. Like,
do they?
I don't think they do, but the season's too long, and I gotta protect my body and all this other stuff. I get it, but you can play. You can play more than what you do.
I mean, I hate to do this again. Okay, you want to take less money? We can shorten the season.
Yeah,
we can shorten the season because Mark Cuban's eating.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if we play 82 games or 50 games. Mark Cuban's going to be fine.
Yeah,
the owners are fine. They're good. They're billionaires.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to take less money, we can cut the what you want, 50?
And
you want 60? We could do that.
And here's what would happen there too is the owners aren't going to take less money. Like if they make, I'm just throwing a number, if they make $500 million a year, you go down to 74 games or whatever, the owners are still going to make $500 million. What you bring home is going to change. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Well, yeah, because what
they would change the probably percentage of,
Well, I don't think they do that.
They find a way.
Well, no, yeah, I agree.
They're not taking no pay cuts.
I don't know how they do that. Unless I don't know what players. I don't know if players get like concessions. Because I was going to say ticket prices. Players,
I think they would do
revenue.
I think they would do percentage.
I can't imagine them changing the percentage.
That would have to be renegotiated. They'll be like, all right, if you want to play,
and that would dead the talk then. That would dead the talk then.
Exactly. They'd be like, if you want to play less games, then we'll change the percentage.
Yeah, that deads the talk. Because if it's essentially 50-50 at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think they even got players don't think got like 51-49 or something like that.
No, we can look.
Technically, I think they got,
to the Google.
To the pocket watching the whole NBA.
I don't even know what's the NBA split with players. NBA revenue split with players. Breaking down the new CB each taking. Well, okay. Well, that doesn't help. It says each taking home nearly 50%. So the NBA operations is a revenue sharing system between the owners and the players, each taking nearly 50% of the basketball-related income. When the leagues make more money, the players sign contracts worth higher figures. A rising tide lifts all ships. The 50-50 split didn't change in the latest CBA. All right. Well, that wasn't fun. I feel like that's what this Friday really needs, though. It's a good pocket watching.
We're gonna find somebody. We're gonna find somebody at some point. But I don't know. Look, I don't have it all mapped out. But I'm pretty sure the owners ain't taking $1 less if if the
so I'm sure that would be brought to the table because the owners would say, well, it's not our idea. We don't want to cut games. You do. So if you want to cut games, that's fine. What percentage keeps us at where we're at? We did the math.
Exactly.
We did the math, and it says the new split is 55 to 45.
Right.
You agree to that? You got it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Which no one would, or at least no one should, because that's less money for everyone. And while, you got your Chris Pauls or your LeBrons and, those Stephs, those guys who say, Garrett Temple, that league minimum contract, not that Garrett has a league, but the guys who sign league minimum contract, now that's less money. That's 5% less than they made last year. Yeah. Everything changes should you alter that split, which no player in their right mind in any league should ever. Now all of a sudden you're the UFC, you start taking revenue splits like that.
Goodness, they get paid $5. At least they get to take the drugs they want, though.
I think Lord, well, I don't have anyone overseeing it.
No.
Though I think they signed up with someone new. I'm sure they'll let a few things slide. I think the UFC revenue split is like 90-10.
Yeah, it's something.
Oh, and we're so thankful for that 10% we get.
Best league in sports. Yeah, but yeah, the money that the NBA, that's pocket watching Vivek Ranadive. That's why I'm like, just put the damn game, the preseason games on. They're about to make so much money in the NBA between the media rights deal and these 2 expansion teams they're gonna have like in the next 7 years or something like that. They're going to make so much money. It's gonna be crazy.
How much is that gonna cost? Like, how much are those owners gonna make from that money?
I think
because I don't think that's a revenue split. That's the owner's money.
That's not going to the players. Yeah.
That's the owner's money. And come on. What it was literally just announced in the WNBA. The Golden State.
Golden State, yeah.
Golden State and probably Portland. It's like 50 mil. That's in the W. What the hell you think is going to be in the NBA?
I don't even know if I could do this math real quick. This is crazy. Hold on, because I got a number here. Can I even count this high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Are you counting zeros?
I don't even know. I don't know. So let's do it. Okay. They actually did the math for me if I would have read a little further. But, they said Brian Windhorst. This was in 2021. Okay. I think this number has changed.
Okay.
But in 2021, they said the league could charge $2.5 billion for an expansion fee, which would come out to $166 million per team. That's in 2021.
Holy crap.
And that's one team. They're going to get 2.
$5 billion. Okay.
Five.
Pause. Not the normal pause. Just hang on. Who has the money to? Well, I guess you're not buying a franchise. How does that work? Is that all? Is that like the cost of the franchise?
Yeah,
you're buying in for $2.5 billion,
and we always talk about
$3 billion or whatever it winds up being.
It changed, and this is almost like a Rudy Gobert situation. But once Ballmer said, "Yeah, here's $2 billion for the Clippers,"
yeah,
all right, that's the asking
that was the game
price.
changer. Yeah.
Like,
but hey, every owner should kiss Steve Ballmer's ass because what happened after that?
Oh man, everybody skyrocketed.
Like Vivek,
everybody skyrocketed.
Vivek bought the Kings, however that worked out for. What was it, like 500? That's
Vivek got into the NBA.
That's pocket change at the Caraway House.
Same way. Well, I'm about to say same way I got into my home. Perfect timing.
500 million, and the Bucks, I think, were next at like 6 and some change. There isn't an NBA franchise worth less than $1 billion right now.
How much did the Suns go for? I can find out.
2.5.
Let's see. How much the Suns
Of course, that's just life now because I bought maple syrup that cost $15 today. That's just everything.
I did a Walmart.
Can't imagine how much those donuts they bought were.
They were so expensive. They're asking for help.
That's right. The donuts that James and Kyle bring in every Friday have gotten so expensive they had to put a tip jar out there.
The Suns sold for $4 billion. $4 billion. So what I read before was in 2021, they could be asking $5 billion for an expansion team each. So $10 billion is about to come through the NBA. And that's before the $30 billion deal they're going to have for this media rights deal.
Yeah, that's what's to watch right there. That's going to be insane. That is going to be nuts.
Hey, something came up. I want you to revisit something real quick because it didn't register the first time you brought it up. I saw it again and I talked to you about it. What was the significance again and the game-changing nature of HBO Max playing sports and playing live games, in your opinion?
Well,
because they got Bleacher Report, they got that hooked up.
Yeah,
and
so
TNT and all that. Other
now you have like TNT. Now you have the you have all of the Turner channels that includes like TNT, TBS. So you have the main NBA games. Now you have the baseball playoffs. Now, but it's now getting more condensed to like an HBO Max. So HBO Max, I think it's right now. It's like I think it's $14.99. Is it $15? The addition of live sports is $10.
Yeah.
So so that's $25. You throw in ESPN Plus, which now includes like ESPN2, all of that stuff. That's what, $14. Now, if you're a sports fan, you're legit looking at $35. You throw in Peacock, you throw in the premium version if you want to.
It's a premium version, crazy.
You throw that in. Now all of a sudden you're getting sports for like $50. And
you're getting like almost anything you want to watch.
There's plenty of people who like I don't have all, like I don't want to say if it's live, I don't watch anything else. Right. Like live television. I'm not watching. I'm waiting for Force to download, right? I'm waiting for Billions to upload. Like that's what I'm waiting for. Yeah. If I'm on YouTube TV, I'm waiting for the game to start.
That's it.
Like we're here all day. I'm not watching PTI no more. I'm not watching Around the Horn. I'm not watching Get Up. The D in Big D stands for dominant. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, that's what we had talked about because it's like just one step closer.
That's pretty like that. I thought that HBO Max deal was with I always call it Turner, whatever it is now.
Yeah,
I thought it was huge.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal. It didn't register to me at first, but I saw it again. I was like, damn, like they are gonna have
a
lot of live sports on Max.
Because like when you have the like YouTube, I've been a YouTube member for like I don't even think a full year. It's more expensive. Like it's already gotten more expensive. Everything, like we talked about these teams, the dollar figures in these teams going up. Yo, my goal at the grocery store, like if I did what I was supposed to do, it's just me at the house, right? If I did what I was supposed to do and I'm not buying extra snacks and it's just the stuff that gets me by, my job, keep it under $100. Bruh.
Yeah,
bruh. There's no, I'm contemplating not eating my cookies no more. They're getting too damn expensive to make. I feel like every time I take something off the shelf, it's $1 more than it was last time. And that happened, like it happens with Peacock, it happens with HBO Max, it happens with Netflix. I dumped Hulu because I was like, I don't even watch this. And now I'm on Netflix. Like, I don't watch Netflix. Wow. It's like I'm holding on to it, hoping something's going to happen.
Right.
That's $20 now. I feel like when I signed up, it was $9.
It was.
Now it's $20.
It's crazy.
Y'all can go to hell.
It's crazy.
Like, I'm sorry. Who got a raise? Did y'all get raises that match this? Like, I honestly think sometimes they just trying to kill us. They're trying to literally make it so we can't live no more.
Did you saw that NASA said they about to put living places on the moon?
Hey. Well, you got a spaceship that could get us there. Well,
they about to leave.
That's fine. Y'all get the hell out of here.
They be telling people be telling the aliens, come get me. Earth is ghetto.
Now you sound like Cardi B. Now you sound like Cardi.
Shout out Cardi. I looked this up again, and I sold the NBA very, very short.
On the media rights deal?
Yeah,
I thought you were just using an example.
NBA is expected to seek $50 to $75 billion media rights deal. So the NBA is going to be looking at, in the next decade, like $100 billion of like money coming in. If you don't play this game on TNT,
dude, right? No, exactly. And again, that's what this all boils down
you
to.
Don't get up and play the game.
This isn't about, little Johnny in the Steph Curry jersey in, row 400 at the dental office. This is about as James Ham would say, the business of basketball. That's what this is. This is dollars and cents.
I need to get involved in the NBA somehow. They make it.
Well, we missed our window. I just got a text from James.
Uh-oh.
Second drink in.
Oh,
probably not making it back.
Live your life, Ham. Live your life, big dog.
Yeah, James, take Friday off, man.
Live your life,
we
man.
got this. We having fun. Lord knows what we'll talk about in the 3 o'clock hour. We could talk about how Ramsey almost lost Katrina.
Oh. Woo.
Did you see the video?
I did.
Lord.
Did.
Oh
hey,
my
Ramsey.
God.
Hey, bro.
Ramsey.
Hey, I'm just glad. I'm glad it didn't go down that way.
Ramsey was this close to losing Katrina forever. Katrina called us yesterday on 102.5, told us a story. Ramsey left out. Ramsey was like, yeah, we went to the W. Chelsea Gray's the truth. Yeah, what he was avoiding was that Usher almost snatched his girl from him.
Too.
Katrina made eye contact with Usher, and it was that close. Ramsey almost got left in Vegas. Oh, that'd be a shame. Ramsey out there driving around like an Uber driver in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
We come back.
They made it, though. I'm glad they made it. The first family made it.
Hey, Ramsey, you lucky, bro. It was. Whew, I saw the video. We would have been here for you, Ramsey, but man, you was close. No, that's right. Usher nearly struck again. And you know what Katrina's first order of business would have been? She would have jumped in the chat and blocked Ramsey. Fade. We'll come back. Get it on these phone lines. So James isn't making it. He's
no.
James is out for the day.
I'm gonna make it.
James is calling in drunk.
Call in topic roulette going on here. Topic roulette.
We got some overreactions we haven't gotten to. We need to get to after we come back.
Most people do overreaction Monday. We do overreaction Friday. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah.
Bring some fries.
Just walking in. That's fine with me.
I got it. Well, this would sound crazy. I'll say it. Got to go give Jonathan his screws back.
Well, Kenny will be gone a while. So the joke is we scheduled overreactions on like Wednesday, Tuesday maybe. We just never got to them. So we moved them to Wednesday. Didn't do them. Moved them to yesterday. I think we talked Kings the whole day yesterday. So I was like, what the fuck are we going to do with these? Oh, they in here. I don't know if we're using them. They in here. We got plenty of stuff in here to get us through the next hour or so. We just podding anyways. It don't even matter. I still like the teams getting to 500 thing. Yeah.
Speaking of TV deals, you know who might be going to Amazon? See who was with Showtime. Maybe going to Amazon.
It looks like they're diving into a lot of shows.
Amazon is?
Yeah, I noticed that during the game last night. There was a lot of commercials, trailers, so on.
I saw this is not related, but I saw good number of people that I knew were at the Pink concert last night. Sold out.
Look good, yeah. Yeah, she can go. She's a performer.
She did the thing. She was flying all around to go to one city.
Yeah, I think that's her bag.
Shout out to Pink.
Yeah, all the smoke is this weekend. Yes, good call, Miles. I think Deuce tweeted Matt and Stack were at practice today. Oh, well, you know what we could do? I think Sean posted some videos.
Oh, that's one of
Chris Duarte.
Cavender twins. Where's she going, huh? Where are you going, girl?
This is what we needed. I needed this. Oh, it's a long Mike Brown video.
Your sister too? Oh, they're going to WWE. I do remember hearing about that.
Yeah, they signed him to a NIL deal a while ago.
Yeah. I've never seen them play.
We need the new Bella twins.
For real. Look at Bill. Poor guy. Just raining on me.
Rain down on me. I got a record delivery yesterday, boy.
Ooh.
Troop showed up.
Oh boy.
I got Control for like $11.
Did you throw it on their ASAP?
Yeah, that was I put all of them on. I test them to hear how they sound. And it's out. That one was actually, I got that one sealed. I got I was playing Guy this morning. Yeah, I got some good ones. I got that. I think it's called Victoria. It's a turntable that links to my Sonos Bluetooth speakers. Because I have speakers all over my house. And I love loud music. So I wanted a record player, but I didn't want to be confined to one room. So I think it's called Victoria, and it plays to all of my Sonos speakers.
I just got a message.
Man, I'm in such an R&B mood.
Well, it's almost that time of year too, you know.
Yeah,
summer's over. Yeah. You know, it's time to cuddle up somewhere.
Hey, I think we might have made some headway into bringing back Between the Sheets. I mean, he didn't say no. That's a dumb idea.
Yeah.
I think Between the Sheets.
Between the Sheets, House of Soul.
Oh yeah.
I think that's.
I'm gonna need that.
It's major. He brought up a good point. There were a lot of people out so boom for songs that are never on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even think about it like that. They out there. We love R&B. We love R&B.
We could throw some of that stuff in, but I'm gonna need to be able to play Let's Chill. Piece of My Love, or
come on now.
Troop.
You know, it's true. I just got a message on Instagram from my wife.
Oh,
and
she don't text you no more.
Well, she had to show me something.
Oh, okay.
And she wants an owl.
Again?
An owl. Yes, an owl.
OWL?
Yeah. Because there's this lady who has the glove on and everything, and she has a pet owl, and the owl goes on the arm and all this other stuff. She's talking about she wants one. Come on, man.
Well, I'm sorry, buddy. There's not much you can do about it.
Look, I'm gonna send it to you, and imagine this thing running around my house.
I don't think owls run, do they?
This is crazy. Come on, man. I don't want this. Come on, man. I definitely don't want no.
Oh no, she's following something called Black People Pets.
Look at this. Look at this owl. Never mind the little lady.
Oh,
look at that owl.
That is a gigantic bird.
Come on, man.
Oh man. What? I don't understand why we're doing this.
She always likes owls anyway. She likes owls, but
that is terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a pet.
That thing is gigantic. Oh my gosh!
No,
watch out,
lady.
Oh, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I guess I'm never going to your house, bro. I'm
Yeah,
out.
sorry.
As it is.
Yeah. Holiday party at my house. We're not going to the Caraway compound.
No, Al. No, we're not. I don't want any pets, to be honest with you. But can't have an owl. Can't have an owl running around.
I don't think it runs. That's the scary part. Where's this sleep?
I don't know.
They can like fully turn their heads around too. Like that's not normal.
Bro, would you even be able to sleep? Like, don't their eyes light up?
Yeah, they're up. They're up.
Yeah, they don't even
when
sleep.
I'm asleep, they're up.
Yeah, I do not want anything in my house that doesn't go to sleep. But you're married. You don't. This really isn't up to you anymore. So, good. If I were you, I'd start thinking of a name. I'd start thinking of a name. Ask it how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll Center.
One,
for Tootsie Pop.
Owls are like lightweight, like low key the scariest bird out there.
No, they're terrifying. Yeah, that bird was gigantic.
Huge.
And it's in a house.
Yeah, and then that's the thing that's missing all this. Yeah, wifey wants one. Somebody already has it as a pet. And they're saying, look, I got control over it. It listens to me.
Yeah, okay. Why don't y'all just be normal and get a Jasmine? Get a puppy.
And we ain't getting no pets.
Do people get rats as pets?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Bad News Brown. I remember Bad News Brown used to have the Harlem sewer rats. I believe that's what he called them. Harlem sewer rats.
Bad News Brown.
Mike had the pet rat, right?
Yeah. And then Joe killed it.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Wasn't Ben a demonic rat?
I didn't know anything about that.
Ben, the movie.
I don't know.
Ben, where Michael wrote the song.
I don't know the movie.
Am I making that up?
I don't know the movie.
Ben, yeah, a 1972 film. I think this is where the song came from. And it's a let's see. Ben is a 1972 American horror film directed by blah 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 blah. It's a sequel to Willard. Oh, there was another one. The film follows a lonely boy who befriends William's former pet rat named Ben. Ben becomes the boy's best friend, protecting him from bullying and keeping his spirits up in the face of a heart condition. However, I got it. However, Ben forms an army of deadly rodents.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
We got a rat army out here.
Oh my God.
Ben forms an army of deadly rodents while the police attempt to control it.
Oh man, come on, man.
I know what I'm watching this.
I'm watching this movie tonight.
What's it called? I need to see a picture.
Ben.
I don't like rodents. Man.
The movie is called Ben.
I don't like rodents. So that
I'm
not watching that.
Yes, the film's theme song is performed by Lee Montgomery in the film and by Michael Jackson during the final scene in end credits.
I'll watch Jason in Harlem before I watch this. Look at this.
Yep.
Look at this.
Yep.
Hell no.
Yep.
That's a 70s movie too, you said?
1972.
So they're probably using like real rats back
then. Oh, yeah, that's a
like
rat.
That.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
It holds a rating of 60% on Rotten Tomatoes based on only 10 people reviewed it.
That's pretty high. That's 6 out of 10.
I'm going to be 11. I'm watching Ben tonight. There's a Denzel movie that we were going to watch too, wasn't there?
Oh, it's the ghost when he got in the racist cops.
That's right. The racist cop.
Over the racist cop's body.
Get him, Denzel.
We got the Denzel movie, the rap movie. We need like 3 more.
Yeah.
Like just the 5, whatever you want to call it.
Y'all on your own on the rap movie, man.
Come on.
Come on,
we'll
man.
Like I said, I'll watch Jason cut that person's head off before I watch.
We got tagged in the boxing scene.
We did.
Yeah. We got tagged in the
poor
boxing scene.
That poor guy.
What was it? Was it called Carbon Copy? Yep. No. The hell is Carbon Copy? That's not it.
Is it heart? Is Rob Dub says it's heart condition?
Heart condition.
I don't know.
Oh, because what's weird is Heart Condition came out. Okay, yeah, Heart Condition came out like after he he made Glory, and they're like, "Hey, we got this crap. Let's put this out." That's what they did to Jamie Foxx after he did Ray.
What did he do?
They put out some movie called Stealth.
Stealth was not it.
All right, I'm watching Heart Condition and Ben this weekend. Denzel's name in this movie is Napoleon Stone.
People still get named Napoleon?
Yo, I missed this.
What's that?
Mrs. Stone, Denzel's, I assume, wife. I always Janet Dubas from Good Times.
Thelma or the neighbor.
She was the neighbor.
Oh yeah.
Or she was on Good Times and
Winona.
She
in the show.
I saw this on. I was watching some like black. What was it called? It was like history of black TV.
Okay.
She sang the theme song for the Jeffersons.
Oh wow!
I had no idea.
I definitely had no idea.
That song's iconic.
Yeah.
Do you know the words to that song?
No.
Don't say it like that. Wait, do you know the words to that song?
Moving on up.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I had Amen in my head first. Did you ever watch?
Oh
Amen?
yeah.
Ben the Rap movie, by the way, is on YouTube. Free with that.
Oh, let's go. Jeez. Let's go.
The thumbnail on the YouTube page is disgusting.
I'm reporting it.
YouTube. What did you search? Ben
the Rat movie.
Ben the Rat movie.
I'm reporting that.
Don't you dare. That's classic cinema right there.
Oh yeah, we in here.
Oh, see, I was wondering about this. Janet is R.I.P. We lost her in 2020.
Yeah, she's had to have been pretty 74. Old, right? Yeah.
Winona. I heard there was Thelma and Willona.
I don't know.
I love Good Times though. Me and Reese watch Good Times all the time.
I started watching. We had a conversation about the great black sitcoms of all time, the black TV shows. That made me go back and watch Sanford and Son.
Oh yeah, I remember we did have that conversation. I heard
that show.
I never liked it growing up, but I'm older now.
It's
so I probably
incredible.
Get it now.
It's crazy. That's like a 70s, like Red Foxes. Maybe criminally underrated. He is extreme. Maybe he's underrated because he's not he's like right before our generation.
Right.
Dude, Red Fox is so funny.
Like Dr. J.
Oh, so well.
Eddie's Michael Jordan.
He is so funny.
That's like, and what did we say? Whatchamacallit? Martin was a copy of something. Oh no, that's because I you were like, I never thought about that. Oh, I said Living Single was the black version of Golden Girls.
Living Single's the black version of Friends.
No, well, yes and no.
Living Single is a straight ripoff of
I say Golden Girls more than Friends.
I think it's almost. I think
with Colin Overton, but there's still one missing though. Like Friends was a straight 3-on-3, right?
I don't know.
I think it was 3-on-3. There was
the tall girl, Courtney Cox, and
Jennifer Aniston.
And
then you had the three guys.
Okay.
There was no guys in Golden Girls,
but they were all in New York.
I think there was a cross. Because remember, I broke it down. I said Khadijah was the lead.
No, I think
Regine was. You agreed at
the
time.
No. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the Living Single may have worked off of so the evolution of it, right? Living Single maybe worked off of Golden Girls, but Friends ripped off Living Single.
Well, Friends ripped off everything.
I can't remember the guy's name, but he used to run NBC. They asked him one time, not Brandon Tartikoff, but the guy, like Will Smith talks about him being at Quincy Jones's party when they do the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air pitch. And they asked him, like on a documented interview, like, what show do you wish you hadn't passed on? And they, without skipping a beat, he said, we were pitched Living Single. And I regret not taking it. That was 2 years before Friends debuted.
He said, I can do this.
I wonder because
I can do this.
Because Living Single was Fox.
Yeah.
I wonder what Living Single would have been like on NBC. Because you had Cosby.
A Different World, which is
and
one of the most underrated shows of all time.
You had Cosby,
Different
World, and I think at the time you had the Fresh Prince. Yeah, if Martin, because it was Martin and Living Single, so Fresh Prince had to be on. Yeah, I don't know. Cosby might have ended by then.
Cosby ended, I want to say, in around 93. I don't know why that sticks out to me. I think
Well,
it's 93.
For some reason, the last episode of the Cosby Show, I feel like it was around the time of the LA
episode of the Cosby
LA
Show
uprising.
I remember it was very disappointing too. Like it was very
April 30th, 1992.
92. It was very anticlimactic.
Well, there was nothing to.
Yeah, there was nothing going
on.
I mean,
I was
Theo
right.
Graduated. But
it aired. That final episode aired during the LA riots.
Good call.
Thank you.
Good call.
My knowledge is good for something.
Living Single, great show, great. And then I don't want to call all these things ripoffs, but Girlfriends is a descendant of Living Single.
And Living Single started in 93.
When did Friends start?
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see when Living Single ended. Wow, it ended in 1998. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that. January 1st,
94?
93.
93.
August 1993.
5 seasons. Sounds about right.
Friends. What did you say? 1993. Friends debuted in 1994.
Oh man, they took the whole style.
13 months later.
Bar for bar.
13 months later, it debuted on NBC.
Bar for bar.
Spectacular. I wonder what you can find. It's Friday. This is what y'all tuned in for.
What's going on, man?
Friends versus Living Single. We do have sound from Mike Brown that we'll play for you.
After we figure this out.
Yeah, let's see.
we got some more shows to go through.
Oh boy, Living Single fans react to Jennifer Aniston downplaying its influence.
Oh, as they should.
Living Single.
When did that happen?
How Living Single was the blueprint for Friends. Damn, that happened this year.
Come on, man.
Jennifer Aniston had a bad
year.
2023.
Bad year.
Jennifer Aniston need a new publicist. Okay, there's nothing there.
Bar for bar.
Yeah. Why the Friends versus Living Single Twitter beef is real.
so that makes more sense. I said I'm not gonna say biting.
Well, no, but you're right.
Living Single, it's the black younger version of Golden Girls. And then to your point, Friends just ripped off Living Single.
Yeah. Yeah.
Friends is not a good show. Sometimes
I've really never seen it. Like I know one of the plot lines was like a Jennifer Aniston, like they were on a break. Like I don't know exactly what it means, but I know like that's their big plot line. I think I've seen like two in their entirety. I think I've seen like 2 or 3 episodes.
So Reese watches SpongeBob all the time, like all the time. And sometimes he's watching it downstairs and it'll be on TV and we're eating dinner or whatever. And when they stop cartoons, they always go straight into Friends. So there's been a handful of times when I'm sitting there and this is on and I'm watching the plot and they got the little punchlines like, this show's not funny. It's not funny. Never chuckled once.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
I'm watching the trailer for Ben. Yo!
What's it looking like?
Bro, I gotta watch this movie.
Are the rats real?
They're absolutely real.
Come on, man. It's gotta go on the screen, man.
Oh, this woman oh God.
No, it's gotta go on the screen.
Yeah,
bro.
let's watch together. It's a class.
This is crazy.
Get the overhead out.
Oh man. All right, stand by. Hang on.
Oh,
Fridays are the best.
This is I don't even know why if I want to see this.
Yo, this is
disgusting.
We're at the Ben. What we say? Ben the
movie trailer.
It's also amazing to see how far movie trailers have come. Like, this is spectacular. Oh, this is good. Hey, calm down. Calm down. We're gonna lose our ad revenue for the day, but it'll be worth it. Oh, man. It'll be worth it for this 2 minutes.
We're sports show really about to watch a trailer about rats.
Here we go. Stand by. Stand by.
Where Willard ended.
Oh, listen to that voiceover.
Ben begins. Ben is coming from Cinerama Releasing, and this time he's not alone.
Oh my! Yo.
Maybe he was Ben. That's the name of the leader of the rats. There were some pages from Willard's diary in the newspapers.
Hold on. Watch 30. Hold on. This girl from... Oh, God, that's a thing of rats. Yo, hey, everybody this weekend. No. Everybody this weekend, we're watching the rat movie.
Thousands of them. Those rats killed 3 people.
Oh, my.
All residents, go in and stay in your houses. Drive the rats in the tank area.
This is spectacular. Yes. Oh, no.
There's millions of them.
And they're coming for you. They're coming. They're gonna burn you, Ben. And then they're gonna drown you.
Oh, look at this stupid kid
He's trying to save his friend.
He's trying to save him. He's trying to save his friend and started.
And his army of rats are on the way.
Oh, I love this voiceover so much. Oh, I love that voiceover so much.
Somebody get that little dumb kid.
Oh, that was tremendous.
I wonder how many Academy Awards that movie won.
Oh my God.
I think Mike won an Academy Award.
Damn. And that first thing is I don't even know his name. Was that Mickey from Rocky?
No.
The first guy.
Like
Yeah.
Mickey the trainer?
Yeah, I guess he would have been.
No, because Rocky came out.
He would have been that
Yeah,
age.
yeah.
I thought it was a younger Mickey.
No.
So let's just play along and say those rats are all real. How much would they have had to pay you to be in that movie and have the rats like crawl on you and stuff like that?
Same
As
the
Impact 316 says, no.
They would have paid me the same as NBA media rights.
Like
That's what they had to pay me.
Like David said, right there, top that. Oh, that's wild stuff.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Man, come on, man.
That was better than I expected. I ain't gonna lie.
See,
that's crazy.
Can you imagine an entire movie of that?
And then, like, I'm just upset with the little stupid kid.
Hey, why are you calling it? Hey, that's his friend.
They're gonna come and get you. They're gonna burn you.
That's his friend.
Kenny, the kid got picked on, and Ben was the only one that helped him.
See, clearly you've never been bullied. Yo, he was looking out for Ben the Rat.
He was destroying the city.
Well, he was protecting him. If there had to be some carnage along the way, there had to be some carnage.
Somebody in here, where was it at? They said it just looks like regular New York City. Alfonso, it just looks like a documentary of New York City. I follow 2 things on Instagram. It's what I think it's called What the New York and Your NYC. And man, they be having some
those New York rats don't look real.
Bro, come on, man.
They
I don't know how
look
they
real.
living, man. I don't know how the people living out there with them rats. Them rats look like that episode of Martin when him and Pam were fighting.
Those rats are as big as possums.
Oh, come on, man. Okay, let's be real. No one's watching this movie this weekend, right?
If you watch it, I'll watch
I
it.
needed to know how the movie ended.
Well, you can tell me.
This is a spoiler alert.
I ain't watching.
This is a spoiler alert.
We got 4 minutes till break. You want to watch the ending together?
We are. I can't lie. I kind of do.
Like, come on.
I kind of do. I do, but we saw some of it. The police go down into the sewers and kill the rats with flamethrowers and shotguns after trapping them there. But Ben somehow survives the slaughter and makes his way back to Danny, wounded but alive.
Come on, man.
A tearful and overjoyed Danny tends to the injured Ben, determined not to lose his best friend.
Come on, man. Get the mousetrap.
Cue the Michael Jackson.
Man, get the mousetrap.
Come on, man.
I'm
Nah,
with
that's
Joe.
fire.
Come on, man.
I'm with
Come on,
Joe.
man. You got it. The mousetrap. Come on, man. You got. They
I'm
went
with
out
Joe.
there with shotguns and flamethrowers, and he lived.
Have a heart, Kenny.
Man, go
That's
ahead,
the Tupac of rap.
go ahead and put that peanut butter on
That's-
that cheese on that
That's
trap.
That's the that's the
Get
50
him outta
Cent of
here.
raps right there.
Can you imagine the shotguns and the flamethrowers can't get bent, but the rat trap does in the end?
Put the peanut butter on that trap. Snap his little neck.
Damn shame what happened to Ben.
That is pretty disgusting. Have you ever caught a mouse like that? That is, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know. And I caught one like that when I was a kid. That is pretty disturbing.
We had an issue in the Thomas once, and it was not enjoyable. But so of course we had to call. We called someone, and they put traps down. I just it's like whatever, do what you got to do because this is unpleasant. Like, well, they were glue traps.
Oh, whoa, yeah. Oh my god. Oh.
And I didn't know, know what that process was.
I've been there.
I was not okay with that. That was not cool because that was not quick.
No.
I was not okay with that.
Yeah, that ain't nothing nice.
That's when you should have thrown in the trash.
I don't know which one is worse. I mean,
they're all bad.
Like I said, I had the idea.
I never had to take a
trap.
shotgun or a flamethrower to it, though.
I had the idea of a trap, and I guess when you think about it, like, okay, yeah, that's how it worked. I don't know what I thought it was going to look like, but when I saw it, I said, "Oh my god!"
If I don't understand though, if Ben is a sequel to Willard. How was there not another Ben after Ben survived?
People smartened up and got that out of here. Got that out the paint.
Do Ben 2 Ben's Revenge?
They might still be coming up with it. You know, they like to.
Yo, what are we doing? Let's write it. Ben's Revenge.
Been waiting on the writer's strike to end for this.
Ben NATO coming soon. Ben NATO.
That's fire.
Oh man! Wait a minute. Okay. I promise. We got the Mike Brown audio coming up. This is incredible. So Willard, in the first movie, Willard appears to be the name of the guy. It's not the name of a rat. Ben is the star of Willard also. But peep this ending. Willard offers Ben and the rats food, which he mixes with pesticide. Ben sniffs the pesticide box and squeals loudly, all alerting the others. Willard chases Ben upstairs, cornering him in a storage room. He barricades the door against the other rats, leaving Ben to face him alone. When Ben eludes Willard's attacks, the rats gnaw through the door.
Man, come on, man, come.
Willard shouts, "I was good to you, Ben," before the rats start to jump on him. Overwhelmed, Willard succumbs to the rats.
I'm not gonna lie, these movies are selling me on rats.
I'm watching both of them. I'm taking an edible and watching both of these joints tonight.
I'm in on rats.
We're brought to you by Sky River Casino. They're proud of this. Oh, man, we'll come back. Okay, straighten up. We'll take it seriously. We will come back.
Get the big traps out, man.
Bro, I need to see. Did you really?
When you said we'll be back, we're brought to you by Sky River Casino.
Oh,
That
okay.
was it.
Okay.
You took a pause. I thought that was
no,
it.
that was
Come
good.
on, man.
That was good. All right.
Come on, man.
We don't even need the radio.
Oh my God.
Bro, we spent 15 minutes on a rap movie.
Incredible.
Damn, man, I don't like mouse. I don't like rodents at all. At all.
Yeah, getting rid of rats is the worst.
Oh man. I pay it gets expensive, but I say come out here every other month, man. Make sure I ain't got none of this, man. Oh, nah, man. Nah. I don't do the rodents, man. I don't do them. No. Friday the 13th happens more than I realized when I was younger. It happens like what? Maybe once a year, it feels like. Sometimes even twice a year. Huh. Yeah, that's where we started with my wife asking, can we get an owl? This thing is huge. I'm looking at this owl again. Come on, man. Nah, man.
I mean, can you imagine having an owl and then you wake up and the owl's just staring darts right at you?
No, cannot. This lady, she's eating lunch around a bunch of zebras and giraffes, feeding the giraffes. Look at this. Come on, man.
I couldn't do that. I don't have that much trust in animals like that.
I don't even trust dogs. Sorry, Dame. We don't know. We don't know. We think we know, but we really don't know. They can snap on us at any moment.
You know what's scary is the ocean too.
Oh, the ocean is there. That's where they live.
Yeah.
That's their house. Oh. Oh. Why'd you trust this dog? Why'd you trust this dog?
Oh. They both just walked in. They had a look on their face like they heard the whole segment.
Oh, I saw this video. This lady started raising butterflies or moths that would tarantulas, spiders that would turn into butterflies. That was disturbing. Oh, I love my wife.
I don't know how this. I don't know.
Yeah, like the
I don't
show's
know
over,
how,
bro.
Yeah,
Like we hit the peak for this show today. We'll just do an extended version to run it back.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm throwing the owl segment in there.
I don't know how we top this.
That's impressive.
All right, I got the Mike Brown stuff ready.
And also, I'm going to tell you guys what's wrong with the Kings.
Let's start with that.
How to fix it.
Okay. Did I just see? Did the Broncos trade for somebody or trade?
No,
somebody?
they're talking about it's time to blow it up.
Oh. All right, let's get serious. Let's do a sports show here for the final 40 minutes of the
Let me
week.
tell you how to beat a cover 2.
Okay, let's start with this. We've got sound from Mike Brown, courtesy of our friend Sean Cunningham, coming up in just a minute. You said prior to our deep dive into Ben and Willard that you knew how to fix what was wrong with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
I didn't get the impression you were being sarcastic.
I'm being real, being dead serious.
Okay.
You want to know what?
Shotguns and flamethrowers?
Jeez, get Ben out here.
No, seriously. Like, look, I mean, what do you want to do? You want to play the sound from Mike first, or do you want to? Explain?
No,
this
I'll say it first.
Okay.
So, like, we've been. There are some people who are like really freaking out about the Kings.
You're not one of them.
I'm not one of them. There are the majority of people aren't, right? Like, they're just like this preseason or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
And we looked at the Kings, and it's a really simple fix. I'm sorry. It's not like what you would think or what people want or anything like that. After 2 games, not being impressed, or the Kings leaving something to be desired in these 2 games, the easiest reason for it and the reason to fix it, the way to fix it, they got to shoot the ball better. In those 2 games, I know we want to talk about defense and all this other stuff. In those 2 games, they shot 39% from the field. Last year, the Kings were second in the league at 49%. The worst team in the league in that category was the Detroit Pistons. They shot 45% from the field.
Okay.
It's really that simple. Shoot close to what you did last year, or even better than 39%.
But, okay, I understand. Are they better by doing that, or are they just better than what we saw the last 2 games?
They're better than what I mean, if they're shooting the 49%, then they're probably about the same as they were last year. If they're shooting the Pistons 45%, they're better than what we've seen in these 2 games. They probably win them. They probably have a couple more impressive moments, and people are feeling a little bit better than the Kings. I mean, the defense is what stands out because we're always looking at defense, but it's something that you don't staring you in the face. Like, they shot 39% in 2 games.
I understand, but that's always your that's your go-to though.
No, I know, and I would love
I feel
to say,
like what you're saying is there's nothing wrong with this team because ultimately they're going to shoot better. If they don't, they're not winning. Like, there's no no one's scratching their head over that.
Right.
If the Kings aren't hitting shots, they're not winning basketball games.
Right.
Everyone knows that. But I think what other people, I think most people think that will happen at some point. Hopefully it happens Sunday.
Yeah.
And then again, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, hopefully it continues to happen over and over and over again. But I feel like what more Kings fans were talking about were like, how is this team going to be better than last year? And so far with Sasha, and I feel like the 2 main pieces are probably Sasha and Chris Duarte that weren't there last year. They haven't given you a lot of reason, and I'm not like blaming them or saying, oh, this was a disaster. I'm just saying so far through these 2 games, they haven't given you a lot to really kind of like hang your hat on and say, okay, I can see why this will work. Okay, I can see why they'll be better. I'll see why that, maybe it probably wouldn't be the case with Chris Duarte, but maybe Sasha can lift the group out of a scoring funk or a shooting funk that they might be in. Or in Chris Duarte's case, I could see him, coming down on the defensive end and getting those key stops that they need. So far, I understand it's 2 games, preseason game. We haven't seen that yet. So there's nothing to really latch on. I don't think anyone, at least yet, is concerned about the shooting. I think if they shoot, would you say 39?
Which they won't. Like, they won't.
No, I don't think so either. But I think
no
if they
team
shoot,
will. You know what I mean? Like, the worst team shot 45%.
I think if they shoot 39% Sunday, I do think Monday people are going to be concerned. I do.
And even then, I wouldn't be concerned because we're talking about 39%. Like, if they shot, I won't even go to 49. Let's say 47, and they still lost these games and didn't look impressive, I think I'd be more concerned because that's more like Kings basketball or just the decent team basketball, and you weren't able to overcome that. It's hard to just say, like, if this happened in certain situations. But if they shot 47% in these two games, I think people would feel different. Whether they win or lose, I don't want to say that. I mean, I could easily say they'd probably win, but I don't think that's people's concern. I think they would look different and people would feel different.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think people will feel different.
So it's not
so just make your shots.
Yeah, make your shots, and I think you'll get a different feel coming out of these games, whether they win or lose. But I mean, that's also it was kind of tongue in cheek. Like, I'm not breaking news. Like, yeah, they have to shoot better to win basketball. Like, that's not not saying anything crazy. But I brought it up because I think that we focus on the threes that they missed for sure, but they didn't shoot well in general. Those are field goal percentages, not just, I think one of the games they shot 20% from three or something like that. They're not making shots anywhere in those first two games.
Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to do with how some people, felt about coming out of those two games.
22% against Toronto. Yeah, that's tough. That 22% is cold. That's cold. Let's go to practice today. Let's see what Mike Brown had to say. This is a lengthy media scrum. We might break it up into a couple of pieces. It's courtesy of our friend Sean Cunningham over at Fox 40 and, of course, the King.
Keegan, the rap looks like it's familiar from at least the rap on there from last year. Obviously not as serious, or is it?
Yeah, no, he got hit in practice the other day, and that's part of the reason why we held him out. And so we just decided to wrap it. Yeah.
So Keegan was back at practice, by the way, today. For those who got that after missing game, the game against the Lakers.
And he may wear the wrap for I don't know how long. I think Domas wore it all year. I don't even know I know Keegan wore it a little bit last year. I don't know if he wore it. I don't know how long he wore it, but yeah, it's just precautionary.
Gotcha. Yeah. How do you look at just coming out of the second preseason game where you guys are right now, and what you like, what you don't like?
There are a lot of positives, and I'm making it hard for the guys right now because I truly believe that, in order to have some long-term success, everybody from myself to the rest of the staff and specifically the players, they have to be put in uncomfortable positions and try to figure it out. When you're put in uncomfortable positions and you're able to figure it out as a group or come together and figure it out as a group, at the end of the day, it will help you, in my opinion, make deep runs in the playoffs, and so really offensively, we're playing out of our flow. We got two things in offensively that we're playing a lot out of, and now as we go along, we may add some stuff, but the reality of it is, we were an offensive team last year, and we scored a lot of points, and right now we changed a few things offensively. Guys got to figure out how to continue spacing the floor, how to continue playing with pace, getting off the ball on time, reversing the ball and touching the paint, our core staples of what we talk about offensively. They got to figure out how to do that with the limited amount of stuff that we have in.
Coach Brown, when you talk about offensive, the other day before the LA game, we were talking about having these guys playing groups of 5. How's that working after 2 games?
Again, that's another situation, and most teams are doing that part. There are a lot of NBA teams that are doing that part, that are playing a lot of guys. But when you play groups of 5, that's a little different than what you do during the regular season. Usually, I explain this a little bit. Usually, your second unit is really not a second unit, because you usually mix a starter or two with those guys. And I'm kind of wholesale subbing as quickly as I can, getting 5 new guys out there at a time, because I want to give everybody a run. I also want to put guys in situations where they may be, their role may be different because they're with these 4 guys, as opposed if a starter's out there, And so again, it's part of it is trying to get as many guys as I can meaningful minutes, and then another part of it is again trying to put guys in uncomfortable situations or different situations and see if we can have some success or find success from it.
May have pause right there. because he said that twice, putting guys in uncomfortable situations. And I'm trying to figure out what he's referring to. And I'm wondering if that's the group of guys that they're out there playing with, the kind of line changes that we've talked about, the mass substitutions, and who specifically he's talking about, because I don't think he's talking about guys who he's not talking about guys who are going to play limited minutes during the season. I wonder if he's talking about Sasha. If he's talking
the
about
person I thought about, playing a little bit out of position on the perimeter and on the wing a little bit more than maybe he's used to. So that's the first guy that came to my mind.
Yeah,
but you see, I mean, in this, people in the chat, they have a good time with it or whatever. But you guys got to understand what I was saying, and Coach Brown kind of alluded it to.
He kind of just said the same thing you did. Like I'm convinced you listened to this press conference when I went to grab my juice a minute ago, because he didn't say it the same. He didn't say it in the very dry, sarcastic way in which you delivered your epiphany, if you will. But he essentially said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things he acknowledged, this is the way I looked at it. He said last year they were an offensive team. They are working on some different things offensively. They've got to get that right. You've got to be better on the defensive end. You've got to get better on the boards and all this other stuff. But the way I always looked at it was don't worry about, that sounds different. I don't mean it like that, but handle who you are first. Make sure that is right. And then you go out and you start improving on defense. But if you're not right at your core, at who you are, you're going to be lost all over the place. And that's kind of what I took out of that.
No, I got you. I mean, it makes complete sense. It's delivered much more eloquently than just make your shots. But no, it's fine.
Watching the film back, how did you see Duarte make an impact defensively?
I thought he was really, really, really good on the ball in the pick and roll game. One of the things that we emphasize here, when we're defending the pick and roll, which we weren't good in last year, we were 30th in the league out of 30 teams, by the way. But when you're on the ball and you hear the command, whatever the command may be, you got to send the ball towards the screen, but you also got to do it with a 1-2 into the ball, so that it has to be with a physical presence. And I thought he and Fox, Davion too, I thought those three were really, really, really good with that at a high level. I also thought he was good. They tried to run a couple of DHOs with hot players, and in that situation, during dribble handoff, again, you got to get to the body. You got to go over the screen, go over the DHO, try to blow it up with your hand. He was good with that. They tried to post him up one time in transition. I think it might have been Christian Wood. Maybe, I don't know who the big was, but he stood him up, and then he fought to get in front to white him at the right time, and he came up with the steal. You just watch his effort, how hard he's playing, even when it comes to chasing guys off of pen downs. And so I thought his defensive effort and play was at a high level in that last game.
Real quick, you reacted to that.
Yeah, just this is the physical nature that I'm talking about when you talk about the defensive end. I've always been taught, and I teach these guys, when the screen is coming, and depending on however they're playing it, I'm assuming they're not trying to get screened or whatever the case may be. When the ball handler has the ball that's receiving the screen, as soon as he gets it, you press up into him, and you almost act as if like you're using the screen. Get over the screen. So when he talked about get on the ball handler, screen's coming, push up on him, get physical, so you can slide in between the ball handler and the screener. He talked about the dribble handoffs. If this guy's cooking, you have to essentially do the same thing without the basketball now. They're going to use that dribble handoff. You beat him to the screen, get that big outside foot over the screen so you can get in between those two and get that off. I mean, that's physical basketball to me. And I think that's kind of what he's talking about. When people talk about physical, they talk about they think a lot of the times, and it's not necessarily wrong, but just like hitting, right? No, it's about being aggressive and, like they said, blowing up the DHOs by being first and physical, getting into the guy that you're guarding, getting into his body and getting over that screen. There's a level of physicality that's needed to do that. And if you're just letting it happen, that's the softness and the lack of physicality people are talking about. If you and it's stuff that you kind of don't really see, you don't really notice unless you're looking for it. But they tried to do the dribble handoff. Duarte sprinted up to that screen and got into the chest of the guy that he was guarding, got that foot over so he didn't allow the dribble handoff, or he could stick his arm in there, like he said, knock the ball out or defend it still. It's good stuff that they're teaching that resonated with me.
Oh, it's good stuff right there. Here's more from Mike Brown.
These next 3 tests for you guys before the season starts, do you try to make it more, I guess, what you would see in a typical season game?
A little bit. I know for sure this game will probably play the same. Probably just play the same way. We may add 1 or 2 things offensively. We may try to mix things up a little bit more, but as we continue to get closer to the regular season, we will try to get most of our stuff in and then try to get our guys real minutes and try to get the rotation down as close to what it may become opening night.
Interesting. 3 games left. 2 of them are against the Warriors. The last one is against Utah, who they play in the first game of the regular season. That'll be interesting to follow. I was wondering how Mike was going to approach that stretch of games, and we just got our answer.
2 to 4 are pretty flexible, but is there a difference in your mind with Sasha playing the 3 versus the 4?
No, the only difference is the way we play. The only difference is for any of our guys when it comes to the 2 guard, the small forward, and the power forward is who we feel that person can match up with on the opposing team. Because if we have, for instance, I don't know, Keon at the 2 guard, well, we may feel that Keon matches better with the point guard, or if we're really, really small, maybe Keon matches better with the power forward, or like if Slauson or if Keegan was our 2 guard, and Sasha's is our 3. Well, Keegan may match better with the small forward and a guy like Durant, and Sasha may match better with the 2 guard if he's not, So that's all it is basically with our 2, 3, and 4. They all play the same offensively, but defensively it's a matchup thing. Now, I will say
you heard it here
first. We have some actions where we would prefer for certain guys to be more involved in these certain actions than others, and that's part of why we're just running our equal opportunity and stuff right now. We're seeing A, who can handle certain things or certain positions within it, and then B, I got to understand, okay, hey, if I'm running an action with this guy and it's not this guy's strength to pop back and possibly play pick and roll, but when I run the action, I cut and I put pressure on the rim. Then what I gotta do is, if I put pressure on the rim and that guy pops back on that particular play, then I need to go to him and I need to say, okay, hey, next time I come set this split action, you curl me, you go to the rim, I'm gonna pop back. So now I can play the 2-man game with the big. Does that make sense? So little things like that we're trying to get these guys to read so it becomes second-hand nature and it happens right away.
Mike Brown right there. Thanks to our friends at Fox 40 and Sean Cunningham.
Great job just kind of breaking all that down and explaining.
That was a pretty in-depth news media scrum. Good stuff from Sean Cunningham, Brendan Nunez, and everyone who asked questions as well. Mike was talking today.
He was.
Yeah,
I like that, man. And I know
Keegan's playing the 2 this season, so
Keegan is playing the 2.
Y'all heard him.
Can't wait.
Keegan at the 2. Sasha at the 3, the ultra death lineup, the Ben the Rat lineup,
Ben the Rats,
the Rat Army lineup here.
We start seeing these signs of Golden One. It's on and popping.
It's jumping. I'm wondering what we've seen for 2 games, what we'll see on Sunday. I wonder how much of that is what they do in practice, because he talks about putting guys in uncomfortable positions. I'm guessing if it's uncomfortable for them, they're not doing it. Forgive the generic term. They're not doing it Monday through Friday. It's getting thrown at them on Sunday. Yeah. Right. It's getting thrown at them in a game situation. Remember, they're doing like pieces of it, a little bit of it. Hey, let's try this real quick. Let's try this real quick. My guess at practice, we're seeing the starters run together against a group of what would be perceived to be the next top 5 guys at different times throughout the week. We've said this a million times. I put much more stock into what happens in practice than what we see in these preseason games. So how Mike is approaching that, and if it's different in the 2 different settings, I'd be curious. We're not privy to what happens at practice. Even James, Sean, those guys, they only get to see a certain part of practice. So I wonder what it is that makes these situations uncomfortable for them. My guess is that they're not thrown in them during practice. They're throwing at them in these game scenarios to see how they adapt to it.
Yeah, that sounds like it's probably the case. That's something that I don't know, what exactly he's referring to, but we can guess, we can speculate a little bit, and that would make sense.
Yeah.
Where hey, we haven't really practiced this much, but I need you to defend this like this, or defend this player, or be this type of player on the offensive end, and even though you haven't necessarily worked on it as much, I need you to go out there and execute.
Yeah. It's the Kings and the Warriors this weekend.
Kings and the Warriors.
We've got 2 of those coming up. Obviously, one at the Golden One Center on Sunday, one at the Chase Center next week, and then things will close out against the Utah Jazz.
Season's almost here, man. Season's almost here. What they got? One after Sunday, they got 1 week of preseason left.
Yeah.
And then the season will be here. I'm so excited to see this team when the lights are on. The preseason is cool, but good or bad, it's always like you don't really know well, at least me. I don't really know what I'm watching a lot of the times, and what I can take seriously and what I can take is just preseason. So when them lights come on, man, I think this team is. I think that's what they're waiting for. To be totally honest, now they need to kind of get out of that and get into the habit of playing good basketball. I think they're a good team. I don't think they're good enough to just say, "Oh, we'll turn it on when the season starts."
Mm-hmm.
Get in the habit of playing good basketball right now. Like, start to practice good habits, whether it's rebounding, defense, ball movement, whatever the case may be. These things need to start like on Sunday. But I do believe when the regular season starts, these guys are going to be ready to compete and play some good basketball.
I agree. I do want to see them play a little better.
Mm-hmm.
I do too. There are things I want to see, like game 1 into game 2. It's like I don't want to see De'Aaron miss everything he shoots.
Yeah.
And then game 2 rolls around. Oh yeah, De'Aaron's that dude. Yeah. That's right. Oh, Domas. Yep, there's the most overrated player in the league right there. 16 rebounds. Nice little double in a preseason game. Okay, I got it. That's what I wanted. Now I want to see everybody kind of.
Malik is one of them dudes that I want to see play better.
There you go.
He hasn't played well in these 2 games.
Yeah.
I want to see him play better. I also get the feeling that like Malik is like he's a hooper. Like he don't get buckets at 24, but he feeds off of whatever type of game it is. So if it's a preseason game and a scrimmage, he can't get up. I shouldn't say that, but it feels like he can't get up and have the same laser focus as if them lights are on. Like he about them lights.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case. Maybe he's just literally just missing shots or whatever, but adrenaline, you know what I mean? The adrenaline of the moment, he feeds off that.
Well, there's probably a lot that's different for him too in his setting.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guys that he's playing with,
That's
like
right.
it's a little bit different too. And he's he said after Toronto, we've got to play faster. I've got to push a little bit more. There's things that we all have to do better, and what you hope that each day, each practice, each preseason game, they're doing those things a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time Utah rolls around, they're ready to go here. You want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
the Raiders could be 500 this weekend.
They really could. And to be honest with you, they probably should.
They probably will.
Yeah.
Like it's ill in Foxborough right now. But nothing about the Raiders screams 500. It feels like they've been a disaster. Even the win the other last was gross. Like, what the hell is this? Yeah, y'all fell into a victory. But you know, it's cliche, but just get a win. Just walk away with a victory.
That's it. And all of a sudden you're 500.
Right. And they're staring at 500. Are you stretching or are you trying to get my attention?
Oh, I'm stretching.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
No, I looked over in your hands. I was like, oh, Jesse's got a Raider take he ready to fire off. My bad, Jesse.
They it gets even crazier. They can be 500.
Yep. Go ahead.
Second place in the division.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they do get to 500, does that change how you feel about them?
Well,
I think we always had them at around 500.
So here's
but things have changed since actually.
Well, yeah, like we've had them at
yeah,
around
we've seen them play.
Yeah,
we've seen them play
horrible right now.
But we said this like a week or two ago, and we said New England feels the same. I think Chicago is coming up. Their schedule, you know, when you look at the quality of opponent, you can see it's election night. I see a path. You can see a path for, the Raiders. They could win a couple of games over the next few weeks. But New England's like, hey, we've been a disaster, but we got Las Vegas coming up. We could win this one and get back on track.
I think if the Raiders lose this game, I'm just officially out on them.
If the Raiders lose,
getting back to 500, I'm done.
This is a bad loss if the Raiders lose.
It is a terrible.
It's a bad loss because New England is in disarray. Like New England is in a place we've never, at least in recent memory, over 2 decades.
It's been since the 90s.
We haven't seen them in this state. We haven't seen a Bill Belichick Patriots team in this state. They're down. You better take them out. The Raiders need to take the Patriots out.
Absolutely. I'm trying to piece this all together because I heard these numbers over. It was before. I don't know. It was the other day, but I'm trying to see what this is. Trying to count. Trying to put them together. I think we're at 24, 25, 26, 27. 28, 29, 30. And it's getting even crazier too. I got more time to do. The Patriots have 3 points in their last 30 possessions.
Wow.
They haven't scored a point
in
24 straight possessions.
Wow.
Let's go.
That's ugly.
31, 32, 33. They haven't scored a touchdown in 33 straight possessions. That's spanning 2.5 games or so. That's crazy. No points in the last 24 possessions? They're awful.
Yeah, that's bad.
Raiders got to handle that.
That's a bad roster. It's a bad quarterback. It's bad everything right now. Raiders need to take care of. They need to get that win.
And I
think
they
could be
will.
at 500. Okay.
I think they will. I think they are going to win that game.
And hey, good for them because they have looked like hell. So the fact that you're 6 games into the season, which you could be 500 6 games into the season, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Can the Seahawks get your attention this weekend with a win over the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yes and no. Like I don't think they're a bad team. They're cool. They're cool.
Okay.
I don't think they're bad. And I'm not saying anybody's saying this. I don't think they're on the level of the 49ers. But if they win this game, and hell, if they win this game and something happens in Cleveland, they could be tied for first in the division.
They could. Well, that's not. They could be. Yes, they could be. You're right.
In the loss column.
Yeah, they could be.
If the Bengals win that game, though, I'm declaring them like officially back.
Who'd they beat last
week?
Okay,
wait a minute. Didn't you do that with the Bills last week?
What do you mean?
Didn't you declare the Bills back when they won that last game?
I don't think I ever said they weren't back.
I don't ever think I said they weren't back. There's a couple.
Did you write in the notes that the Bills are back?
No. I only have like one note in there. It was if the Bengals lost their week 3 matchup, I was out on them, but they ended up winning.
You did say that.
Just because Joe Burrow, he played a lot better last week against Arizona. It's just Arizona beat through like 48 passes or whatever and just lit them up. So if his calf is fine, the Bengals, like their defense is sick too. So Burrow's fine. Like there's no reason to really be out on the Bengals, I think.
Jamar Chase said I'm open all the time.
All the time.
And they fed him. I'm kind of with Run DMG on this one. London games. I mean, they count, but they don't count. London is stupid.
Wait,
not the city, but just the game.
Wait, who's in London?
The Bills lost in London.
The Bills lost in London. Oh, I was like,
there are games.
I don't think the
this week,
Seahawks and Bengals are in London.
Ravens and
Titans.
Do we have that game? Yep, we got Hey, you're home of London football.
I'm about to say, what? 3 a.m. We're
6 a.m. We got Ravens at Titans. Of course, we've got Raider Nation Radio here with Pats at Raiders. And then we got Giants at Bills.
When you wake up Sunday, go hop in your car and sit there and listen to the game.
Yeah.
Do it.
6 a.m.
Do it.
We also got Stingers up on Saturday.
No, not yet. Will you two believe in Baker Mayfield if they beat your beloved Detroit Lions?
No.
Whatever, dude.
I kind of will. Yeah.
Believe in them how? Like what?
Yeah, that's true. Like, what are we talking here? Like, they win the
believe
division.
in Baker and the Bucks to win the South.
Yeah, that's fine.
The South shall rise again. Your beloved Detroit Lions. Wow, this is trash.
To win the
dude.
South, I'll say yes because I'm kind of out on the Saints.
I know. That's what I was thinking about.
Saints made me look like an idiot, to be honest.
The Saints. That's tough.
And the Falcons kind of just are hanging around right now.
This is nonsense.
I don't buy the Falcons.
Y'all haters.
Falcons. They're trying to talk about
Baker Bros
Kirk might go to
forever.
the Falcons.
Kirk to the Falcons would be nice.
I don't want that. If Kirk goes anywhere, go get him New York.
Why? So they can miss the playoffs?
The Jets?
Yes.
They might be able to sneak in there
now. Now I don't want to. I wasn't cutting off the Sac State. I wanted an answer, but all right, Baker gonna get your attention this year. But go ahead, Stingers up. No. Too late.
Bucks play the Niners like in 3 or 4 weeks.
Oh, he'll get your attention then.
Well, we're gonna beat the hell out of Baker.
I'm pretty confident you
Hey,
will.
the crazy thing is though, Baker's playing well, and they have talented pieces. Mike Evans.
They do. Yeah, Mike Evans is one of the
best wide receivers.
Crazy.
Yeah, they got Godwin is out there. Like they have good players. Their defense is players, and their defenses has players on it.
You probably don't know this, but the show's ending in 20 seconds. So get back to it. Stingers up.
Stingers up. Northern Colorado, we're coming for you, pal.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
What you gonna do?
They're back
tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're on the road. Yeah. ESPN 1320's Jason Ross will be on the call for that game tomorrow, 11:30, Sac State at Northern Colorado. We're gonna head over to 102.5. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll run it back.
Yeah, you can hear Kyle Madson, Mikey Winfield, Rats, and Kings Talk.
Love it. Love it. Appreciate you so much for being with us this week. Hit the thumbs up before you go, and we'll see you back here with lots to talk about Monday morning beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings.
That was one for the books. I might finally have a donut after that.
Yeah.
Still don't get it. All right, we actually got a couple of things we've got to do, so we're going to switch the studios over, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging with us.